The Collectors, written by David Baldacci.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Collectors, written by David Baldacci and read by L.J. Ganser, Richard Mover, and Amy Jolson.
Chapter 36. Caleb managed to get Stone and Reuben through security on the strength of his credentials and the lie that they were important visitors looking at an exhibit after hours, although Caleb did so reluctantly and thus not very smoothly. As they took the elevator down to the basement, Caleb complained,
"Well, I don't feel all that different for having committed a felony." "Oh, the felony's coming up, Caleb,"
Stone said, showing his friend the ring of special keys.
"What you did back there was probably no more than a misdemeanor."
Caleb merely glared at him. They located the room, which had large double doors. Stone quickly found the key on his ring that would fit the lock. A moment later, they were inside the spacious room. The fire suppression equipment was against one wall.
"Now I see the reason for the large doors,"
Stone said. The cylinders were huge, each probably weighing nearly a ton, and would not have fit through a regular-sized door. Several of them were connected to pipes that ran to the ceiling and beyond. The labels on the cylinders all read Halon 1301.
"Fire Control, Inc.,"
Stone said, reading the name of the company that had installed the equipment, which was also written on the cylinders. He next studied the piping configuration.
"There's a manual switch here to turn on the gas, and the pipes must run to a number of rooms in addition to the book vaults. But it's not clear which cylinder would be running to your space, Caleb."
Reuben looked over Stone's shoulders.
"And you can't really tell if they've been discharged or not."
Stone moved to the HVAC ductwork and pulled out the drawing Milton had done. He glanced at a section of ductwork that rose straight to the ceiling.
"Why are you so interested in the HVAC, Oliver?"
Reuben asked.
"If some sort of gas was used to kill Jonathan, then the killer would have to know that he'd be at an exact spot before knowing when to turn on the gas line from down here."
Caleb said,
"That's right. I hadn't thought about that. Since there was no fire to trigger the gas, it had to have been turned on manually. But to do that, you'd have to be in this room. So how could the killer know that Jonathan would even be in that part of the vault? I think he knew Jonathan's daily pattern. He was always the first one in the vault, and he regularly visited certain areas while he was inside, including the place where he died."
Reuben shook his head.
"Okay, but from what Caleb told us, he found DeHaven's body about 20 feet from one of the nozzles, meaning he was in the perfect place to be killed by the gas. But how would the person have known that all the way down here?"
Stone looked at Milton's drawing and then pointed to the HVAC.
"This trunk line feeds directly into the book vault, running through all levels of it. So?"
Stone was looking around the HVAC and then stopped. On the side not visible from the main area, Stone pointed at something. Reuben and Caleb looked at the spot.
"Why would you have an access panel cut into the ductwork?"
Reuben wanted to know. Stone opened the small panel and looked inside.
"Caleb, remember the vent in the ductwork near where Jonathan's body was found? The grill was bent?" "Yes, I remember you pointing that out. What about it?" "If someone placed a camera attached to a long cable inside the ductwork in the book vault and bent the grill open, the camera would have a clean shot of the vault area where Jonathan was that morning. And if someone was down here with a receiver attached by that cable to the camera, I believe he could see everything going on up there, including Jonathan's movements. Damn,
Reuben said.
And they used the ductwork, because that was the only way to run the cable. A wireless signal might not go through all the concrete and other obstructions.
Stone said.
I think if we examine the ductwork inside the vault behind that bent grill, we'll note some evidence of how the camera was hung. The person waits down here, sees Jonathan on the camera, and hits the manual switch, having disconnected the warning horn beforehand, and in 10 seconds the gas is fully dispersed and Jonathan dies. But whoever did it would certainly have gone to retrieve the camera, so why didn't he bend the grill back then?
Reuben asked.
He might have tried, but once you start bending those grills, it's hard to get them back perfectly.
He looked at Caleb.
Are you all right?
Caleb was ashen-faced.
If what you're saying is true, then someone working at the library killed Jonathan. No one else could have entered the book vault unaccompanied. What the hell's that?
Reuben hissed. Alarmed, Stone looked at the door.
Someone's coming. Quick, behind here.
They scrambled behind the HVAC system, Reuben having to half-carry the terrified Caleb. They had barely gotten out of sight before the double doors opened. 4 men came in, all wearing blue jumpsuits. Right behind them, a forklift sailed into the room, driven by a 5th man. Another, obviously the boss, held a clipboard as the others gathered around him.
Okay, we're taking this one, and that one,
he said, pointing at 3 cylinders, including 2 attached to the piping.
And replacing them with the 3 on the forklift,
he added. The men went to work carefully unhooking the enormous pressurized cylinders from the pipes, while Stone and the others watched from their hiding place. Reuben glanced at Stone, who shook his head and put a finger to his lips. Caleb was shaking so badly that Stone grabbed one of his arms and Reuben the other to try and steady him. A half-hour later, the 3 cylinders were lifted up by the forklift and strapped on. Next, the 3 cylinders the men had brought in were attached to the piping system. Then the forklift moved out of the room with the other men trailing. As soon as the doors closed behind the men, Stone went over to the newly installed cylinders and read the labels.
FM 200. Caleb, you said the library was scrapping the Howland system. They must be replacing it with this type of fire suppressant. I suppose,
Caleb replied.
Okay, we've got to follow them,
Stone said. Caleb whimpered.
Please, Oliver, no. Caleb, we have to. I don't want to die.
Stone shook him hard.
Get a hold of yourself, Caleb, right now.
Caleb looked at Stone in stunned amazement and then sputtered.
I don't appreciate you assaulting me,
he added angrily. Stone ignored this.
Which way is the loading dock?
Caleb told him, and as they were heading out, Stone's cell phone buzzed. It was Milton. Stone told him what had happened.
We're going to follow the cylinders,
he said.
We'll keep you posted.
Milton clicked off the phone and looked up at Annabelle. They were in her hotel room. He relayed what Stone had told him.
That could be dangerous,
she said.
They don't really know what they're getting into.
But what can we do?
We're their backup, remember?
She ran to the closet, pulled out a bag, and slipped a small box out of it. Milton immediately looked embarrassed because it was a tampon box. She noted his discomfort.
Don't get all shy on me, Milton. Women always hide things they don't want found in their tampon box.
She opened the box, took something out, and slipped it in her pocket.
They said the name of the company was Fire Control. I'm assuming they're going to the company's storage facility. Can you find it?
Your hotel has Wi-Fi, so I can look it up on the net,
Milton said, his fingers already flying over the keyboard.
Good. Is there a novelty store around here somewhere?
She added. He thought for a moment.
Yeah, it's got, like, magic stuff, too, and it's open late.
Perfect.
Chapter 37. The Nova followed the Fire Control Inc. truck at a discreet distance. Caleb was driving, Stone next to him, and Reuben in the rear.
Why don't we just call the police and let them handle it?
Caleb complained.
And tell them what?
Stone said.
You said the library is having the old system scrapped. For all we know, That's all those men are doing, and it might alert the wrong people that we're onto something. We need stealth here, not the cops.
Caleb snapped.
Terrific. So I have to go in harm's way instead of the police? What the hell I pay taxes for, I'm sure I don't know.
The truck turned left and then hung a right. They had passed through the Capitol Hill area and entered a run-down part of town.
Slow down,
Stone said.
The truck's stopping.
Caleb eased the car to the curb. The truck had halted at a chain-link gate that another man inside the complex was now opening.
It's the storage facility,
Stone said. The truck pulled through and the gate was locked behind it.
Well, that's all we can do here,
Caleb said in a relieved tone.
Let's head back. My God, do I need a decaf cappuccino after this nightmare of an evening.
Stone said.
We need to get inside the fence. Right.
Reuben agreed.
Are you both insane?
Caleb cried out.
You can wait in the car, Caleb,
Stone said.
But I have to check out what's going on in there. But if you get caught, then we get caught. I think it's worth it.
Stone replied.
And I can stay in the car?
Caleb said slowly.
But that doesn't seem fair if you two are risking...
Stone cut him off.
If we need to get away quickly, it's better to have you in the car, ready to roll. Absolutely, Caleb.
Reuben agreed.
Well, if you say so.
Caleb tightened his grip on the wheel and got a determined look.
I have been known to lay down rubber on occasion.
Stone and Reuben slipped out of the car and made their way toward the fence. Hiding behind a stack of old boards outside the storage complex, they watched as the truck parked in a corner of the lot. The men climbed off the truck and walked into the main building. A few minutes later, the men, wearing their street clothes, drove off in their own cars. A security guard locked the gate behind them and went back into the main building.
Our best bet is probably to scale the fence on the other side where the truck's parked,
Reuben said.
That way the truck is between us and the building in case the guard comes back out. Good plan,
Stone said. They hustled around to the other side of the fence. Before they started climbing, Stone tossed a stick at the fence.
Wanted to make sure it wasn't electrified. Right.
They slowly scaled the fence and quietly dropped down on the other side, squatted low, and started making their way toward the truck. Halfway there, Stone stopped and motioned for Reuben to drop to his belly. They scanned the area but saw no one. They waited another minute and started moving again. Stone suddenly veered away from the truck toward a small concrete block building near the rear of the fence. Reuben hurried after him. The door had a lock, but one of Stone's keys fit it. Inside, the place was filled with large cylinders. Stone took out a small flashlight he'd brought with him and shone it around. There was a workbench littered with tools and a small paint machine in one corner next to some cans of paint and solvent. Hanging on one wall was a portable oxygen tank and mask. Stone flicked his light on some of the cylinders and read off,
FM 200, Energen, Halon 1301, CO2, FE 25.
He stopped and came back to the CO2 cylinder, studying the markings closely. Reuben nudged him.
Look,
he said, pointing at a sign on the wall.
Fire Control Inc., we know that.
Stone said impatiently.
Read the name below that.
Stone sucked in a breath.
Fire Control is a subsidiary of Paradigm Technologies, Inc. Cornelius Behan's company.
Reuben muttered.
Which means he lied to Caleb when he pretended not to know what the gas nozzle was in the vault.
Caleb sat fidgeting in the Nova, his gaze on the fenced area.
Come on,
he said.
What's taking so long?
He suddenly plopped down sideways in his seat. A car passed by him on its way to the storage facility. After it had gone past, he sat back up and his heart nearly skipped a beat. It was a private security cruiser. In the back seat was a large German Shepherd. Caleb pulled out his cell phone to call Stone, but the battery was dead. He was forever forgetting to charge the damn thing because he didn't like talking on it in the first place.
Dear God,
Caleb groaned. He took a deep breath.
You can do this, Caleb Shaw. You can do this.
He let out a deep breath, focused, and then quoted dramatically from one of his favorite poems to pluck up his courage.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward, all in the valley of death, rode the 600. Forward, the light brigade, charge for the guns, he said. Into the valley of death, rode the 600.
He paused and looked up ahead where the real-life drama was unfolding with attack dogs and armed men, and his backbone began to bend ominously. The rest of his courage faded as he reflected on the fact that the damn light brigade had been wiped out. He snapped.
Tennyson didn't know shit about real danger.
Caleb climbed out of the car and made his way hesitantly toward the fence. Back outside, Stone and Reuben headed toward the truck. Stone said,
"Keep a lookout while I check."
He scampered up in the bed of the truck. It had an open back with wooden slats all around to keep the cargo in. He used his light to see the painted labels on the cylinders. All but one read Halon 1301. The other's label read FM 200. Stone pulled from his jacket pocket a small can of turpentine and a rag that he'd taken from the storage building, and started applying turpentine over the cylinder with the label FM 200.
Come on,
Reuben said, his gaze darting in all directions. As the coat of paint started to dissolve, Stone stopped rubbing and shone his light on the label that had been painted over. He rubbed some more until it was finally revealed.
CO2,
he read.
5,000 ppm. Oh, hell!
Reuben hissed.
Run for it, Oliver!
Stone looked over the side of the truck. The canine was just stepping out of the security cruiser near the front gate. Stone jumped down, and keeping the truck between them and the cruiser, they hustled toward the fence. However, the truck could not hide their scent from the dog. Stone and Reuben heard it howl, and then they could hear the 4 legs headed their way, followed by the 2 guards. Stone and Reuben sprang onto the fence and started climbing. The dog reached them and sank its teeth into Reuben's pant leg. Outside the gate, Caleb watched helplessly from a hiding place, uncertain of what to do, but trying to screw up his courage to attempt some action.
Hold it right there!
A voice called out. Reuben was trying to kick his leg free, but the dog was holding on tight. Stone looked down and saw the 2 guards, their guns pointed at them.
Come down from there, or the dog will take your leg off!
A guard snapped.
Now!
Stone and Reuben slowly climbed down. The same guard called off the dog. It retreated a bit, its teeth still bared.
I think this is all a simple misunderstanding.
Stone began.
Right, tell it to the cops.
The other guard snarled.
We'll take over from here, boys.
A woman's voice called out. They all looked over. Standing outside the gate beside her black sedan was Annabelle. Milton stood next to her, wearing a blue windbreaker and a ball cap with FBI stenciled on it.
Who the hell are you?
One of the guards said.
FBI agents McAllister and Dupree.
She held up her creds and opened her jacket so they could see her badge and also the gun on her belt holster.
Open the gate and keep the damn doggy off us.
She snapped.
What the hell is the FBI doing around here?
The same guard said nervously as he ran over to the gate and unlocked it. Annabelle and Milton stepped through. She said to Milton,
Read 'em their rights and cuff 'em.
Milton took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and headed over to Stone and Reuben.
Wait a minute.
The other guard said.
We catch anybody trespassing, our orders are to call the police.
Annabelle got in the plump young man's face, looking him up and down.
How long have you been in, security, kid?
13 months. I'm weapons certified,
he said defiantly.
Sure you are. But put your damn gun away before you accidentally shoot somebody. Like me.
He reluctantly holstered his weapon as Annabelle held up her creds again.
This trumps the local cops every time, okay?
The realistic-looking credentials, which she'd had Freddie make for her just in case, were what Annabelle kept in her tampon box. The guard swallowed nervously.
But we got procedures.
He pointed at Stone and Reuben, whom Milton was handcuffing. On the back of Milton's windbreaker was also stenciled FBI. They'd gotten that at the novelty shop, along with their fake guns, badges, and handcuffs.
And they were trespassing.
Annabelle laughed.
Trespassing?
She put her hands on her hips.
Do you even know who you got here? Do you?
The guards glanced at each other.
2 old bums?
One of them answered.
Hey, you little son of a bitch!
A handcuffed Reuben roared in mock fury and jumped forward. Milton instantly drew his pistol and placed it against the side of Reuben's head, shouting,
Shut the hell up, lard-ass, before I blow your damn head off!
Reuben immediately froze. Annabelle said,
The big, pleasant guy over there is Randall Weathers, wanted on 4 counts of drug dealing, money laundering, 2 charges of murder in the first, and the bombing of a federal judge's home in Georgia. The other guy is Paul Mason, a.k.a. Peter Dawson, among 16 other phony names. This asshole's got a direct line to a Middle East terrorist cell operating in the shadow of the Capitol. We've been running a wiretap on his cell phone and email. We picked up his trail tonight and followed it right here. Looks like they were doing a recon to steal some explosive gas. We think they were targeting the Supreme Court this time. Park a truck of that stuff in front with a timer and watch all 9 justices get blown right to hell.
She looked over at Stone and Reuben in disgust.
You guys are going down all the way this time. All the way.
She added ominously.
Damn, Earl!
One of the guards said excitedly to his partner.
Terrorists!
Annabelle took out a notebook.
Let me get your names. The Bureau will want to know who to give commendations to for helping with the bust.
She smiled.
And I think I see big raises in both your futures.
The 2 guards looked at each other, grinning.
Hot damn!
The one named Earl exclaimed. They gave her their names, and then she turned to Milton.
Get him in the cruiser, Dupree. The sooner these slime balls are at WFO, the better.
She turned back to the guards.
We'll bring the locals in, but only after we've done a little interrogation of these boys. FBI style.
She winked at the guards.
But you didn't hear that from me.
They both grinned knowingly at her.
Kick the crap out of them both,
Earl said. She said,
Roger that. We'll be in touch.
They put Stone and Reuben in the back seat of the sedan and drove off. Caleb waited until the guards were out of sight, then raced back to the Nova and followed Annabelle's car. Inside the sedan, Milton took the handcuffs off Stone and Reuben.
Milton, you were talking some serious trash back there,
Reuben said proudly. Milton beamed. He took his ball cap off and his long hair streamed down. Stone said to Annabelle,
When you do backup, you really do backup. Thanks.
In for a dime? In for a dollar,
she said.
Where to now?
My place,
Stone answered.
We have a lot to talk about.
Chapter 38. Roger Seagraves drove his rental car slowly through the quiet streets of the affluent D.C. neighborhood, turning left onto Goodfellow Street. At this hour, most of the large homes were dark. As he passed the late Jonathan DeHaven's house, he seemed not to even glance over. Another thunderstorm had come his way. He was getting a little tired of the weather pattern, but it really was the perfect setup. He couldn't let it pass. He kept driving slowly, as though he were just on a leisurely tour admiring the old mansions. Next, he drove around the block and made his way down the parallel street, carefully noting the lay of the land. Observing it and coming up with a plan, however, were 2 very different things. He needed time to think. One observation had caught his eye. The house across the street from Bean's. A person with a pair of binoculars was in there watching. Watching what? Regardless, he would have to take that into account when preparing his plan. And when eyes were watching, there was only one way to kill and then get away. After he had finished his reconnoiter, Seagraves parked his rental car at a hotel. Gripping a briefcase, he walked into the bar, had a drink, and then took the elevator up as though going to his room. He waited an hour and then took the stairs down. Exiting the building through another door, Seagraves slid into another car he had waiting in an adjacent parking lot. He had something else to do tonight besides contemplating another murder. He drove to a motel, drawing a special key out of his pocket as he exited his car. With 10 quick strides, he was at the door of a room on the second level overlooking the parking lot. He opened the door but did not turn on the light. He walked quickly to the door connecting to the next room, unlocked it, and went through. As he stepped into the second room, Seagraves could sense the other person's presence, but said nothing. He took off his clothes and climbed into bed with her. She was soft, curvy, warm, and most important of all for his purposes, a shift supervisor at NSA. An hour later, each of them satisfied, he dressed and smoked a cigarette while she showered. He knew that she had taken the same steps he had to avoid being followed, and the NSA had so many employees it simply couldn't keep track of them all, and she'd never given anyone any reason to show interest in her, which was one reason he'd recruited her for his operation. And they were both single, so even if the rendezvous were discovered, it would be put down to simple sex between two consenting adults who happened to be federal employees, which, as yet, was not illegal in America. The water in the shower stopped. He knocked on the bathroom door and opened it. He helped her out of the shower, gave her naked ass a squeeze, and dropped another kiss on her.
I love you,
she said, nuzzling his ear.
You mean you love the money?
He answered back.
That too,
she cooed, dropping her hand to his crotch and pressing against him.
One a night,
he said.
I'm not 18 anymore.
She gripped his muscular shoulders.
Could have fooled me, baby.
Next time,
he said, slapping her butt hard and leaving a red mark.
Be rough again,
she said, breathing in his ear.
Make me hurt.
I don't know any other way.
She pushed him against the wall, her damp breasts wetting his shirt, and ripped at his hair as she tried to stick her tongue all the way down his throat.
God, you are so damn sexy,
she moaned.
That's what they tell me.
He tried to pull away, but she wouldn't let go.
The money wire goes out on schedule,
she asked in between jabs of her tongue.
As soon as I get my cash, you get yours, sweetie.
And she cooed again, and this time let him free after he'd given her butt another hard slap, leaving a mark on the other cheek. Yes, stupid, it really was all about the money. While she finished in the bathroom, he walked back into the other room, flicked on a light, grabbed her purse off the nightstand, and slid the digital camera out of one of the inner pockets. He thumbed the 20-gig hard drive out of the slot and used his fingernail to scrape off a small black veneer from the back of the inch-long drive. He stared at the miniature object for a few seconds. Tiny in size, it represented at least $10 million, maybe more, to an eager buyer in the Middle East who did not like America, knowing his plans of death and destruction for those who opposed him. The information on this black gem would balance out the fight, at least for a little while, until NSA figured out that their new surveillance program had been compromised. Then they'd change it. Seagraves would get another call, and he in turn would make a call. Then, a few days later, he'd go to another motel, screw the lady again, peel off another veneer, and make another 8 figures. Repeat business was his staple. They'd continue to do it until NSA started to realize that the mole was somewhere close. Then Seagraves would shut the operation down at NSA, for a while anyway, since bureaucrats tended to have short memories. In the meantime, he'd just go after another target. And there were so many. He used a bit of gum to stick the piece of veneer containing digital details of NSA's surveillance program behind one of his front teeth. Then he went to the first motel room he'd entered, where another change of clothes hung in the closet. He showered, changed, and left, walking along the street for a few blocks, then grabbed a bus, rode it to a rental car shop, slid into another leased ride, and drove home. He spent an hour digging the information out of the tiny device and another hour putting it in proper form for passing on. As a spy, Seagraves had long been an enthusiastic student of secret codes and the history of cryptology in general. Nowadays, computers encrypted and decrypted messages automatically. The most secure systems used keys consisting of hundreds or even thousands of digits, far longer than the actual messages being encrypted. At the very least, breaking the strongest of these keys required enormous computing power and thousands, if not millions of years to break. This was so because modern-day cryptologists assumed that the coded messages would be intercepted, and thus had engineered their encryption systems for that eventuality. Their mantra could be, "You can intercept it, but you almost certainly can't read it." Seagraves had opted for a more vintage method of encryption, one that, because of the way the messages were communicated, might be even more unbreakable than the modern-day computer-generated juggernauts for one simple reason. If you couldn't intercept the message, you had zero chance of reading it. There was something to be said, he mused, for the old ways. Even the NSA, with all its technological might, could learn a lesson from that. After he had finished that task, he fell into bed. Instead of sleeping, though, all he could think about was his next kill. That would enhance his precious collection by 1. Back at his cottage, Stone quickly brought the others up to date on what they'd found. When he'd mentioned the hidden lettering on the cylinder reading CO2 5,000 parts per million, Milton had immediately gotten on his laptop where he'd stored pertinent downloaded files from the Internet. After Stone had finished speaking, Milton said,
CO2 is almost never used in occupied spaces because it can suffocate people as it instantly takes oxygen content out of the air to extinguish fires. At 5,000 parts per million, it would be rapidly fatal for someone standing nearby. He'd be overcome before he could escape, and it's not a pleasant way to die.
Annabelle made a coughing noise, stood, and went over to look out the window.
And I presume it has a cooling effect,
Stone said hastily, eyeing her with concern. Milton nodded as he scanned his screen.
With high-pressure systems, there's a discharge of dry ice particles. They call it a snow effect because it rapidly absorbs heat, reduces ambient temp, and helps prevent flash and reignition of the fire. The snow turns to vapor under normal temperatures and leaves no residue.
Stone added,
By the time Caleb and DeHaven were found in the vault, the O2 levels had probably returned to almost normal, and any lingering chill would be put down to the extraordinary levels of cooling in the vaults. But if DeHaven were killed by CO2 suffocation, wouldn't that have turned up in the autopsy?
Reuben asked. While they'd been talking, Milton's hands had been flying over his keyboard.
Not necessarily. This is information I downloaded earlier from a site sponsored by a National Medical Examiners Organization. While carbon monoxide poisoning can be detected post-mortem by the cherry-red appearance of the skin, carbon dioxide exposure doesn't leave such clear-cut signs.
Reading from the screen, Milton said,
The only way to detect low levels of oxygen in a person is through a blood gas test, which measures the ratio of oxygen to carbon dioxide in a person's blood. But that test is only done on the living to see if oxygen levels need to be increased. It's never done post-mortem, for the simple fact that the person's dead.
Caleb added,
From what I was told, afterward Jonathan was pronounced dead in the vault. He wasn't even taken to the emergency room.
Stone said,
The cylinder they removed with the label FM200 was the one I focused on, for obvious reasons. I'm not getting what you mean,
Reuben replied.
The library's scrapping the Hallen system. If I'm right, and they brought in a cylinder full of deadly CO2 with the wrong label to disguise it, they wouldn't have been bringing Hallen back to the library. That would have raised suspicion. Right. They'd have to bring in the gas they were replacing the Halon with, FM200.
Caleb added.
And they took it out tonight with a bunch of Hallen cylinders. If we hadn't been there, no one would have noticed.
Stone nodded.
And I'm certain that the cylinder connected to the piping tonight was full of Halon. The empty cylinder that had contained the CO2 was probably disconnected from the piping right after it was discharged. Then if the police happened to check, they'd find nothing out of the ordinary. They wouldn't check every cylinder in the place, certainly. And even if they did check, they'd have to send it to Fire Control, Inc. for that purpose. I doubt they'd get an accurate answer back because whoever orchestrated this is obviously employed by the company.
The perfect murder.
Annabelle said grimly as she sat back down.
The question is why? Why would anyone want to kill Jonathan that badly?
That takes us back to Cornelius Bean.
Stone said.
Now we know that the lethal CO2 cylinder that killed DeHaven was switched for the Halon. We also know that Fire Control is owned by Bean. The man obviously had DeHaven killed. Bean showed up at the reading room to see Caleb on the very same day the cylinders were removed from the library. I'm sure he was trying to determine if there was any interest in the nozzle, and there must be some connection between Bean and Bob Bradley.
Reuben ventured.
Maybe Bradley and Bean were part of the spy ring we think is operating here. Bradley comes to visit Bean at his home, and Jonathan saw or heard something he wasn't supposed to, or he might have seen something that tied Bean to Bradley's murder. Bean found out about it and had him killed before DeHaven could tell anybody and lead the investigation to him.
Stone said,
It's possible. We have a lot of ground to cover, so we need to split up. Caleb, you go into the vault first thing tomorrow and check behind the air conditioning grill for evidence of a camera having been placed there. Next, examine the video surveillance tapes for people going in the vault. What?
Caleb exclaimed.
Why? You yourself said that whoever killed Jonathan would have to have access to both the library and the vault. I want to know who went in that vault a few days before DeHaven's death, and then after he was murdered. I can't just walk into security and demand to see the tapes. What possible reason would I give?
I'll help you think of one, Caleb.
Annabelle said.
Oh, great.
Reuben said under his breath.
First Milton gets to play with a lady, and now Caleb. But moi? No.
Stone continued.
Reuben, I want you to make an anonymous call to the D.C. police and tip them off about the CO2 cylinder. Use a payphone, so they can't trace the call. I don't know if they'll take it seriously or not, and by the time they get there, it'll probably be too late, but we have to try.
Caleb said.
But won't that let certain people know that we're onto them? Maybe it will.
Stone said.
But right now, that's the only evidence we have that DeHaven was murdered. After you do that, Reuben, I want you to take up surveillance on Goodfellow Street starting tonight. It's not the greatest place to spy on people, Oliver. Where do I post myself? Caleb can give you the key and passcode to get into DeHaven's house. You can slip in through the back without anyone seeing you.
Milton asked,
What do you want me to do? Your task is to find out as much as possible about any connection between the late Bob Bradley and Cornelius Bean. Nothing is too small to overlook.
Annabelle said.
And what are you going to do, Oliver?
I'm going to think.
As the others were leaving, Annabelle drew Caleb aside.
How much do you trust your buddy, Oliver?
Caleb blanched.
I'd trust him with my life. In fact, I have trusted him with my life.
I'll admit he seems to know what he's doing.
He most assuredly does,
Caleb said loyally.
Now, you said you were going to help me get that video material. How?
You'll be the first to know when I think of it.
Chapter 39. At 10:15 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, the state of New Jersey suffered its first earthquake in recent memory. The epicenter was Atlantic City, right where the Pompeii Casino rose from the boardwalk. Jerry Bagger had erupted slowly at first. Warning gases and rising rock temperature started off when his $48 million didn't return at 10 o'clock sharp. At 10 past the hour, when he was told there was some confusion about the whereabouts of the money, even his muscle men started to retreat a bit from his presence. 5 minutes later, the casino king was told by his money guy, after contacting El Banco, that not only was the $8 million in interest not coming his way, but neither was his original $40 million, since the bank had never received it. The first thing Bagger did was to try and kill the messenger. His rage uncontrollable, He most certainly would have beaten the money man to death if his security people hadn't pulled him off, pleading that the murder would be hard to cover up. Bagger next got on the phone and threatened to jump on a plane and fly down to El Banco and rip their hearts out one by one. The bank president challenged him to come. Secure in the fact, he told Bagger that he had an entire army guarding the premises, complete with tanks and artillery. They did send him an accounting that showed the first 3 money transfers had been received, and that funds from another account had been ordered transferred into Bagger's deposit, equaling a 10% return over 2 days. Then the amounts had been returned to Bagger each of the 3 times. The 4th wire had never reached them. When the electronic receipt Bagger's wire department had gotten back was more closely examined, it turned out not to have the bank's complete authorization coding, although it would have taken very close scrutiny to find the subtle discrepancy. On hearing that, Bagger attacked the unfortunate head of his wiring department with one of the man's own office chairs. It was revealed 2 hours later, after an intense evaluation, that very sophisticated spyware had been placed on the Pompey's computer system, enabling the casino's money wires to be controlled by a third party. With that revelation, Bagger demanded a sterilized pistol and ordered the head of his IT department to report to his office. However, the doomed man was smart enough to make a run for it instead. Bagger's men caught up with him in Trenton. After an interrogation that could have made the CIA proud, it was clear the man was not part of the scam, but had been duped. The only thing this earned him from Bagger was a bullet to the brain delivered by the casino king himself. Later that night, the body went into a landfill. And still, with all that murderous energy released, the quake continued to rumble unabated.
I will kill that bitch. Do you hear me?
Bagger was at the windows of his office screaming this over and over to the people far below on the boardwalk. He hustled back to his desk and took out her card. Pamela Young, International Management, Inc. He ripped the card to shreds and looked wild-eyed at his head of security.
I want to kill somebody. I need to kill somebody right now, damn it. Boss, please, we gotta keep a handle on this. The money guys in the hospital along with the wire punk. And you whacked the IT geek yourself. That's a lot for one day. The lawyers say it's going to be hard keeping the police out of it as it is. I'm going to find her,
Bagger said, looking back out the window.
I'm going to find her and I'm going to kill her slow. From your lips to God's ear, boss,
the muscle said encouragingly.
$40 million of my money. $40 million.
Bagger said this in such a deranged tone that the burly security chief backed toward the door.
We'll get her. I swear, boss.
Bagger finally seemed to calm a bit.
I want everything you can dig up on the bitch and the jerk off with her. Pull all the tapes off the cameras and take it around and get an ID. She's not some walk-off-the-street con. And get some of the cops we have on the payroll to go over her room with the fingerprint crap. Call in every marker I have. You got it.
The man started to hustle out.
Wait,
Bagger said. The man turned hesitantly back.
Nobody knows that I got scammed. You got that? Jerry Bagger is nobody's mark. You got that? Loud and clear, boss. Loud and clear. Well, get on it.
The man fled the room. Bagger sat down at his desk and looked at the tiny shreds of Annabelle's business card lying on the carpet. She's going to look just like that, he thought, after I finish with her. Chapter 40.
You're looking unusually happy this morning, Albert,
Seagraves said as they sat sipping coffee from styrofoam cups in Trent's office on the hill.
Stock market had a big rally yesterday. My 401k's looking good.
Seagraves slid a sheaf of papers across the table.
Good for you. Here's the latest from Central Intelligence. We have 2 senior levels that'll give the formal briefings. Your guys can take a week to digest the report, and then we'll schedule a face-to-face.
Trent took the pages and nodded.
I'll check the members' schedule and get back to you with some dates. Any surprises in here?
He added, tapping the pages.
Read them for yourself. Not to worry, I always do.
Trent would take the pages home and shortly thereafter would have everything he needed to pass the stolen NSA secrets on to the next stage. Outside, Seagraves jogged down the steps of the Capitol. And to think, spies used to just drop stuff in the park and pick up their money in cash, either at the drop spot or from a P.O. box. And either place was usually where the arrest took place. Seagraves shook his head. No way was he ever ending up on the wall at CIA with the likes of Aldrich Ames and other busted stooges playing at being spies. As a government killer, he'd agonized over even the smallest detail. As a spy, he saw no reason to change his M.O. Seagraves was obsessing over a detail right now. His mole at Fire Control, Inc. had called with some unwelcome information. 2 guys had been caught sneaking into the storage facility last night, but the rental cops had had to turn them over to the FBI. Seagraves had checked with some of his contacts at the Bureau. According to them, no such arrest had ever happened. His mole had also told him that the rental cops had spotted another guy running away from Fire Control's storage yard. He'd gotten into an old piece of junk, a Nova, his guy had told him. The description of both the car and the man fit someone well known to Seagraves, though he'd never met him. Now, he decided, would be a good time to remedy that situation. And in Seagraves' world of sweating the details, you just never knew when a face-to-face might come in really handy later on. Caleb arrived at work early to find Kevin Phillips, the acting director, opening the doors to the reading room. They chit-chatted a bit about Jonathan and ongoing projects at the library. Caleb asked Phillips if he'd known about the new fire suppressant system going in, but Phillips said he hadn't.
I'm not sure they even kept Jonathan appraised of that information,
Phillips told him.
I doubt he knew what gas was being used. You can say that again,
Caleb whispered under his breath. After Phillips had left and before anyone else arrived, Caleb rummaged in his desk and withdrew a small screwdriver and a penlight. With his back to the surveillance camera, he slipped these into his pocket and went inside the vault. Quickly making his way to the top floor, he stopped next to the air vent, his gaze averted from the spot where his friend had died. He used the screwdriver to open the vent, noting with satisfaction that the screws came out very easily, as though someone had removed the covering recently. He set the vent down next to the shelf column and shone his light inside the opening. At first he didn't see anything unusual, but when he swung his light around a third time, he saw it, a small screw hole in the rear wall of the duct. That could have been used to suspend a camera. He held the vent cover back up and eyeballed it. Judging from the position of the screw and the bent grill, the camera would have had a clear field of vision of the room. Caleb screwed the vent cover back on and left the vault. He called Stone and reported what he'd found. He was just settling down to work when someone came in.
Hello, Monty. What have you got there?
Monty Chambers, the library's top book conservator, was standing by the front desk, carrying several items. He still had on his green work apron, and his shirt sleeves were rolled up.
The Doctrina and the Constable's pocketbook,
he said succinctly.
You've been busy. I didn't even know the Doctrina was out for preservation work.
The Doctrina Breve had been written by Juan de Zumárraga, the first bishop of Mexico. It dated from 1544 and had the distinction of being the oldest complete book in the Western Hemisphere that has survived the centuries. The Constable dated from 1710.
Kevin Phillips ordered it,
Chambers replied.
3 months back. The Constable, too. Minor stuff. I just had a backlog. You in the vault? Or me? What? Oh, I'll take them. Thanks.
Caleb carefully accepted the wrapped books from his colleague and set them on his desk. He tried not to think about the fact that between the Doctrina and the Constable, he was in possession of a small fortune's worth of history.
I'll get to your Faulkner soon,
Chambers muttered.
Might take some time. Water damage. Tricky. Right. That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
As Chambers turned to leave, Caleb said,
Monty,
Chambers turned back around, looking a little impatient.
Yeah? Have you checked our copy of the Psalm book recently?
Caleb had had a horrible thought while in the vault, and taking the rare books from Chambers had forced this nightmarish theory to take the form of an awkward question. Chambers looked suspicious.
The Psalm book? What for? Anything wrong? Oh, no, I just mean, well, I haven't seen it in some time. Years, in fact. Well, neither have I. You don't just walk in and check out the Psalm book. It's in the National Treasures section, for God's sake.
Caleb nodded. He had authority to look at virtually any book in the vaults, but the Bay and some others were designated as National Treasures, the library's most important category of possessions. These works were numbered and housed in a special section of the vaults. In the event of war or natural catastrophe, they would be whisked away to designated secure locations. Hopefully, there would be people left to enjoy them. Chambers continued, with uncharacteristic loquaciousness.
I told them a long time ago we should repair the cover and redo the support stitches and reinforce the spine. All reversible, of course, but they never acted on it. Don't know why not. But if they don't do something, the Psalm book won't hold up much longer. Why don't you tell them that? I will. Thanks, Monty.
After Chambers had left, Caleb wondered what to do. If the library's copy of the Psalm book was missing, my God, it couldn't be. He hadn't seen the book in, 3 years at least. It certainly resembled the one he had found in Jonathan's collection. 6 of the 11 existing Psalm books were incomplete, and in various stages of disrepair. Jonathan's edition had been complete, though in a run-down condition, similar to the library's. The only way to tell for sure was to take a look at the Psalm book the library had. Kevin Phillips would probably allow him to do that. He'd make up some excuse, maybe relaying what Monty had just told him. Yes, that would do it. He put the books Chambers had brought him back in the vaults after signing them back in on the system. Then he called Phillips. Though sounding a bit puzzled, Phillips authorized Caleb to check the Psalm book. For security purposes, and to preclude anyone from later accusing him of damaging the book, Caleb brought another library staffer with him. After examining the book, he could confirm that what Chambers had said was true. The book did need preservation work. However, he could not tell if it was the book he'd remembered seeing 3 years ago. It looked like it, but then it also looked like the one in Jonathan's collection. If Jonathan had somehow taken the library's Psalm book and substituted a forgery, the book Caleb had looked at 3 years ago wouldn't have been the real one anyway. Wait a minute. How stupid. The library used a secret coding in its rare books on the exact same page to verify their ownership. He turned to that certain page and scanned down it. The symbol was there. He breathed a sigh of relief that was short-lived. It could have been forged, too, particularly by someone like Jonathan. And did the Psalm book in Jonathan's collection have such a symbol as well? He would have to check. If it did, it would prove that Jonathan had stolen it from the library. Then what did Caleb do? He cursed the day he'd been appointed the man's literary executor. I thought you liked me, Jonathan. He spent the rest of the afternoon working on several scholars' requests, a major collector's inquiry, handling a pair of international phone calls from universities in England and Switzerland, and helping patrons of the reading room. Jewel English and Norman Janklow were both there today. Though of the same age and both avid book collectors, they never spoke to each other. Indeed, they avoided one another entirely. Caleb knew how the feud had started. It was one of the most painful moments of his professional life. English had expressed her enthusiasm about Beadle's dime novels to Janklow one day. The old man's response had been a little unexpected, to say the least. Caleb clearly recalled Janklow's words. Beadles are idiotic rubbish, candy wrappers for the bottom-feeding mindless masses, and poor candy wrappers at that. Understandably, Jewel English had not taken this crushing rebuke to her life's passion very well. and the old woman was not about to take it lying down. Well aware of Janklow's favorite author, she'd told the old boy that Hemingway was at best a second-rate bum of a writer who used simplistic language because that's all he knew. And the fact that he'd won a Nobel Prize for churning out that crap invalidated forevermore the award in her mind. To add insult to injury, she also said that Hemingway wasn't worthy to lick F. Scott Fitzgerald's patent leather shoes, and Caleb cringed when he recalled it. She'd intimated that manly hunter and fisherman Ernest Hemingway preferred men over the ladies, the younger the better. Janklow's face had turned so red that Caleb had been certain the old man was going to keel over from a coronary. That was the first and only time that Caleb could ever remember having to separate two patrons of the rare books reading room, both of them well into their 70s. It really very nearly had come to blows, and Caleb had snatched up the rare books each had at their tables to prevent them from being used as weapons. He'd admonished them both about proper library etiquette, and even threatened to suspend their reading room privileges if they didn't back the hell off. Janklow looked like he wanted to take a swing at Caleb, but he'd held firm. He could have taken the old shriveled man easy. Caleb kept looking up from his work to ensure that nothing like that altercation happened again. But Janklow was happily going through his book, his big pencil strolling lazily over the notepaper, only stopping on occasion while he cleaned his thick glasses with a wipe. For her part, Jewel English's face was glued to her book. She looked up, saw him eyeing her, closed her book, and motioned him over. As he sat down next to her, she whispered,
"That beetle I was telling you about?"
Yes, the number 1.
"I got it. I got it."
She clapped her hands silently.
Congratulations! That's wonderful! So it was in good condition.
"Oh, yes. Otherwise, I would have called you in. I mean, you are an expert."
Well,
Caleb said modestly. She took hold of his hand in her gnarled one. The strength of her grip was surprising.
"Would you like to come and see it sometime?"
He tried to delicately extricate himself from her claw-like hand, but she wouldn't budge.
I'll have to check my calendar. I tell you what, next time you're in, give me some dates, and I'll see what I have available,"
she said coquettishly.
"Oh, Caleb, I'm always available."
She actually batted her false lashes at him.
Isn't that nice?
He again tried to wrench his hand free, but the elderly woman held firm.
"So, let's pick a date right now,"
she said sweetly. In desperation, Caleb glanced over at Janklow, who was eyeing them suspiciously. He and Jewel typically fought over Caleb's time like two wolves over a side of beef. He would have to spend a few minutes with Janklow before he left, to balance things out, or the man would complain about it for weeks. And yet, as Caleb stared at the old gentleman, he had a sudden thought.
Jewel, I bet if you asked him to, Norman would love to see your new beetle. I'm sure he regrets his previous outburst terribly.
She immediately released his hand.
"I don't talk shop with Neanderthals,"
she said testily. She opened her bag for him to inspect, and then stalked out of the room. A smiling Caleb rubbed his hand and spent some time with Janklow, silently thanking the man for giving him the ability to ditch English. Then he returned to his work. Yet his mind continued to jump from the mysterious psalm books to the dead Jonathan DeHaven to the equally dead Speaker of the House, Bob Bradley, and finally to Cornelius Bean, a rich, adulterous defense contractor who'd apparently murdered his neighbor. And to think he became a librarian partly because he hated pressure. Maybe he should apply for a job at the CIA, just to catch a little downtime. Chapter 41. Annabelle had a room service dinner, showered, wrapped herself in a towel, and started combing out her hair. As she sat in front of the vanity mirror, she started mulling things over. The fourth day had arrived, and Jerry Bagger was now aware that he was $40 million poorer. She should have been at least 6,000 miles away from the man, but in fact was barely a short plane hop south. She had never failed to follow the exit plan before, but then again, she'd never had an ex-husband murdered before either. She was intrigued by Oliver and Milton, though Caleb was a little special, and Reuben was more than a little amusing with his puppy dog crush. And Annabelle had to admit she kind of liked hanging around with the odd bunch. Despite having a loner personality, Annabelle had always been part of a team, and a side of her still needed that. It had started with her parents and had continued into adulthood when she began running her own cruise. Oliver and the others were filling this need in her life, albeit in a different way, but she still shouldn't be here. She stopped combing her hair, slipped off the towel, and pulled a long T-shirt on. She crossed to the window and looked out at the busy street, 10 stories below. In the swirl of traffic and fast-walking pedestrians, she mentally retraced what she'd done so far. Impersonated a magazine editor, knowingly aided Oliver in breaking into the Library of Congress, committed a felony by impersonating an FBI agent, and she was now supposed to come up with a way for Caleb to look at the security tapes to try and figure out what had happened to Jonathan. And if Oliver was right, some people who might be even more dangerous than Jerry Bagger could be aligned against them. She turned back from the window, sat on the bed, and started putting lotion on her legs.
This is crazy, Annabelle,
she told herself.
Bagger will move the ends of the earth to kill you, and here you are, not even out of the damn country.
And yet she had promised the others to help them. Actually, she reminded herself she'd insisted on being part of it.
Should I stick it out and take a chance that Jerry's radar doesn't hit D.C.?
She said out loud. Someone had killed Jonathan, and she wanted revenge, if for no other reason than she was furious that someone had made the decision to end his life long before it should have been over. She had a sudden thought and checked her watch. She had no idea what time zone he was in, but she needed to know. She ran to the desk against one corner and snatched up her cell phone. She punched in the numbers and waited impatiently while it rang. She'd given him this number and an international phone so they could keep in contact for a while after the con. If one heard anything about Jerry, he or she was supposed to call the other. Leo finally answered.
Hey.
Hey, yourself. I didn't think you were going to pick up.
I was in the pool.
In the pool. Nice. Where in the pool?
The deep end.
No, I meant where in the world.
No, can't answer. What if Bagger's standing right there?
I see your point. Heard from anybody else?
Not a peep.
How about Bagger?
No, I took old Jerry off my Rolodex,
he said dryly.
I meant, have you heard any of the fallout?
Just some scuttlebutt. Didn't want to get too close, you know. You can bet the dude's homicidal.
You know he'll never stop looking for us as long as he's breathing.
Then let's pray for a massive heart attack. I don't want the guy to suffer.
Leo paused and said,
Something I should have told you before, Annabelle. Now, don't get pissed.
She sat up straighter.
What did you do?
I sort of let it slip to Freddie a little about your history.
She stood.
How much of my history?
Your last name. Your stuff with Patty.
She screamed into the phone.
Are you out of your damn mind?
I know it was stupid. It just came up. I just wanted him to know that you weren't like your old man. But I didn't tell Tony. I'm not that stupid.
Thanks, Leo. Thanks a hell of a lot.
She clicked off and stood in the middle of the room. Freddie knew her last name, and also that her father was Patty Conroy, Jerry Bagger's mortal enemy. If Jerry got to him, he'd make Freddie talk, and then the man would come for her, and she could predict her fate with reasonable accuracy. Jerry would feed her into a wood chipper body part by body part. Annabelle started packing her bag.
Sorry, Jonathan.
When Caleb returned to his condo later that night, he found someone waiting for him out in the parking lot.
Mr. Pearl, What are you doing here?
Vincent Pearl didn't look like Professor Dumbledore this evening, principally because he wasn't wearing a long lavender robe. He had on a two-piece suit, open-collared shirt, shiny shoes, and his long, thick hair and beard were carefully combed. He looked thinner in the suit than he had in the robe. The chubby Caleb made a mental note never to start dressing in robes. Pearl's spectacles were halfway down his nose, as he silently studied Caleb with such a condescending look that the librarian started getting a little perturbed.
"Well?"
Caleb finally asked. In a deep, offended voice, Pearl said,
"You haven't returned my calls. I thought a personal appearance would help remind you of my interest in the psalm book." "Right, I see."
Pearl looked around.
"A parking lot seems hardly appropriate to engage in conversation about one of the world's most important books."
Caleb sighed.
"Very well. Come on up."
They rode the elevator to Caleb's floor. The two men sat across from each other in the small living room.
"I was afraid that you'd decided to go straight to Sotheby's or Christie's with the psalm book." "No, it's nothing like that. I haven't even been back to the house after you were there. I didn't call you because I'm still thinking."
Pearl looked very relieved by this statement.
"At the very least, it would behoove us to obtain definitive tests on the psalm book. I know several firms with impeccable reputations that can do this, and I see no need to wait." "Well,"
Caleb said hesitantly,
"the longer you procrastinate, the less control you have over the public learning about the existence of a 12th psalm book." "What do you mean by that?"
Caleb said sharply as he sat forward.
"I'm not sure you adequately realize the significance of this discovery, Shaw. On the contrary, I realize very clearly the enormity of it. I mean that there might be leaks." "How? I've certainly told no one." "Your friends?" "They're completely trustworthy." "I see. Well, pardon me if I don't share your confidence, but if there is a leak, people might start making accusations. Jonathan's reputation may suffer considerably." "What sort of accusations?"
Pearl sounded impatient.
"Oh, for heaven's sakes, man, let me just spell it out for you. Accusations that the book was stolen."
Caleb's thoughts leaped to his own theory about the library's psalm book being a forgery. Yet he said as earnestly as he could,
"Stolen? Who would believe such a thing?"
Pearl took a deep breath.
"No other owner of one of those treasures in the long and celebrated history of book collecting has ever kept it a secret. Until now. And you think it's because Jonathan stole it? Preposterous. He's as much a thief as I am." "Please, please let that be true." "But he might have purchased it from someone who had stolen it. Perhaps unwittingly, perhaps not. At least he might have had a suspicion which would explain the secrecy he kept about owning the book." "And where exactly would the book have been stolen from? You said you checked with the other places that own one." "What the hell would you expect them to say?"
Pearl snapped.
"Do you think they would admit it to me if their psalm book had been stolen? And maybe they don't even know. What if a very clever forgery was left in its place? It's not like these places check their literary treasures daily to assure their authenticity," he added. "Did you find any paperwork relating to the book? A bill of sale? Anything to show where it came from?" "No,"
Caleb admitted, his heart sinking.
"But I haven't looked through Jonathan's personal papers. My work was limited to the book collection." "No, your work extends to all evidence of ownership of his books. Do you really think that Christie's or Sotheby's will put a psalm book up for auction without being absolutely certain of both its authenticity and the legal authority under which Jonathan de Haven's estate will be selling the book?" "Of course, I was aware that they would need to know that." "Well, Shaw, if I were you, I would set about immediately to find that evidence. But if you can't, the clear impression will be that Jonathan came by it through means that are not verifiable. And in the rare book field, that is tantamount to saying that he stole it himself or knowingly purchased it from someone who did." I suppose I could ask his attorneys if I could search through his papers, or perhaps they could do it if I told them what to look for. If you go that route, they will want to know why, and when you tell them, you will have most certainly lost control of the situation. Do you expect me to look all by myself? Yes. You're his literary executor. Start acting like it. I don't care to be talked to in that manner,
Caleb said angrily.
Are you paid a percentage of the sale price of auction? I don't have to answer that.
Caleb retorted.
I'll take that as a yes. Well, if you try to auction this psalm book off without finding ironclad proof that DeHaven came by it honestly, and it's later found that he didn't, it won't only be his reputation down the toilet, will it? When a great deal of money is involved, people always assume the worst.
Caleb didn't say anything as this slowly sank in. As repugnant as he found Pearl's remarks, the man had a point. It was devastating to think that his deceased friend's reputation would suffer a shipwreck, but Caleb certainly didn't want to sink to the bottom along with it.
I suppose I could go through Jonathan's things at his house.
He knew that Oliver and the others had already searched the house, but they hadn't been looking for ownership documents for the book collection.
Will you go tonight? It's late already.
And he'd given the key to Reuben.
Well, tomorrow, then. Yes, tomorrow. Very well. Please let me know what you find. Or don't find.
After Pearl had left, Caleb poured himself a glass of sherry and drank it while eating a bowl of greasy potato chips, one of his favorite snacks. He was under too much pressure to adhere to any sort of diet now. As he sat drinking, he ran his gaze over his own small collection of books he kept on a set of shelves in his den. Who would have thought book collecting could get so damn complicated? Chapter 42. Very early the next morning, Reuben reported to Stone that nothing had happened the previous night at DeHaven's. This was a repeat of the reports he'd given the night before.
Nothing?
Stone said skeptically.
No action in the bedroom, if that's what you're implying. I saw Bean and his wife come home around midnight, but apparently they don't use that bedroom because the light never came on. Maybe that venue's reserved for the strippers. Did you see anything else? The white van, for instance? No, and I think I got in and out of the place without anyone seeing me the last 2 nights. A 10-foot hedge runs all the way around the rear area. There's an alarm pad right inside the back door, so that was easy enough. Are you sure you didn't notice anything that could help us?
Reuben looked uncertain.
Well, it might be nothing, but around 1 in the morning, I thought I saw a glint of something in a window of the house across the street. Maybe the owners were up and about. That's the thing. It doesn't look like anybody's living there. No car or no trash cans out front. And today's trash day because all the other houses had them out on the curb last night.
Stone stared at him curiously.
That is interesting. Could the glint have been an optics signature? Not from a gun, I don't think. But maybe a pair of binoculars. Keep an eye on that place as well. What about the call to the police? I did it from a payphone, like you said. I took it as a bad sign when the woman told me to stop making crank calls to the police. Okay, call me with your next report tomorrow morning. Great, but when exactly am I supposed to sleep, Oliver? I'm leaving for the loading dock right now, and I've been up all night. When do you get off work? 2. Sleep then. You won't have to be at DeHaven's until 10 or so. Thanks a lot. Can I at least eat the man's food? Yes, so long as you replace it.
Reuben snorted.
Man, living in a mansion ain't what it's cracked up to be. See, you haven't missed anything. And while I'm out here busting my ass, what's your Highness doing? Your Highness is still thinking. Have you heard from Susan?
Reuben added hopefully.
Not a word.
A half hour later, Stone was out working in the graveyard when a taxi pulled up by the gates, and Milton climbed out. Stone rose, dusted off his hands, and the two went in the cottage together. While Stone poured out some lemonade, Milton opened his laptop and a paper file he'd brought with him.
I found out a lot about Cornelius Bean and Robert Bradley,
he said.
I just don't know how helpful it'll be.
Stone sat down at his desk and pulled the file toward him. 20 minutes later, he looked up from the pages.
It does not appear that Bean and Bradley were friends at all. Enemies, more accurately. Although Bean's company won those 2 big government contracts, Bradley thwarted him on 3 others, in part by floating allegations that Bean was into buying influence. I got that last bit from a couple of Hill staffers I know. They wouldn't come out and say it, of course, but it was pretty clear that Bradley went out of his way to spearhead the attack on Bean. And it's also clear he thought Bean was corrupt. It doesn't sound like they're part of a spy ring. No, it doesn't, unless it's a cover. But I agree with the late speaker. I believe Bean is corrupt, too. Is he corrupt enough to kill? In DeHaven's case, I would say yes. So maybe Bean had Bradley killed, too. He'd have a clear motive if the man was interfering with his business.
Stone slapped his desk with his hand.
We've established that DeHaven was killed by CO2 poisoning, and that the lethal cylinder came from one of Bean's companies. Caleb called me yesterday. He went into the vault and checked behind the bent air vent. There was a small screw hole in the wall of the duct that could have been used to secure the camera, and he also reported that the grill screws came out very easily, as though they had been taken out recently. But it's not enough to prove a camera was ever there. So if Bradley and Bean weren't in cahoots together, Jonathan couldn't have seen them at Bean's house. So why kill Jonathan?
Stone shook his head.
I simply don't know, Milton.
After Milton had left, Stone went back to work in the cemetery. He hauled a lawnmower out of a small storage shed, cranked it up, and ran it over a patch of grass in a field to the left of the cottage. When he finished and cut the motor, he turned to find her watching him. She had on a big floppy hat, sunglasses, and a 3/4-length brown leather coat over her short skirt. Behind her he saw the rental car parked just outside the gates. He wiped his face with a rag and pushed the lawnmower over to the cottage's front porch, where Annabelle was standing. She slipped off her glasses.
How's it going, Oliver?
He didn't say anything for a few moments.
You look dressed to go somewhere.
Actually, that's why I came by. To let you know of a change in plan. I have to leave town. My flight heads out in a couple hours. I won't be back.
Is that right?
That's right,
she said, her tone more firm.
Well, I can't blame you. Things are getting a little dangerous.
Her gaze went to his face.
If you believe that's why I'm bugging out, you're not nearly as smart as I thought you were.
He studied her for another moment.
Whoever's after you must be pretty dangerous.
You strike me as a man who has his enemies, too.
I don't go looking to make mine. They just seem to find me.
I wish I could relate. I tend to make my enemies.
Are you going to tell the others?
She shook her head.
I thought you could do it for me.
They'll be disappointed, especially Reuben. And I haven't seen Milton this happy in years. And of course, Caleb won't admit that he likes having you around, but he will pout for the longest time.
And how about you?
She said, her gaze downcast. He used his boot to scrape the grass off the lawnmower's wheels.
You certainly have some remarkable skills.
Speaking of, you caught me picking your pocket. That hadn't happened since I was 8 years old.
She looked at him questioningly.
I'm sure you were a very precocious child,
he said. She gave him a tiny smirk.
Anyway, it's been fun. And you guys look out for yourselves. Like you said, enemies tend to find you.
She turned to leave.
Susan, if we do figure this all out, do you want us to contact you? Let you know about Jonathan?
She faced him.
I think I should let the past stay right where it is. In the past.
I just thought you'd like to know. Losing a spouse that way, you don't really get over it.
You sound like you speak from experience.
My wife. It was a long time ago.
Had you two divorced?
No.
It wasn't the same with me and Jonathan. He decided to end our marriage. I'm not sure why I even came here.
I see. Well, could I have the picture back, then?
What?
She said, appearing startled.
The picture of Jonathan. I wanted to return it to his home.
Oh, I don't have it with me.
Well, when you get to wherever you're going, you can send it along.
You're far too trusting, Oliver. There's nothing to make me send it back to you.
That's right. Nothing at all.
She gazed at him curiously.
You're one of the most unusual people I've ever met. And let me tell you, that's saying something.
You should get going. Don't want to miss your flight.
She glanced around at the tombstones.
You're surrounded by death here. Way too depressing. You really might want to think about getting another job.
You see death and sadness in these sunken patches of dirt. I see lives lived fully, and the good deeds of past generations influencing the future ones.
That's way too altruistic for me.
I thought that once, too.
Good luck.
She turned to leave.
If you ever need a friend, you know where to find me.
Her shoulders tensed for an instant as he said this. Then she was gone. Stone put the lawnmower away and sat on the porch gazing solemnly at his tombstones as a chilly wind started to sweep across. Chapter 43. Caleb rose and greeted the man as he came into the reading room.
Can I help you?
Roger Seagraves showed Caleb his library card, which anyone could obtain in the Madison building across the street by showing a driver's license or passport, fake or not. The name on the library card was William Foxworth, and the photo on the card matched the man. The same information had been loaded into the library's computer system. Seagraves glanced around at the tables where a few people sat.
I'm looking for a particular book.
Seagraves named the one he wanted.
Fine. Do you have a particular interest in that era? I have lots of interests,
Seagraves said.
That's just one of them.
He studied Caleb for a moment as though thinking of what he wanted to say. Actually, the script had been carefully planned, and he had done his homework on Caleb Shaw.
I'm also a collector, but a novice one, I'm afraid. I have a few recent purchases in English literature that I'd like someone to evaluate for me. I guess I should have had that done before I bought them, but as I said, I'm just starting out collecting. I came into some money a while back, and my mother worked at a library for years. I've always had an interest in books, but serious collecting is a whole other ballgame, I found. It absolutely is, and it can be quite ruthless,
Caleb said, and then hastily added,
in a dignified way, of course. As it happens, one of my areas of expertise is 18th century English literature. Wow, that's terrific,
Seagraves said.
My lucky day. What are the books, Mr. Foxworth? Please call me Bill. A first edition Defoe. Robinson Crusoe? Moll Flanders?
Seagraves said.
Moll Flanders. Excellent. What else? Goldsmith's The Life of Richard Nash and Horace Walpole. The Castle of Otranto, 1765? That's the one. It's in pretty good shape, actually. You don't see many of those. I'd be glad to take a look at them for you. As you can imagine, there are many variations in editions, and some people buy books thinking they're true first editions, but they turn out to be something else altogether. It even happens with some of the better dealers.
He added quickly.
Inadvertently, I'm sure. I could bring them in the next time I'm here. Well, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Bill, because you'd have a hard time getting them past security unless prior arrangements have been made. They might think you stole the books from us, you see. You don't want to be arrested.
Seagraves paled.
Oh, right. I hadn't thought of that. My God, the police. I've never even had a parking ticket. Calm down, it's okay.
Caleb added a little pompously.
The world of the rare book can be very, how shall I say, sophisticated, with a spice of danger. But if you are serious about collecting in the 18th century, you'll need to make sure you have a number of authors represented. A few that come to mind are Jonathan Swift and Alexander Pope. They're regarded as the masters of the first half of the century. Henry Fielding's Tom Jones, of course, David Hume, Tobias Smollett, Edward Gibbon, Fanny Burney, Anne Radcliffe, and Edmund Burke. It's not an inexpensive hobby. I'm finding that out,
Seagraves said glumly.
Not like collecting bottle caps, is it?
Caleb laughed at his little joke.
Oh, and of course, you can't forget the 800-pound gorilla of that era and the master of the second half of the century, Mr. Samuel Johnson. It's not an exhaustive list by any means, but a good start. You certainly know your 18th century lit. I should. I have a Ph.D. on the subject. As far as evaluating your books, we can always meet someplace. Just let me know.
He fished in his pockets and handed Seagraves a card with his office number on it. He clapped Seagraves enthusiastically on the back.
And now I'll get your book.
When Caleb brought the tome out to him, he said,
Well, enjoy.
Seagraves glanced at Caleb and smiled.
Oh, I will, Mr. Shaw. I will.
By prior arrangement, Caleb met Reuben, and the pair went to DeHaven's house after Caleb got off work. They searched for 2 hours. While they found receipts and bills of sale for all his other books in his desk, they discovered nothing supporting the slain librarian's ownership of the Psalm book. Caleb next went down to the vault. He needed to check the Psalm book for the library's secret codes. That would prove whether Jonathan had stolen it. And yet Caleb made no move to enter the vault. If the code was there, he couldn't face that prospect. So Caleb did what came naturally when he was under pressure. He ran for it. The book would keep, he told himself. He'd contacted DeHaven's lawyers, but they knew of no safe deposit box.
I just don't understand this,
Caleb said.
Jonathan was an honest man. Yeah, but like you said, people can really get into this collecting stuff, and a book like that one might make him do something on the shady side. And that would explain why he kept it a secret. But it would eventually have come out. He had to die sometime. But he didn't expect to die that suddenly, obviously. Maybe he had plans for it, but never got a chance to carry them out. But how do I auction off a book that he has no ownership documentation for? Caleb, I know he was your friend and all, but it seems to me that the truth has to come out at some point.
Reuben said quietly.
There'll be a scandal. I don't see how you get around it. Just make sure you don't get swept up in it. I guess you're right, Reuben. And thanks for your help. Are you staying here?
Reuben looked at his watch.
It's a little early yet. I think I'll leave with you and then sneak back later. I was at least able to get some sleep this afternoon.
The two men left. 3 hours later, a bit before 11 o'clock, Reuben re-entered the house through the back door. He made a snack in the kitchen and went upstairs. In addition to Cornelius Behan's love room, the attic also allowed for a fine view of Goodfellow Street through another half-moon window. Reuben alternated watching Behan's place through the telescope and the house opposite with a pair of binoculars he'd brought. When a car pulled up to Behan's house around 1 o'clock in the morning, Reuben watched closely as Behan, a young woman dressed in a full-length black leather coat, and a couple of Behan's bodyguards got out of a dark green Cadillac SUV. They all went into the house. The missus must be away, Reuben thought, as he took up position at the window overlooking Behan's house. He didn't have long to wait. The lights in the bedroom came on, and in walked the defense contractor and his lady for the evening. Behan sat in a chair, clapped his hands, and the young lady immediately went into action. Button by button, she undid the leather coat. When she opened it, and even though he knew what was coming, Reuben still gasped as he stared at the scene through the telescope. Thigh-high fishnets, bullet bra, and what seemed to be a mere slip of panties. He let out a long, satisfied sigh. An instant later, Reuben noticed a flash of red from the window overlooking the street. He glanced up. Thinking it was a brake light from a passing car, he shrugged and looked back through the telescope. The young lady had dropped her bra to the floor, and was now sitting in a chair and taking her time sliding the stockings down her long legs as her surgically enhanced bosom spilled over her flat stomach. "Never go for paper when you can get plastic," Reuben thought, with another long, contented sigh. He glanced again toward the other window, where he could now see a bright red glow. That couldn't be a car. He crossed to the window and gaped at the house directly across the street. The damn place is on fire! He listened intently. Were those sirens he was hearing? Had someone already called it in? He didn't get a chance to answer that question. The blow hit him from behind, and he toppled to the floor. Roger Seagraves stepped around him and toward the window overlooking Behan's house, where, even without the advantage of the telescope, he could see that the lady had finished undressing, and with a wicked smile, was now slowly kneeling down in front of a doubtless very happy Cornelius Behan. That wouldn't last. When Reuben awoke, he at first had no idea where he was. He slowly sat up and the room came into focus. He was still in the attic. He rose on shaky legs and then remembered what had happened. He grabbed an old piece of board for a weapon as his gaze swept the attic. Yet there was no one there. He was completely alone. But someone sure as hell had hit his skull hard enough to knock him out. The noise from the street reached him. He looked out the window. Fire trucks were lined up out front, putting out the flames from the house across the street. Reuben also noted several police cars coming and going. Rubbing the back of his head, he glanced over at Behan's place. All the lights were on. When he saw police entering the house, Reuben got a sick feeling in his gut. He stumbled across the room and looked through the telescope. The light in the bedroom was still on, although the space was bustling with far different activity now. Cornelius Behan was lying face down on the floor, still fully dressed. His hair was far redder now thanks to the gaping hole in the back of his head. The young woman was sitting up against the bed. Reuben could see the crimson patches all across her face and chest. It looked like she'd taken a killing round right in the head. Uniformed cops and a couple of suits were pouring over the place. How long had he been unconscious? The next thing he saw drove all other thoughts from his mind. There were twin bullet holes in the bedroom window and matching ones in the window he was looking out of. "Oh, shit!" Reuben exclaimed as he ran for the door, stumbled again, and fell. He reached out to catch himself, and his hand closed around it. When he stood back up, he was holding the rifle that he was certain had been used to kill 2 people. He immediately dropped it and took the steps 2 at a time. As he raced through the kitchen and saw the food that he'd left out, he realized his prints would be all over the damn place. Yet he had no time to worry about that. He stepped through the back door. The light hit him flush in the face, and he put a hand up to block the glare. "Freeze!" the voice bellowed out. "Police!" Chapter 44.
I was able to get him a lawyer,
Caleb said.
Although he was so young and so cheap, I don't know how effective he'll be. But I told a little white lie and said that Reuben was staying there at my request to watch over the book collection, which is why he had the house keys and the alarm code. And I also gave that statement to the police. I told them Jonathan's lawyer's name so he could confirm my role as literary executor.
Milton and Caleb were at Stone's cottage. The stunning news of Reuben's arrest for the murders of Cornelius Behan and his lady friend was evident in the group's somber looks.
"Will he get out on bail?"
Milton asked. Stone shook his head.
"It's doubtful, considering the circumstances of the case. But perhaps with the information Caleb gave them, they'll reconsider the charges."
Caleb said,
"I saw Reuben briefly this morning. He said he was watching Behan's house when he noticed the fire, and then someone hit him on the head and knocked him out. When he came to, he saw that Behan and his girlfriend were dead. When he tried to leave, the police nabbed him. The papers have had a field day with Behan being found dead with his naked mistress. Apparently, Mrs. Bean was in New York last night,
Milton added. Stone said,
"What we have to do is find the real killer."
Milton said,
"How exactly do we accomplish that?" "By following through on our investigation."
He glanced sharply at Caleb.
"We have to get a look at those security videos from the library. Susan said she was going to help me do that. I haven't heard from her. I suggest you come up with your own way, then."
Caleb looked surprised, but didn't question Stone's instruction. Stone said,
"I think we can safely assume that Bean and Bradley were not friends. I initially thought that Bean had Bradley killed, and that may still be true. But then who killed Bean, and why?"
Milton suggested,
"Revenge for his killing Bradley? If so, we have to look at possible suspects from that angle."
Stone glanced at Milton.
"I'll need to see members of Bradley's staff, known associates, perhaps friends in the military or intelligence communities who had the skill and other means to kill Bean."
Milton nodded.
"There's something called the unelected directory that could be helpful. It might take longer to get anything on the military and intelligence end, though. Whoever killed Bean knew that Reuben was in the house and framed him for it. That means they were watching the place as well." "The people in the house across the street that Reuben mentioned?"
Caleb hazarded. Stone shook his head.
"No, the fire was probably set by an accomplice of the killer. They must have known that there was surveillance going on inside that house. The fire was a distraction, giving them an opportunity to get in the house, kill Bean, and escape." "Pretty clever,"
Caleb commented. Stone said,
"I'm going downtown to see Reuben. Won't they ask for ID or something, Oliver?"
Milton pointed out.
"They can ask, but the last time I checked, not having any wasn't a crime. I bet Susan can get you an ID."
Milton suggested.
"She had FBI credentials that looked like the real thing."
Caleb said,
"Where is our intrepid colleague?" "She had other plans,"
Stone said. Jerry Bagger sat in his office with a look of defeat rare in the man. Photos of Annabelle and Leo had been discreetly circulated to every corner of the con world, and no one had come forward to offer an ID. It wasn't surprising, considering there was not one single clear shot of her or her grunt. It was like they knew exactly where the surveillance cameras were posted, and though his people had done their best to forestall it, news of the con against Bagger had leaked out in bits and pieces, which was probably worse than the truth all being revealed, since it allowed ample room for speculation. In sum, the Casino King was a laughingstock. That only fueled his desire to find the pair and run them through a buzzsaw while he videotaped their last horrendous moments on Earth. Their rooms had been gone over, and not a single print had been found. Any drinking glasses that the woman and her sidekick touched had long since been cleaned. The cell phone she'd thrown against the wall had gone in the dumpster and was now resting in the landfill of whatever state Jersey shipped its garbage to. The 4-day window had dried up their trail. Bagger put his head in his hands. And he'd been the one to suggest the extended time frame. He had, in effect, conned himself. And that was the bitch's plan all along. She gave me just enough rope to hang myself. He rose and went over to the wall of windows. He'd prided himself on being able to sniff out scams long before they had a chance to do him any harm. However, the fact was this was the first con perpetrated on him directly. All others had been focused on his casino. Those were short cons, aimed at relieving money from his craps, blackjack, and roulette tables. This had been a long con, orchestrated by a woman who knew exactly what she was doing, and used every asset she had, including that old reliable, sex. Yet she had been so damn convincing. He went through her spiel over and over in his mind. She had turned the tap on and off at just the right interval. She had him convinced that she was a spy working for the government. And these days, with all the crap the feds were involved in, it was hard not to believe even the most outrageous stories. He gazed out the window, and his mind went back to that telephone call, the one where she wanted to meet after ferreting out his security detail following her. He'd lied that he was already gone from the office, heading out of town. She'd told him point-blank that he was still in his office. That one comment had made him believe that she was legit, that the spooks were really watching him. Watching him. He stared across the street at the hotel. It reached 23 stories off the boardwalk, identical to his building. The line of windows there looked right into his office. Son of a bitch, that was it! He screamed for his security chief. After a bit of hassle and tough questioning, and finally a call to Reuben's lawyer, Oliver Stone was allowed in to see his friend in his cell. When the door clanged shut behind him, Stone jumped slightly. He had been imprisoned before, though not in an American facility. No, that wasn't right. He corrected himself. His recent torture had certainly been by fellow Americans on U.S. soil. Assuming that the room was being monitored, Stone and Reuben talked in low voices using few words, and Stone started tapping his feet on the concrete floor. Reuben caught on to what he was doing.
"Think the sound will mess up their electronic eavesdropping?"
he whispered, his look skeptical.
"Not really, but it'll make me feel better."
Reuben smiled and started tap-dancing too.
"The fire?"
he muttered.
"Yes, I know,"
Stone said.
"You okay?" "Just a knock in the head. My lawyer's going to use that as a defense." "Prints on the gun?" "Accidental touch. Caleb explained things to the police. You were there guarding the books."
Reuben nodded.
"Anything else?"
The other man shook his head.
"Other than the peep show, never saw it coming. Following through, just so you know. Connected?"
Stone gave a barely perceptible nod.
"Need anything?" "Yeah, Johnny Cochran. Too bad he's in the big courtroom in the sky."
He paused.
"Susan?"
Stone hesitated.
"Busy."
As Stone left the building later, he noted that two men, obviously police, were following at a discreet distance.
"I'll let you hang with me, but just for a little while,"
he muttered to himself. He was already thinking about the next person he needed to talk to. Chapter 45. Roger Seagraves read the news story off his computer screen at work. The murder suspect had been identified as Reuben Rhodes, former military and DIA with a drinking problem who'd burned just about every bridge he had over the years. He worked at a loading dock and lived in basically a shack in the outer reaches of Northern Virginia. The guy was a walking time bomb, the story had clearly implied, and this hater of war had killed a man who'd made a fortune from providing the deadly toys all armies needed to fight. It really was too good to be true. When Seagraves first saw the big man entering the house through the back door, he didn't know what to make of it. A burglar, he thought at first. Yet the house alarm hadn't gone off, and the man came out early the next morning with nothing in his hands. When he returned the following night, Seagraves knew he had a golden opportunity to put a very nice buffer between him and the police. He pulled his hours for the government and then punched off the federal clock. Now the time was his alone. Seagraves had another little pickup to do. It wouldn't be as pleasant as his sack time with the lady from NSA, but business couldn't always be like that. It was important to keep his sources happy and functioning and, at the same time, ensure that no suspicion was falling on them. It was fortunate that with his position at CIA, he had informal access to some of the investigations going on regarding domestic spy rings. While it was true that the FBI also played a large role in such matters, and he had few contacts there, it was still an asset to know which persons his agency had deemed of interest. It was a testament to his skill that the arrow had never pointed his way. It seemed the CIA couldn't believe that one of its former assassins would ever go into business on his own. Did they really think that was how the world worked? If so, he sincerely feared for his country's safety, if its premier intelligence agency could be so easily hoodwinked. Yet then there was Aldrich Ames, after all. But Seagraves was far different than that spy. Seagraves had killed people under orders from his government. Thus, normal rules of engagement, to wit, law and order, did not apply to him. He was like a professional athlete, able to get away with much because of what he could bring on the field. Yet the traits that made them so formidable on the court or gridiron also made them dangerously aggressive off it. If Seagraves could get away with killing all those years, he felt there was nothing he couldn't do. And even when he pulled a trigger for a living, he never really felt like he was working for someone else. It was his ass out there, whether in the Middle or Far East, or any other place he was directed to go and snuff out a life. He was a loner. His psychological profile had confirmed that, and was one reason he'd been recruited as an assassin in the first place. He drove to a fitness facility in McLean, Virginia, a short drive down Chain Bridge Road from CIA headquarters. He was playing tennis with his section chief, a man who prided himself on his patriotism, job efficiency, and his topspin backhand. They split the first 2 sets, and Seagraves debated whether to let his boss win the 3rd set. Finally, his competitive spirit won out, though he made it look close. He had 15 years on the guy, after all.
"Kicked my butt, Roger,"
his boss said.
"I was just on my game tonight, but you didn't make it easy on me. If we were the same age, I don't think I could hang with you on the court."
This man had been a career seat warmer at Langley. The closest he got to real danger were the thriller novels he liked to read. His boss knew very little of Seagraves' past work for the agency. The 666 Club was a closely guarded secret, for obvious reasons. However, the man did know that Seagraves had worked in the field for many years, in places that the agency had consistently rated as top hotspots. For this reason, Seagraves was accorded far more deference and respect than the average wonk down the hall. Back in the locker room, while his boss finished his shower, Seagraves opened his locker and took a towel out. He wiped his face, and then went to dry his hair. He and his boss drove to the Reston Town Center and had dinner at Clyde's restaurant, settling in near the gas fireplace in the center of the elegant dining area. After eating, they parted company. While his boss drove off, Seagraves strolled along the town center's main street, pausing in front of the movie theater. It was in places like this and in local area parks that spies in the past had made their drops or picked up their money. Seagraves envisioned the subtle handing off of a bucket of popcorn with something more than extra butter lying within, a subtle but ultimately clumsy practice of the art of espionage. He had already made his pickup spending the evening with his section chief, and there was no chance anyone had observed how it had been done. The CIA almost never undertook surveillance of 2 employees out together, particularly for tennis and dinner. Their notion of traditional spies mandated that it was a solitary occupation, which was why he'd invited his clueless boss to come along. He drove home, took the towel he'd kept from the locker room, and walked into a small room in his basement that was concrete with specialized lining, his little safe room of sorts that kept prying eyes away. He set the towel down on a table along with a handheld steamer. The fitness center's logo was woven into the towel's surface. Well, it would have been if this had actually been the fitness center's towel. It was a very acceptable facsimile, but the logo was merely sitting on top of the fabric, like iron-on patches kids put on their clothes. The steamer quickly removed the logo. On the other side of it was the thing Seagraves had sweated through 3 sets of tennis for, 4 2-inch-long slivers of tape. Using a sophisticated magnifying device that, for some reason, his employer allowed its personnel at certain levels to possess, he read and decrypted the information contained on the slivers. He then re-encrypted it and put it in proper form to transport to Albert Trent. This took him until midnight, but he didn't mind. As a killer, he had often worked at night, and old habits died hard. Finished with that, he had one more task to perform before he would call it a night. He went down to his special closet. unlocked and disarmed it, and stepped inside. He came here at least once a day to look at his collection, and tonight he had one addition to make. Although he was irked it was only one, since it should have been a pair. He withdrew the object from his coat pocket. It was a cufflink of Cornelius Behan's that an associate of Seagrave's, who worked for Fire Control, Inc., had given him. Behan had apparently dropped it while visiting the storage facility, a visit that had ultimately cost him his life. Behan had apparently figured out the cause of Jonathan DeHaven's death, and he couldn't be allowed to share that with anyone. Seagraves placed the cufflink on a small shelf on the wall next to the baby's bib. He had nothing as yet of the young woman he'd shot. He'd eventually track her identity down and obtain something of hers. He'd shot Behan first. The man had slumped over, leaving him with a clean angle to take out the girl. She was about to perform a lewd act on Behan. On her knees, she stared out the window, where the first shot had come from. Seagraves had no idea if she could see him, but it didn't really matter. He didn't even give her a chance to scream. The bullet really did a number on her pretty face. It would no doubt be a closed casket, the same for Behan. The exit wound was always bigger than the entrance. As he stared at the empty space next to the cufflink, Seagraves made a promise that he would find an item of hers and his collection would be 100% up to date, just the way he liked it. Chapter 46. It took Stone some effort, but he managed to lose the men tailing him. He immediately went to an abandoned home near the graveyard that he used as a safe house. He changed clothes and headed to Goodfellow Street. He passed DeHaven's house, and then Behan's. There were reporters camped outside Behan's manse, obviously waiting for an appearance by the unfortunate and humiliated widow. The damaged home across the street appeared to be empty. As he watched the Behan house from the corner while pretending to consult a map, a large furniture van pulled up in front of the home and two burly men got out. A maid opened the front door as the reporters tensed. The men went inside, and a few minutes later came out carrying a large wooden chest. Even though the men were obviously very strong, they struggled with the weight. Stone could sense the thoughts of the reporters. Mrs. Behan was hidden in the chest to escape the media. What a scoop that would be. The cell phones came out, and a number of the journalists leaped into their cars and followed the van as it pulled down the road. Two cars covering the rear of the house zoomed in from the block behind the Behans. However, a few reporters remained behind, obviously sensing a trick. They pretended to move off down the street, but took up positions just out of sight of the Behans. A minute later, the front door opened again, and a woman in a maid's uniform appeared, wearing a big floppy hat. She climbed into a car parked in the front courtyard of the house and drove out. Again, Stone could sense the reporters' collective thoughts. The furniture van was a decoy, and the missus was disguised as the maid. The remaining journalists ran for their vehicles and followed the maid's car. Two more journalists came from the next street over, no doubt alerted to this development by their colleagues. Stone promptly walked around the corner and down to the next block that abutted the rear of the Behans' property. There was an alleyway here, and he waited behind a nearby hedge. His wait was a short one. Marilyn Behan appeared a few minutes later, wearing slacks, a long black coat, and a wide-brimmed hat pulled low. When she got to the end of the alley, she cautiously peered around. Stone stepped out from the cover of the hedge.
Mrs. Behan?
She jumped and looked around at him.
Who are you? A damn reporter?
She snapped.
No, I'm a friend of Caleb Shaw's. He works at the Library of Congress. We met at Jonathan DeHaven's funeral.
She seemed to be searching her memory. From her demeanor, she seemed a little stoned, he thought. There was no smell of liquor on her breath, though. So, was it drugs?
Oh, yes. I remember now. I made my little quip about CB understanding instant death.
She suddenly coughed and reached in her handbag for a tissue.
I wanted to offer my condolences,
Stone said, hoping that the woman wouldn't remember that Reuben, her husband's alleged killer, had also been in their group.
Thank you.
She glanced back down the alley.
I guess this seems a little odd and all.
I saw the reporters, Mrs. Behan. It must be a nightmare situation for you. But you did fool them. That's not easy to do.
When you're married to a very wealthy man who stirs up controversy, you learn how to duck the media.
Could I talk to you for a few minutes? Maybe over a cup of coffee?
She seemed flustered.
I don't know. This is a very difficult time for me.
Her face screwed up.
I just lost my husband, damn it.
Stone remained unperturbed.
This concerns your husband's death. I wanted to ask you about something he said at the funeral.
She froze, and then asked suspiciously,
What do you know about his death?
Not nearly as much as I'd like to. But I think it might have some connection to Jonathan DeHaven's death. It seems very mysterious, after all, that two next-door neighbors should die under such unusual circumstances.
She suddenly looked very calculating.
You don't think DeHaven died of a heart attack either, do you?
Either?
Mrs. DeHaven, can you spare a few minutes? Please, it's important.
They had coffee at a nearby deli. Sitting at a back table, Stone said bluntly,
Your husband mentioned something to you about DeHaven's death, didn't he?
She sipped her coffee, pulled her hat down lower, and said quietly,
CB didn't believe he'd had a heart attack. I can tell you that.
Why not? What did he know?
I'm not sure. He never really said anything directly to me about it.
Then how do you know he had doubts?
Marilyn Behan hesitated.
I'm not sure why I should tell you anything.
Let me be honest with you in the hopes that you'll return the favor.
He told her about Reuben and why he was in the house, though he tactfully didn't mention the telescope.
He didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Behan. He was only there because I told him to watch the house. There are a lot of strange things going on Goodfellow Street.
Like what?
Like the person in the house across the street.
She said nervously.
I didn't know anything about that, and CB never mentioned it. I know that he felt that people were spying on him, like the FBI, trying to dig up some dirt on him. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But he's made a lot of enemies.
You said he didn't say anything directly to you about Jonathan's death. But at the funeral, he seemed to want assurance that it was indeed a heart attack that killed him. He mentioned that autopsies are sometimes wrong.
She put down her coffee and rubbed nervously at the red lipstick on the rim of the cup.
I overheard CB on the phone one day. I wasn't eavesdropping or anything.
She added quickly.
I was looking for a book, and he was in the library on a call. The door was partially open.
I'm sure it was unintentional on your part,
Stone said.
Well, he was telling someone that he'd found out DeHaven had just had a heart workup at Johns Hopkins and that he was in fine shape. And then he said he'd pulled some strings with the D.C. police and learned that DeHaven's autopsy results were not making people happy at all. They just didn't add up. He sounded worried and said he wanted to check more into it.
And did he?
Well, I don't usually ask him where he's going, and he accorded me the same courtesy. I mean, the circumstances of his death evidently showed that he strayed at times. I was flying to New York and was in a bit of a hurry, but for some reason, I don't know, maybe it was his concerned look, I asked him where he was going, if anything was wrong. I didn't even know he owned the damn company, to tell the truth.
Company? What company?
Fire Control, Inc. I think it was. Something like that, anyway.
He went to fire control?
Yes.
Did he tell you why?
Just that he wanted to check something out. Oh, he did mention the library, or at least the place where Jonathan worked. Something about his company having the contract to protect it against fire and such, and that he'd learned that some cylinders had been recently removed from there. He also said there seemed to be an inventory screw-up.
Do you know if he found anything?
No. As I said, I went to New York. He didn't call me, but when I called him, he didn't mention it, and I had forgotten about it by then.
Did he sound disturbed when you talked to him?
No more than usual.
She paused.
Oh, he did say he was going to check the pipes in our house. I thought he was joking.
The pipes? What was he referring to?
I don't know. I assumed our gas line pipes. I guess they can leak, and there could be an explosion.
Stone initially thought, like what happened to Speaker of the House, Bob Bradley. But then something else occurred to him.
Mrs. Bean, do you have a sprinkler system in your house?
Oh, no. We have a large collection of artwork, so water was out of the question. But CB was concerned about fire. I mean, look what happened across the street. He had another system put in, one that put out fire without using water. I'm not sure how it works.
That's all right. I think I know.
So you believe whoever killed Jonathan also murdered CB?
Stone nodded.
I do. And if I were you, I'd go and stay at another of your homes, as far away from here as possible.
Her eyes widened.
You think I'm in danger?
I think anyone living on Goodfellow might be in danger.
I'll go back to New York then. I'll leave this afternoon.
I think that would be wise.
I suppose the police will let me. I had to give them my passport, though. I suppose I'm a suspect. I am the wife, after all. My alibi is ironclad, but I suppose I could have hired someone to kill him while I was away.
It has been done before,
Stone conceded. They sat in silence for a minute or so.
You know, CB really did love me.
I'm sure he did.
Stone said politely.
No, I know what you're thinking, but he did love me. The other women, they were just playthings. They came and they went. I was the only one who got him to walk down the aisle, and he left everything to me.
She took another sip of her coffee.
You know, it's ironic. He made a fortune building tools of war, but CB actually hated guns, never even owned one. His background was in engineering. He was a brilliant man, and he worked harder than anyone else.
She paused.
He loved me. A woman can tell, you know. And I loved him, with all his faults. I still can't believe he's gone. A part of me died with him.
She wiped away a tear from her right eye.
Mrs. Bean, why lie to me?
What?
Why lie to me? You don't even know me, so why bother?
What the hell are you talking about? I'm not lying. I did love him.
If you really loved him, you wouldn't have hired a private detective to watch your house from across the street. Was he taking pictures of the comings and goings of the women your husband enjoyed?
How dare you? I had nothing to do with that. I told you they were probably the FBI spying on CB.
No. The FBI would have been smart enough to have a team of agents there. At least one man and a woman to make it seem like a normal household. They would have also taken the trash out and performed other ordinary tasks, and they wouldn't have let themselves be seen during the surveillance. And why would they be watching your home? Would they think it even remotely likely that your husband would meet with some incriminating person there? Not even the FBI has an unlimited budget to cover every base, however implausible.
He shook his head.
I hope you didn't pay the firm a lot of money, since they were hardly worth it.
She half rose from her chair.
You bastard.
You could have just divorced him, gotten half and walked away a free woman.
After he humiliated me like that, paraded those whores through my house, I wanted to make him suffer. You're right. I hired a private detective and set him up in that house. So what? And the pictures he'd already taken of my husband and his paid bitches? Well, with those, I was going to make old CB bleed and force him to turn over everything to me. Otherwise, it all comes out. And let me tell you, the federal government doesn't like its contractors putting themselves in compromising positions. CB had top-secret clearances. Maybe he wouldn't have if the government knew he was doing something he could be blackmailed for. And after he signed everything over to me, then I was going to dump him. He wasn't the only one playing around. I've had my share of lovers, and I've picked the one I'm spending the rest of my life with. But now, I get everything without even blackmailing him. It's the perfect revenge.
You might want to keep your voice down. As you said, the police no doubt still consider you a suspect, and it's not smart to give them unnecessary ammo.
Marilyn Bean looked around at the people in the cafe staring at her. She paled and sat back down. Now Stone stood.
Thanks for your time. Your information was very useful,
he added with a complete straight face.
And I'm sorry for your loss.
She hissed.
Go to hell.
Well, if I do, I surely won't be alone, will I?
Chapter 47. Annabelle was waiting for her connecting flight out of Atlanta. As she looked over her new itinerary, she inwardly seethed at Leo's stupid move. How could he have done that? If she had wanted Freddie to know who she was, she would have told him herself. Her flight was called, but she waited as the passengers lined up. Even though she was in first class and could have boarded early, out of old habit she liked to see who was getting on the plane. As the line thinned, she picked up her carry-on bag. She had dumped most of her clothes back in D.C. She never checked a bag when flying. It was an invitation for someone to snoop on her. She would buy more clothes when she got to her destination. As she was walking up to the line to get on the plane, she glanced over at an airport TV tuned to CNN and stopped moving. Reuben's face peered back at her. She hurried over closer to the TV and read the subtitles. Vietnam vet Reuben Rhodes arrested. Defense contractor magnate Cornelius Bean and a woman murdered by shots fired from the home next door. Rhodes being held.
My God,
Annabelle said to herself. Over the PA came, last call for Flight 3457 nonstop to Honolulu. Last call for passengers on Flight 3457 nonstop to Honolulu. Annabelle looked at the departure gate for her plane. They were about to close the door. She turned to look back at the screen. Shots from the house next door? Being dead. Reuben arrested. What the hell was going on? She had to find out. Then her thoughts just as suddenly swung the other way. This is not your concern, Annabelle. You need to go. Jerry Bagger is coming for you. Let the old guys handle it. There was no way Reuben could have murdered Bean, but they'll figure it out. And if they don't, it's not your problem. It's not. Still, she stood there frozen. Never before had she been so indecisive. Last call, doors closing for Flight 3457. She whispered desperately.
Go, Annabelle. Damn it. Just go. You don't need this. It's not your fight. You don't owe these people anything. You don't owe Jonathan anything.
She watched as the door to her flight from Jerry Bagger slammed shut, and the ticket-taker marched off to another gate. She watched 10 minutes later as the Boeing 777 pulled away from the gate. As it soared into the sky right on schedule, Annabelle was booking another flight north, taking her squarely within the vicinity of Jerry Bagger and his wood chipper. And she didn't even know why. Yet somewhere in her soul, maybe she did. Albert Trent was finishing up some things at his office at home. He'd gotten a late start after a long night of work and decided to catch up on some things before he drove in. The tasks were all related to his position as the senior staff member on the House Intelligence Committee. It was one he'd held for years now, and he was well grounded in nearly all aspects of the intelligence business, at least the part the agencies shared with their congressional overseers. He smoothed his few strands of hair down, finished his coffee and cheese Danish, packed his briefcase, and a few minutes later pulled down the street in his Honda two-door. 5 years from now, he would be driving something much nicer in, say, Argentina, or he'd heard the South Pacific was truly paradise. His secret account now contained millions. He should be able to double that in the next half-decade. The secrets Roger Seagraves was selling were at the very top end of the payment scale. It wasn't like the Cold War, where you dropped a package off and picked up $20,000 in return. The people Seagraves was dealing with operated only in the 7-figure range, but they expected a lot for their money. Trent had never questioned Seagraves, either about his sources or the people he was selling to. The man would never have revealed anything, and, in fact, Trent didn't want to know. His sole but critical piece of the equation was getting the information Seagraves passed to him to the next leg of the journey. His method for doing so was unique, and probably foolproof. Indeed, it was the main reason the American intelligence community was currently in shambles. There were many energetic and skilled counterintelligence agents out in the field, trying to ferret out how the secrets were being stolen and then communicated to the enemy. In his official capacity, Trent had been privy to some of these investigative efforts. The agents talking to him had no reason to suspect that a mere staffer with a bad hairdo who drove an 8-year-old Honda and lived in a crummy house and labored under the same bills and limited income every other civil servant had was part of a sophisticated espionage crew that was decimating American intelligence efforts. The authorities had to know by now that the source was deeply buried inside. But with 15 major intelligence agencies eating up $50 billion in budget dollars a year, spread over 120,000 employees, the haystacks were enormous, and the needles beyond microscopic. And Roger Seagraves, Trent had found, was chillingly efficient, and never missed any of the details, however small and seemingly trivial. Trent had tried to find out some background on him when they first started talking, yet could discover exactly zero on the man. To an experienced intelligence staffer like Trent, he knew this meant Seagraves had had an entirely covert past professional life. That made him a man you would never want to cross, and Trent never intended to. He would much rather die old and rich far away from this place. As he puttered along in his dented Honda, he imagined how that new life would look. It would be very different, that was for certain. However, he never dwelled on how many lives had been lost because of his greed. Traitors seldom had such pangs of conscience. Stone had just returned from his visit with Marilyn Bean when someone knocked on his cottage door.
"Hello, Oliver,"
Annabelle said as he peered out. He exhibited no surprise at her reappearance, but simply motioned her inside. They sat in front of the fireplace in 2 rickety chairs.
"How was your trip?"
he asked pleasantly.
"Come off it. I didn't go."
"Really?"
"Have you told the others I left?"
"No."
"Why not?"
"Because I knew you'd be back."
She said angrily.
Okay, that really pisses me off. You don't know me.
"Obviously I do, because here you are."
She stared at him, shaking her head.
You have got to be the most unusual cemetery worker I've ever met.
"You've met many, have you?"
I heard what happened to Reuben.
"The police are wrong, of course, but they just don't know it yet."
We have to get him out of jail.
"We're working on that, and Reuben's doing fine. I don't think many people will give him trouble in there. I've seen him take out 5 men in a bar fight. In addition to his great physical strength, he is one of the most ruthless and dirtiest fighters I've ever seen. I greatly admire that in a person."
But somebody got the drop on him at Jonathan's?
"Yes, someone did."
Why do it? Why kill Bean?
"Because he found out how Jonathan died. That was enough reason."
Stone explained his conversation with Marilyn Bean.
So they take out Bean and blame it on Reuben because he was ever so conveniently there?
"They probably saw him coming and going from the house. Figured the attic would be a good shot line, and they executed upon that plan. They may have ascertained that B.N. brought women by, and that they always spent time in that room.
Pretty tough competition we're up against. So what do we do now?
For starters, we need to see the tapes of the reading room vault.
On the way back, I actually thought of how to do that.
I had no doubt you would.
He paused.
I don't think we could have finished this without you. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Don't flatter me too much. We're still not there yet.
The pair sat in silence for a few moments. Annabelle gazed out the window.
You know, it is peaceful here.
With dead people? I'm starting to find it very depressing.
She smiled and rose.
I'll call Caleb about my idea.
Stone stood too, stretching out his lean 6'2" frame.
I'm afraid I've reached the age where simply cutting the grass does awful things to my joints.
Take some Advil. I'll give you a call later, once I'm settled back in.
As she passed Stone on the way out, he said quietly,
I'm glad you're back.
If she heard him, Annabelle didn't react. He watched the lady climb into her car and drive off. Chapter 48. After his revelation, Jerry Bagger had summoned the manager of the hotel across the street to his office and demanded details of every guest who'd taken a room on the 23rd floor on the side facing his building on a certain day. And in Atlantic City, when Jerry Bagger said to come, you went. As usual, some of Bagger's men hovered in the background. The hotel manager, a young, good-looking man who was obviously ambitious and intent on performing his duties to the best of his abilities, was not inclined to let the casino chief see anything.
Just so you understand the situation, if you don't give me what I want, you will die,
Bagger said. The manager had flinched.
Are you threatening me? No. A threat is when there's a chance it won't happen. This is what in the trade we call a sure thing.
The manager paled, but bravely said,
The information you're requesting is confidential. I can't possibly hand it over to you. Our guests expect their affairs to be kept private, and we have the highest standards at the...
Bagger cut him off.
Yeah, look, I'll go the easy route first. How much you want for it? You're trying to bribe me? Now we're getting somewhere. You can't possibly be serious. 100 thou. $100,000?
Bagger looked at his men.
Boy, this guy's quick, ain't he? Maybe I should hire him to run my place. Yeah, $100,000 slipped right into your personal account if you let me look at the records.
The man seemed to be considering the offer, but Bagger was quickly growing impatient.
And if you don't, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to kill you. Instead, I'll break every bone in your body, mess with your brain so you can't tell anybody what happened to you, and you can spend the rest of your life in a nursing home pissing all over yourself while some freak-offs drill you every night. Now, to me, there's no real choice there, but I'm a reasonable man, so I'll let you make the decision. You got 5 seconds.
An hour later, Bagger had all the information he'd requested, and quickly culled down his list of potential suspects. Next, he questioned hotel personnel about some of the guests in question. It didn't take him long to hit the jackpot because of some extra services one of the guests had taken advantage of during his stay.
Yeah. I gave him a massage.
The young woman named Cindy said. She was petite and dark-haired with a cute face, alluring curves, and a streetwise manner. She popped gum and played with her hair while talking to Bagger in a private room in the hotel's sumptuous spa area. He eyed her closely.
You know who I am?
Cindy nodded.
You're Jerry Bagger. My mom Dolores works a craps table for you at the Pompeii.
Right, good old Dolores. You like this spa shit?
Pay sucks, but tips are great. The old guys like to feel a young lady's hands on 'em. A few get a hard-on while I'm doing it. Pretty disgusting on an 80-year-old, but like I said, they tip good.
This guy you worked on.
Bagger glanced at the name he'd written down.
This Robbie Thomas. Tell me about him, starting with what he looks like.
Cindy gave him a physical description.
Good-looking guy, but way too cocky. He really thought a lot of himself. I don't like that in a man. And he was too thin and pretty, if you know what I mean. I could have probably taken him in arm wrestling. I like my guys big and rugged.
I bet. So this pretty boy, you only give him a massage? Or something extra?
Cindy crossed her arms and stopped popping her gum.
I'm a licensed professional, Mr. Bagger.
In response, he pulled 10 $100 bills from his wallet.
This enough to buy your license?
Cindy eyed the money.
I guess what I do on my own time is my business.
Can't argue with that.
He held out the money.
So tell me about it.
But she hesitated in taking the cash.
I could maybe lose my job if...
Cindy, I don't give a shit if you're screwing dead people at this two-bit joint, okay?
He pushed the money down the inside of her shirt.
Now talk to me, and don't lie. Lying to me is a very bad thing.
She started speaking fast.
Okay, like, he was all over me from the get-go. I was massaging him, and all of a sudden I felt his hand against my leg, and then his hand moved way past where it should have been.
Yeah, real animal. What happened next?
He started coming on to me really hard. At first I blew him off. Then he started talking high and mighty. Said he was making a big score, and I should be nice to him.
A big score, huh? Keep going.
He flashed some money, said there was a lot more where that came from. After I finished work, he was waiting for me. We had a couple of drinks. I started getting a little looped. I'm not real good with holding my liquor.
Yeah, let's keep it moving here, Sin.
Bagger said impatiently.
I get serious ADD.
She went on hurriedly.
So anyway, we ended up in his room. I gave him a mouth job to get things going, but the asshole popped early. Let me tell you, I was pissed. I mean, I didn't even know the jerk. He was really upset, crying like a baby. Guy gave me $100. A lousy $100. Then he was in the bathroom puking for about 10 minutes. When he came out, he said he hadn't had any in a long time, and that was the reason he came so freaking fast. Like I gave a crap.
What a jerk. What happened next?
Well, that was pretty much it. I mean, there wasn't any reason for me to stay after that, was there? It's not like we were on a date or nothing.
He didn't say anything else? Where he was from, where he was going, what the big score was?
She shook her head. He studied her closely and said,
Okay. You look like an enterprising gal. Did you maybe rip off some cash from his wallet while he was puking in the john?
She said angrily.
I'm not some kind of trash. Who do you think you are, accusing me of that?
Let's do a little reality check here, Sin.
He touched his chest.
I'm Jerry Bagger. You're a lowlife who let strangers shoot off in her mouth for chump change. So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Did you rip off some cash to bump the C-note he gave you?
I don't know. I might have.
She said.
But I don't feel like talking no more.
Bagger clamped a hand around her chin and jerked her head around so they were looking eye to eye.
Did your old lady ever tell you anything about me?
A scared Cindy swallowed nervously.
She said you were real good to work for.
Anything else?
She said anybody ever tries to cross you is one dumb son of a bitch.
That's right. Your mama's smart.
He squeezed tighter on her chin, and Cindy gave a little yelp.
So if you want to see Mama again, take a real deep breath and tell me what you saw in Pretty Boy's wallet.
Okay. It was weird, because he had a couple of IDs.
And
one was the name he gave me at the spa. Robbie Thomas, from Michigan. The other was a driver's license from California.
The name?
Bagger said calmly.
Tony Wallace.
Bagger let go of the woman's face.
See? That wasn't so hard. Now why don't you go back to rubbing the old fart's cocks?
She rose on trembling legs. As she turned to leave, Bagger said,
Hey, Cindy, aren't you forgetting something?
She slowly turned back around.
What's that, Mr. Bagger?
She said nervously.
I paid you $1,000. Pretty boy gave you 1/10 of that, and he got a blowjob. You never even asked me if I wanted one. That's not nice, Cindy. That's something a guy like me remembers for a long time.
He waited, staring at her. Her voice quavering, she said,
Do you want me to give you a blowjob, Mr. Bagger?
She hastily added,
It'd be an honor.
No, I don't.
Chapter 49. Annabelle and Caleb were walking down a hallway in the Jefferson Building. Annabelle had on a red knee-length skirt, black jacket, and a beige blouse. She appeared professional, confident, and inspired. Caleb looked ready to slash his wrists.
All you have to do,
she said,
is act sad and depressed.
Well, that should be easy, since I am sad and I am depressed,
he snapped. Before they entered the security office for the library, Annabelle stopped and put on a pair of glasses attached to a chain around her neck.
Are you sure this will work?
Caleb hissed. He was starting to wheeze a bit.
You can never be sure a scam will work until it does.
Oh, that's just great.
A few minutes later, they were sitting with the head of security in his office. Caleb sat with his head bowed and his gaze on his shoes while Annabelle talked away.
So, as I explained, Caleb has retained me as his psychologist to help him through the process.
The chief looked puzzled.
You say he's having trouble going into the vault?
Yes. As you know, he found the body of a dear friend and colleague in there. The vaults are a place that Caleb normally loves. It's been a part of his life for many years.
She glanced over at Caleb, who, on cue, let out a deep sigh and dabbed at his eyes with a tissue.
Now the venue that has represented so many positive memories for him has become a place of deep sadness, even horror.
The chief looked over at Caleb.
I'm sure it was rough on you, Mr. Shaw.
Caleb's hands were shaking so badly that finally Annabelle grabbed hold of one of them.
Please, call him Caleb. We're all friends here,
Annabelle said encouragingly, signaling the chief without Caleb seeing her, even as she gave Caleb's hand a crushing squeeze.
Oh, right, yes, we are friends, sure,
the chief said awkwardly.
But what does this have to do with my department?
My plan is to let Caleb watch the tapes of the reading room. People coming and going from the vault. Everything normal. Everything as it should be. As a way to empower him to navigate this difficult period and turn the reading room and the vault back into purely a positive experience for him.
Well, I don't know about letting you see the tapes,
the chief said.
It's a highly unusual request.
Caleb started to get up in defeat, but a scathing look from Annabelle caused him to freeze in mid-rise. She said,
Well, it's an unusual situation. I'm sure that you would do anything within your power to see a fellow employee successfully get on with his life.
Well, sure, but...
So would now be a good time to see the tapes?
She shot a furious glance at Caleb, who was still halfway out of his chair.
I mean, you can see that he's desperate.
Caleb slumped in his chair, his head hanging between his knees. Annabelle looked back at the chief and eyed his name tag.
Dale. I can call you Dale, can't I?
Well, sure. Okay.
Dale, do you see the clothes I have on?
Dale looked at her attractive figure and said sheepishly,
Yeah, I noticed.
You see that my skirt color is red. That's an empowering, positive color, Dale. But my jacket is black, a negative vibe, and my blouse is beige, a neutral color. This represents that I'm halfway through my goal of helping this man back to a normal, healthy life. But I need your help, Dale, to finish the job. I want to be able to wear all red for Caleb, and I'm sure you want me to as well. I say, let's finish the job, Dale. Let's just do it.
She ran an appraising eye over him.
I can tell you're with me, aren't you?
Dale looked at the miserable Caleb and said,
Well, okay. I'll get the tapes for you.
After he had left the room, Caleb said,
You handled yourself very professionally.
Thank you,
she said tersely. When she said nothing further, Caleb added,
And I think I did reasonably well.
She stared at him in disbelief.
Do you really?
Hours later, Annabelle and Caleb sat back after watching the comings and goings in the reading room before and after DeHaven's murder.
It's just the typical flow of traffic,
Caleb said.
There's nothing there.
Annabelle ran a tape over again.
Who's that?
Kevin Phillips. He's the acting director after Jonathan died. He came down to ask me about Jonathan's death. And there's Oliver dressed as a German scholar.
Nice,
Annabelle said admiringly.
He carries it off very well.
They looked through some more footage. Caleb pointed at one scene.
That's when I got the notice about becoming Jonathan's literary executor.
He stared at the screen more closely.
Am I really that chubby?
He pressed a hand to his stomach.
Who gave you the notice?
Kevin Phillips.
Annabelle watched on the tape as Caleb stumbled and broke his glasses. He said,
I'm not usually that clumsy. I wouldn't have been able to read the damn thing if Jewel English hadn't lent me her glasses.
Yeah, but why did she do a switch on you?
What?
She switched out the glasses she was wearing with another pair in her bag.
Annabelle rewound the tape.
See? It's a pretty first-rate move, actually. She'd make a good mechanic. I mean, she's very nimble-fingered.
Caleb watched in surprise as Jewel English palmed the glasses she was wearing and drew out another pair from her bag. It was this pair she gave to Caleb.
I don't know. Maybe that was a special pair. The one she gave me worked well enough. I could read the message.
Who is this Jewel English?
Just an elderly lady who's a book fanatic and reading room regular.
And she has hand moves like a Vegas blackjack dealer.
Annabelle pointed out.
I wonder why that is,
she added thoughtfully. Chapter 50. Stone was sitting in his cottage, thinking about his conversation with Marilyn Bean. If she was telling the truth, and he had no reason to think that the bitter woman wasn't, then Stone had been wrong. Cornelius Bean hadn't killed Jonathan DeHaven or Bob Bradley. However, he'd apparently stumbled on the method used to kill the unfortunate librarian, and in doing so, had prompted others to murder him. So who else benefited from DeHaven's death? Or Bradley's, for that matter? He desperately needed something to connect the dots.
Oliver?
He glanced up. Milton was standing in the doorway. Milton said,
I knocked, but no one came. I'm sorry, I guess I was preoccupied.
Milton carried his laptop as usual and a small briefcase. He put them both down on the desk and drew out a folder.
Here's what I could find on Bradley's staff.
Stone took the papers and read through them carefully. There were numerous documents highlighting Bradley's political career, including the House Intelligence Committee that he'd chaired for years.
Bradley was a very capable politician, and he instituted many good reforms in the intelligence fields,
Milton said.
Which maybe got him killed,
Stone commented.
Nice reward.
Stone started going through the backgrounds and photos of both Bradley's congressional office staff and his underlings on the Intelligence Committee. As soon as he finished, Annabelle and Caleb arrived. Stone told them and Milton about his encounter with Marilyn Bean.
Well, that certainly kills the theory about Bean's involvement in Jonathan's death,
Caleb said.
Appears so,
Stone said.
What did you two find out today with the tapes?
Well, our initial hunch that we might see someone coming in or out of the vault that might be helpful didn't play out. But we did find something else that might be very important.
Annabelle explained about the sleight of hand pulled by Jewel English.
You sure about this?
Stone asked, looking puzzled.
Trust me, I've seen that move 1,000,000 times.
And done it yourself at least as often, Stone thought. He turned to Caleb.
What do you know about this woman? Just that she's an elderly widow, a regular patron, a lover of old books, very nice and enthusiastic, and...
He turned red.
And what?
Stone asked.
And she's always hitting on me,
he said in a low, embarrassed voice. Annabelle had to hold back a laugh. Stone said,
But presumably you know all these things about her because she told them to you. They're not verified. That's true,
Caleb conceded.
So why the glasses switch? Oliver, it could simply be that she didn't want to give me those because they're special to her for some reason. She lent me another pair so I wouldn't read too much into it. I wouldn't read too much into it either, Caleb. Except one wouldn't expect elderly widows who frequent rare book reading rooms to have such exceptional sleight-of-hand skills. If she didn't want you to wear those glasses, why not just say so and hand you the spare pair?
Caleb started to say something and then stopped.
I don't have an answer to that. I don't either. But I'm starting to believe that we need to find an answer if we're going to find out what happened to Jonathan DeHaven. You can't possibly believe that Jewel English had anything to do with Jonathan's death,
Caleb protested.
We can't rule that out right now. And Bean was killed because he guessed how DeHaven died. I think he discovered that the gas cylinders at the library had been deliberately mislabeled. That may be why he came to the reading room asking questions and wanting to look at the vault, Caleb. He was fishing for information as to why DeHaven might have been killed. Remember, he wanted to know if DeHaven was friendly with everyone at the library. He wasn't looking to pin the murder on someone else. He genuinely wanted to know if DeHaven had any enemies.
In other words, the key isn't Bean, but DeHaven. And maybe something at the library?
Annabelle said.
Possibly.
Stone replied.
Or something in his private life.
Caleb flinched at this remark, but remained silent.
But where does the murdered Bob Bradley figure into all this?
She asked.
You said you thought that was connected.
We know that Bradley was killed by a bullet from a rifle fired through a window in another building. Bean died in the exact same way. That can't be a coincidence. Indeed, it could very well be the exact same killer. Professional assassins like to use the same method of killing because they become so proficient at it. It reduces the chances of an error in the assignment.
You sound like you know a lot about that sort of thing,
Annabelle said. He smiled innocently.
As Caleb can tell you, I'm a voracious reader of thriller novels. I find them not only entertaining, but informative.
He looked at Caleb.
Is there any way we can get a look at the woman's glasses without her knowing?
Caleb said sarcastically.
Sure. We can burglarize her home in the middle of the night and steal them.
Stone said.
Good idea. Can you find out where she lives?
Caleb sputtered.
Oliver, you can't be serious.
I might have a better way,
Annabelle said. They all looked at her.
Does she come into the reading room on a regular basis?
Fairly regularly.
If she sticks to that schedule, when is she due next?
Caleb thought quickly.
Actually, tomorrow.
Fine. I'll go to the library with you tomorrow. You point her out to me, and then let me handle it.
What are you going to do?
Caleb demanded. Annabelle rose.
Give her a taste of her own medicine.
After Annabelle had left, Caleb said,
I couldn't talk in front of her, obviously, but, Oliver, what if all this has something to do with the Bay Psalm book? It's incredibly valuable, and we can't find out where Jonathan got it. Maybe it's stolen, and maybe someone else wants it. They could have killed Jonathan to get it. But they didn't get it, Caleb.
Stone countered.
The person who knocked out Reuben was in the house. They could have broken into the vault and taken it then. And why kill Cornelius Bean or Bradley? They could have no connection with the Psalm book. Bean didn't even know DeHaven had a book collection. And there's no evidence that Bradley even knew your colleague at all.
After a depressed and confused Caleb had left, Milton and Stone sat talking while Stone flipped through the file on Bradley's staffers. He said,
Michael Avery went to Yale, clerked for a Supreme Court justice, did a stint at NIC before going on the Intelligence Committee staff. He moved with Bradley when he became Speaker.
He looked at some of the other pictures and bios.
Dennis Warren, another Yalie, was at DOJ early in his career. He was Bradley's chief of staff and kept that position when Bradley became Speaker. Albert Trent was on Bradley's Intelligence Committee staff for years, a Harvard-educated lawyer and CIA employee for a time. They're all Ivy Leaguers, all highly experienced. It looks like Bradley had a first-rate team. A congressman is only as good as his staff, isn't that the old saying?
Stone looked thoughtful.
You know, one thing we've never really looked at were the circumstances of Bradley's murder. How do we remedy that?
Milton asked.
Our lady friend is very good at impersonation. The best. How would you like to do a similar run with me? I'm your man.
Chapter 51. Albert Trent and Roger Seagraves were meeting in Trent's office on Capitol Hill. Seagraves had just handed Trent a file with some briefing material. Trent would make a copy of the file and put it in the committee's intake system. Embedded within the original file were critical secrets from the Pentagon detailing U.S. military strategies in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. Trent would use a pre-agreed decryption method to ease these secrets from the pages. With this business finished, Seagraves said,
Got a minute?
They strolled around the Capitol grounds.
Boy, Roger, you got lucky with being, and the other guy getting blamed for it?
Trent said.
Understand one thing, Albert. Nothing I do is tied to luck. I saw an opportunity and took it. Okay, no offense meant. You think the charges will stick? Doubtful. I'm not sure why he was there, but he was watching Behan's house, and he's buddies with Caleb Shaw at the reading room. And on top of that, the guy I nabbed and talked to, this Oliver Stone, is with the same group. Shaw is DeHaven's literary executor. That's why he's been going to the house.
Seagraves looked disdainfully at his colleague.
I know that, Albert. I just did a face-to-face with Shaw to set up a future move if it becomes necessary. It's not just books they have on their minds. The guy I interrogated used to be at CIA in a very special capacity.
Trent exclaimed.
You didn't tell me that. You didn't need to know, Albert. Now you do. Why do I need to know now? Because I said so.
Seagraves gazed at the Jefferson Building, where the rare books reading room was located.
These guys have also been snooping around Fire Control, Inc. My man there said the paint on one of the cylinders they pulled from the library had been rubbed off, so they probably know about the CO2.
Trent turned pale.
This is really not looking good, Roger. Don't start sweating yet, Albert. I've got a plan. I've always got a plan. We got the last payment in. How fast can you move the new stuff?
He checked his watch.
Tomorrow at the earliest, but it'll be tight. Make it happen. Roger, maybe we should just shut it down. We've got a lot of customers to service. That wouldn't be good business. It also wouldn't be good business to go to prison for treason. Oh, I'm not going to prison, Albert. You can't know that for certain. Yes, I can. Because they don't put dead men in jail. Okay, but we don't have to go that route. Maybe we should think about at least slowing down a bit. Let things cool off. Things rarely cool down after they heat up. We'll just keep doing what we're doing. And like I said, I have a plan. Care to share it?
Seagraves ignored the question.
I'm doing another pickup tonight. And this one might top 10 mil if it's as good as I think it is. But keep your eyes and ears open. Anything looks strange, you know where to find me. You think you might have to, you know. Part of me sure hopes so.
Seagraves walked off. Later that night, Seagraves drove to the Kennedy Center to attend a performance of the National Symphony Orchestra, NSO. Perched on the edge of the Potomac, the plain, boxy Kennedy Center had often been declared one of the country's blandest memorials built in honor of a deceased president. Seagraves didn't care about the aesthetics of the structure. He didn't care about the NSO either. His handsome features and tall, muscular physique drew stares from many of the women he passed as he walked down the hall toward the auditorium where the NSO would be performing. He took no notice of this. Tonight was strictly a working night. Later, during the brief intermission, Seagraves joined other patrons in going outside the auditorium to get a drink and graze over the memorabilia for sale. He also made a pit stop in one of the men's rooms. After that, the lights dimmed, signaling the start of the last part of the program. In a crush of people, he made his way back to the theater. An hour later, he had a drink at a late-night bar across from the Kennedy Center. He pulled his program out of his side jacket pocket and studied it. This was not his program, of course. It had been slipped into his pocket during the crush of the crowd getting back into the theater. There was no possibility that anyone could have seen this. Spies who skirted crowds were always caught. For that reason, Seagraves embraced the masses for the protective cover they provided. Back home in his workshop, Seagraves finessed the secrets from the pages of the program and put them in the proper format to send along to Albert Trent the next time he saw the man. He smiled. What he was staring at was no less than the final pieces he needed for the decryption keys for high-level diplomatic communications emanating from the State Department to its overseas branches. Now he was thinking $10 million was too cheap. Maybe $20 million. Then Seagraves decided he would start at $25 million to leave himself some wiggle room. He conducted all his negotiations over various prearranged internet chat sites, and the secrets were only delivered once the money had been wired into his numbered account. He had taken the very reasonable position of not trusting anyone he did business with. Yet he was kept honest on his end by the efficiencies of the free market. The first time he collected money without delivering the merchandise, he would be out of business, and probably dead. The only possible thing that could upset that plan was some old guys who had a habit of snooping. If it had only been the librarian, he wouldn't have been too worried. But thrown into the mix was the 666, a man not to be taken lightly. Seagraves could sense another storm brewing. For that reason, when he'd earlier kidnapped Stone and tortured him, he'd taken one of his shirts from the man's cottage, to add to his collection, if the need arose. Chapter 52. Stone and Caleb arrived at the Federalist Club around 10 the next morning. They gave their request and were escorted into the manager's office. He looked at their crisp, official-looking identification cards that Milton had run off his laser printer the night before.
You've been hired by Bradley's family back in Kansas to investigate his death, but the police here are handling it. And the FBI, they've all been here numerous times, the manager added in an annoyed tone. The family wanted its own representation, as I'm sure you can understand, Stone said. He and Milton were dressed in suit jackets, ties, and dark slacks. Milton's longish hair was hidden under a fedora that he declined to remove. They don't feel as if adequate progress is being made. Well, since the police haven't caught anyone, I can't argue with that opinion. Stone said, You can call them if you want to verify our representation of their interests. Mrs. Bradley is convalescing out of the country, but you can talk to the family's local lawyer in Maryland. On the card was Milton's phone number. He'd recorded a message posing as the attorney in the off chance the manager took them up on the offer. No, that's all right. What would you like to know? Why was Bradley at the club that night? It was a private celebration for his election as Speaker of the House. I see. Who arranged it? His staff, I believe. Anyone in particular? Not that I can remember. We received instructions by fax. I assumed it was a surprise of some sort. And he was killed in the front drawing room? We call it the James Madison Room. You know, the Federalist Papers thing. I can show you if you like.
He led them to the large room fronting the street. Stone looked out the broad bay window at the upper story of the building across the street. To his skilled eye, it was a perfect shot trajectory, which clearly demonstrated not only advanced intelligence, but someone on the inside. Following through on this thought, Stone asked,
"And he came in here why?"
The manager was wiping a speck of dust off the marble fireplace mantel.
"Oh, it was for the toast in his honor."
He shivered.
It was ghastly. Senator Pierce had just finished speaking when Bradley was shot. It was absolutely horrifying, blood everywhere. A very expensive Persian rug was a total loss, and blood even seeped into the wood. That cost a small fortune to have bleached out and then restained. The police just let us do it recently. We couldn't even cover it because they said it might taint the evidence. People had to walk by looking at it. Cut down on membership traffic here, I can tell you that. Who owns the building across the street?
Milton asked.
I don't know. I assume the authorities have found out by now. It used to be a private home and then an art gallery. It's been just sitting there for about 5 years now. A real eyesore. But what can you do? I had heard, though, that it was being renovated. Into condos, I think. They just hadn't started the work yet. So who summoned Bradley into the room for the toast?
Stone asked. The manager thought for a moment.
There were so many people here, I'm not sure. I really wasn't involved in that part of the celebration. I was standing by the window when the shot came. I think I actually felt it whiz by my ear. I was limp for days after. I'm sure. Anyone else that might be able to tell us anything? Well, one of the waiters and the bartender who worked the event, they're both in now if you want to talk to them.
The bartender knew nothing. However, the waiter, Tom, said,
It was one of his staff, I think, who got everybody together for the toast. At least that's what I recall. I helped pull people in from other rooms, and then they went and got Congressman Bradley. Do you remember who it was? The staff person? No, not really. There were a lot of people, and I don't think he ever said his name. So it was a man.
Tom nodded. Stone held up a copy of pictures of Bradley's staff.
Recognize anyone? How about him?
He pointed to Dennis Warren.
He was Bradley's chief of staff. It would make sense for him to organize the toast. No, it wasn't him. Him?
Stone said, pointing to Albert Trent.
He was also high up on Bradley's staff. Nope.
The waiter ran his gaze down the photos, finally stopping at one.
That's him. Now I remember. Really efficient.
Stone stared at the photo of Michael Avery, who'd served on Bradley's staff at the Intelligence Committee. As they were leaving the Federalist Club, Milton asked,
What now? Now we talk to some people who worked for Bradley. Not Avery? That would tip him off. No. But Trent or Warren. But we can't tell them we're investigating on behalf of Bradley's family. They'd probably know we were lying. No. We're going to tell them the truth. What? We're going to tell them we're investigating the death of Jonathan DeHaven.
Dennis Warren was at home when Stone called, after looking him up in the directory, and he agreed to meet with them. Although over the phone he'd said that while he'd heard about DeHaven's death, he didn't know the man. He'd commented ruefully that,
I don't even have a library card, I'm ashamed to admit.
Milton and Stone rode the metro to Warren's Falls Church, Virginia home. It was a modest place in an older neighborhood. It was clear that Warren was not the outdoor or handyman type. His lawn was full of weeds, and the house was desperately in need of painting. However, inside, the place was cozy and comfortable, and despite Warren's comment on not having a library card, the shelves were full of books. Stacks of worn tennis shoes, Varsity jackets and teen-related junk showed that he was also a father. Warren was a tall, portly man with thinning brown hair and a wide, pockmarked face. His filmy, translucent skin bespoke of decades laboring for his country under fluorescent light. He led them through the hall to the living room.
"Don't mind the mess,"
Warren said.
3 sons ages 14 to 18 means your life and home are not your own. I can stand up in a meeting and present a cogent argument on complex geopolitical intelligence strategies to the Joint Chiefs or the Secretary of Defense, but I can't seem to get any of my sons to bathe on a consistent basis or eat anything other than cheeseburgers. We know you were on the Intelligence Committee staff."
Stone began.
"Right. I moved with Bradley when he became Speaker. Currently, I'm unemployed." "Because of his death?"
Milton said. Warren nodded.
"I served at his pleasure, and it was a pleasure serving him. He was a great man, a man we needed in this day and age, rock solid and honest." "You couldn't stay with the Intelligence Committee?"
Stone asked.
"Not really an option. Bradley wanted me to come with him, so I did. And I wanted to go. There's only one Speaker of the House and only one Chief of Staff to a Speaker. Lot of action, and everybody returns your phone calls. Plus, the new chairman of the Intel Committee had his own people he wanted to move up. That's how it is on the Hill. You're attached to your members' coattails, and when those coattails move or go away, well, that's why I'm home in the middle of the day. Good thing my wife's a lawyer, or we'd be up a creek financially. Tell the truth, I'm still getting over the shock of what happened and haven't really started looking for another job."
He paused and eyed them closely.
"But you said you were investigating this DeHaven guy's death. What's that got to do with Bradley?" "Maybe nothing, or maybe a lot."
Stone said vaguely.
"You've heard about Cornelius Behan's murder?" "Who hasn't? Pretty embarrassing for the wife, I'd say." "Yes, well, DeHaven lived next door to Behan, and the killer used DeHaven's house to shoot from." "Damn, I hadn't heard that. But I still don't get the connection to Congressman Bradley."
Stone admitted.
"I'm trying to connect the dots myself, frankly. Were you at the Federalist Club that night?"
Warren nodded slowly.
"It was supposed to be a tribute to the old man and ended up being a nightmare." "You actually saw it happen?"
Milton asked.
"I had that great misfortune. I was next to Mike Avery. Senator Pierce had just finished a nice toast, and bam, shot came out of nowhere. It all happened so fast. I had my glass of champagne next to my lips, spilled it all over me. It was awful. I was sick to my stomach. A lot of people were." "You know Avery well?" "I should. We worked together day and night for 10 years. "Where is he now?" "Moved with me when Bradley became Speaker. He's out of a job now, too." "We understand that he was the one who put together the event at the club and arranged for the toast." "No, he didn't. Mike and I drove over there together. We were just part of the guest list. We were told he was getting people in the room for the toast. So was I. We were just helping out." "Who were you helping?" Albert Trent. He was the one who suggested the toast. Albert was always thinking of stuff like that. I'm just a poor wonk with limited social skills." "Albert Trent? Did he put the whole event together?" "Don't know, but he was certainly working the room that night." "Is he out of a job now, too?" "Oh, no. Albert stayed behind at the Intel Committee." "But I thought you said you followed your congressman."
Stone said, puzzled.
"Normally you do, but Albert didn't want to leave. Bradley wasn't happy about it, I can tell you that. Albert had cut some deal with a new Intel chairman coming up to be his top aide. Albert has a way of making himself indispensable. But there's a lot to do at the Speaker's office, and not having Albert left us short-handed. I'm not telling tales out of school. That was public knowledge." "But Bradley let him have his way?"
Warren smiled.
"You obviously didn't know Bob Bradley. Like I said, the guy was incredibly decent, honest, hard-working, but you don't get to his position in life without being tough as hell and persistent. And the man didn't like having a subordinate buck him. Dollars to donuts, Albert was going to end up in the Speaker's office sooner rather than later." But with Bradley dead, that became a moot point. Of course, me and Mike tried to do the right thing, and we're unemployed. Albert bucks the old man, and he's sitting pretty. And Mike's got 4 kids, and his wife stays home. Trent's single and no kids. Tell me how that's fair.
After they had left, Milton said,
I know. Everything I can find on Albert Trent.
Stone nodded.
Everything. That seems a pretty clear motive for murder, though. I'm surprised the police haven't jumped on it. Warren didn't even seem to catch it. What motive?
Stone asked.
Oliver, it's obvious. If Bradley lives, Trent has to leave the Intelligence Committee. If he dies, Trent gets to stay where he is. So you think the man murders the Speaker of the House to avoid changing jobs? And he didn't pull the trigger because he was at the club, so he'd have to hire a hitman to do it for him. That seems a little extreme to keep a mid-level government position. And like Warren said, the Speaker's office is far more prestigious. Then there has to be something more. Agreed. But right now, we don't know what that is.
Inside the house, Dennis Warren picked up the phone and spoke with his friend and former colleague, Mike Avery. Then he punched in a second number.
Albert, hey, it's Dennis. Look, sorry to bother you at work, but some guys were here asking some weird questions. I called Mike Avery, too, to give him a heads up. It's probably nothing, but I thought I'd call you anyway.
Trent said,
I appreciate that. What exactly did they want to know?
Warren recounted the conversation and then added,
I told them you'd organized a toast for Bob and that you'd stayed behind at the committee. What did they look like?
Warren described Stone and Milton.
Do you know them? No, not at all. That is weird. Well, again, I just thought I'd give you a heads up. Hope I didn't say anything I shouldn't have. I have no secrets.
Trent replied.
Hey, Albert, if anything opens on the committee staff, let me know, will you? I'm tired of twiddling my thumbs. Will do, and thanks for the info.
Albert immediately left his office and made a call from a payphone and arranged to meet with Seagraves outside the Capitol later. When Seagraves arrived, Trent said,
We've got a problem.
Seagraves listened and said,
Well, the next move is obvious. You'll take care of it? I always take care of it.
Chapter 53. While Milton and Stone were making their investigative rounds, Caleb glanced up from his desk in the reading room as Annabelle walked in, wearing a black pleated skirt and matching jacket, white blouse and low pumps. She had a tote bag slung over her shoulder and was holding her newly minted library card with her picture on it. Caleb approached her.
Can I help you, miss?
Charlotte Abruzzo. Yes, I was looking for a certain book.
Well, you came to the right place. After all, this is a library.
Caleb laughed. Annabelle didn't even crack a smile. She'd told him to keep the conversation to a minimum and not to attempt any lame jokes, but he'd gone and done it anyway, the little dork. She gave him the name of the book she wanted. It was one he'd suggested the night before, when they'd gone over the plan. Caleb retrieved the volume from the vault, and Annabelle sat down at a table with it. She was seated facing the door, and also where she could easily see Caleb. An hour later, Caleb jumped up.
Ah, Jewel, how are you? Jewel, it's so good to see you,
he said, advancing quickly on the older lady after giving Annabelle a "that's her" look. At her seat, Annabelle gritted her teeth. What a piece of work. The man could not have been more obvious if he'd pulled out a pair of handcuffs and tackled the old woman. Luckily, Jewel English seemed not to have noticed because she was fumbling in her bag. A few minutes later, Caleb gave Jewel a book from the vault, and she settled down with it. Caleb kept going back over to her often, and then glancing at Annabelle as though she might have somehow missed the identity of the target. In exasperation, Annabelle finally gave him such a fierce glare that he fled back to his desk. When Jewel was done an hour later, she packed her bag, said goodbye to Caleb, and left. Annabelle followed her a minute later, and caught up with her out on the street where the elderly woman was looking for a cab. Annabelle had wrapped a scarf around her head and put on a long jacket she'd carried in her bag. As a cab pulled up to the curb, Annabelle made her move. She bumped into Jewel, jostling the woman's bag. Her hand slipped in and out of it so fast, a person standing right next to them would have been unable to follow the move.
"Oh, my God,"
Annabelle said in a deep Southern voice.
"Honey, I am so sorry. My mama didn't raise me to run into nice ladies like you." "That's all right, dear,"
Jewel said, a little out of breath from the collision.
"Y'all have a nice day."
Annabelle said.
"You too,"
Jewel said pleasantly as she climbed into the cab. Annabelle fingered the flowered glass case in her pocket as she walked slowly away. A few minutes later, she was back in the reading room. There was a different person working the front desk. Caleb hurried over to Annabelle.
Dawn,
He said to the woman at the front desk.
I'm going to give Miss Abruzio a quick tour of the vault. She's in from out of town. I, already cleared it with the higher-ups.
He lied. This sort of flouting of the rules would have been unthinkable a short time ago, but with all that had happened, Caleb considered finding Jonathan's killer more important than following library rules.
"All right, Caleb,"
Dawn said. The pair went inside the vault, and Caleb led Annabelle to the Jefferson room, where they could talk in private. She held up the glasses.
"Want to try them on?" I did, and I couldn't see much.
Caleb did so, and then immediately pulled them off.
My God, that's weird. It's like looking through 3 or 4 layers of different glass with little sunspots. I don't understand. I could see through her other pair perfectly.
Which is why she gave you those glasses and not these. Otherwise, you would have been suspicious. Do you have the book she was looking at?
He held up the beetle.
I just pretended to reshelve it.
Annabelle took the book.
Looks pretty cheap.
That's the whole point. They're dime novels from the 19th century.
The thing is, she looked like she was reading this book okay with these glasses. I mean, she was taking notes.
Yes, she was, wasn't she?
Caleb slowly put the glasses on and, squinting, opened the book.
"Can you read anything?"
Annabelle asked.
It's a bit blurry.
As he turned the pages, he suddenly stopped.
Wait a minute, what's that?
"What's what?"
She said. He pointed to a word on the page.
This letter is highlighted. Don't you see? It's glowing yellow, bright as day.
Annabelle looked at where he was pointing.
"I don't see anything like that."
Right there.
He exclaimed, putting his finger on a letter E in a word on the first line.
"It's not glowing to me, and—"
She broke off.
"Caleb, give me the glasses."
Annabelle slipped them on and looked at the page. The letter was now a vibrant yellow, literally jumping off the page. She slowly took the specks off.
"These are really special glasses."
Caleb was staring at the page with his naked eye. No glow. He put the glasses back on, and the letter E glowed.
And there's a highlighted W and an H and an F.
He flipped to the next page.
And there's another W and an S and a P. And a lot more letters, all highlighted.
He took off the glasses.
E-W-H-F-W-S-P. That's gibberish.
"No, it's a code, Caleb.
Annabelle said.
These letters form a secret code, and you need these special glasses to see them."
He looked astonished.
A secret code?
Do you know what other books she's looked at recently?
They're all Beatles, but I can check the call slips.
A few minutes later, he'd rounded up 6 books. He went through them page by page, wearing the glasses. But there were no glowing letters.
I don't understand. Was it just the one book?
"It can't be."
Annabelle replied in frustration. She held up the book with the glowing letters.
"Can I check it out?"
No, this is not a lending library.
"Not even you?"
Well, yes, I can, but I'd have to fill out a 4-part call slip.
So someone at the library could know you've checked it out.
Well, yes, they could.
That's no good. We could inadvertently tip someone off.
What do you mean by that?
Caleb, someone here had to highlight those letters. If you take home one of the books involved, it could alert people who are behind whatever the scheme is.
Are you saying that someone at the Library of Congress is involved in putting secret codes in rare books?
Yes,
she said in exasperation.
Give me the book. I'll get it out of the building. It's small and thin. It won't be a problem. Wait a minute. Do the books have electronic anti-theft devices built into them?
He looked appalled by the suggestion.
My God, woman! These are rare books! That would be tantamount to desecrating them!
Yeah, well, it seems that someone beat you to that by making the letters glow. Okay, then. I'll just borrow it for a little while.
Borrow it? That book is the property of the Library of Congress.
Caleb, don't make me hit you. I'm taking the book.
He started to protest again, but she cut him off.
This might have something to do with Jonathan's death,
she said.
And if it does, I don't care what the rules are here. I want the truth about how he died. You were his friend. Don't you want to know, too?
Caleb quickly calmed and said,
Yes, I do. But getting the book out of here won't be easy. Technically, we have to check every bag before anyone leaves the room. I can pretend to search yours, of course, but the guards also look into every bag before it leaves the building, and they're very thorough.
Like I said, it won't be a problem. I'm taking this to Oliver's place tonight. Meet me there after you get off work. He strikes me as someone who could be able to understand all this.
What do you mean? Granted, it seems that he has certain skills and knowledge that are somewhat out of the ordinary, but secret codes? That's spy stuff.
You know, for a man who spends all his time around books, you are the most clueless person I've ever met,
she said.
That is a highly offensive and rude remark,
he said, bristling.
Good. It was supposed to be,
she snapped.
Now get me some tape.
Tape? What for?
Just go get it.
He reluctantly retrieved the tape from a storage cabinet inside the main vault area.
Now turn around,
she said.
What?
She spun him around. While his back was turned, Annabelle hiked her skirt up to her waist, positioned the paperback book around the inside of her left thigh, and secured it there with the tape.
That'll hold it, although it's not going to be fun getting it off.
Please tell me you are not doing anything to damage that book,
he said sternly.
It is a vital piece of history.
Turn around and see for yourself.
He whipped around, saw the book, and also her exposed pale thighs and a thin line of her panties, and gasped. She said in a breathy voice,
I think the book will be very happy there, Caleb. Don't you?
Never in all my years as a librarian at this venerable institution,
he began, his voice quavering with shock. However, Caleb didn't once take his eyes off her legs, even as his heart thundered in his chest. She slowly pulled her skirt back down, smiling impishly.
And you loved every second of it.
She bumped him with her hip as she passed by.
I'll see you at Oliver's. Stud.
Chapter 54. After Annabelle's memorable display, Caleb had recovered enough to where he could at least pretend to work. That was interrupted a bit later when Kevin Phillips entered the reading room and came over to his desk.
Caleb, can you step outside?
He said quietly. Caleb rose.
Sure, Kevin, what's up?
Phillips looked very concerned and said in a low voice,
The police are outside. They want to talk to you.
Caleb instantly felt all of his organs shutting down, even as his mind raced madly through the possible doomsday reasons why the cops were here for him. Had the damn woman been caught with the book taped next to her crotch and spilled her guts naming him as an accomplice? Had Jewel English discovered what had happened and reported the theft of her glasses to the authorities, with all arrows pointing to him? Was he, Caleb Shaw, going to fry in the electric chair?
Caleb, can you please get up and come with me?
Phillips said. Caleb looked up at him and realized that he had missed his chair and collapsed to the floor instead. He scrambled to his feet, white-faced, and said with as much surprise as he could muster,
I wonder what they could possibly want with me, Kevin.
Dear God, let it be a minimum security prison. Outside, Phillips handed him off to the police, represented by 2 detectives in baggy suits and sporting inscrutable features, and then fled even as Caleb stared pitifully after him. The 2 men escorted Caleb to an empty office. The going was slow, as Caleb was having trouble making his legs work in synchronization, and any attempt at speech was rendered impossible by the absence of even the slightest trace of saliva in his mouth. Did they still have libraries in prison? Would he have to be somebody's bitch? The bigger of the 2 men parked his butt on a desk, while Caleb stood rigid against the wall, awaiting the Miranda warning, the cold feel of the cuffs, the end of his respectable life. From librarian to felon, the fall had been astonishingly swift. The other man fished his hand in his pocket and pulled out a set of keys.
These are to DeHaven's home, Mr. Shaw.
Caleb held out a shaky hand and took them.
They were taken from your friend Reuben Rhodes.
Caleb blurted out,
I wouldn't call him a friend, more of a casual acquaintance.
The 2 detectives exchanged glances. The big man said,
Anyway, we also wanted to let you know that he's been released on his own recognizance. Does that mean you no longer consider him a suspect? No, but we checked out his story and yours. For now, we'll leave it at that.
Caleb stared at the keys.
Can I go to the house, or is it off-limits? We've completed our evidentiary search at DeHaven's residence, so you're free to go in. But, just in case, stay out of the attic. I wanted to check on the book collection. I'm his literary executor. The lawyers told us as much.
Caleb looked around.
So I'm free to go? Unless you have something more to tell us,
the big man said questioningly. Caleb stared between them.
Good luck with your investigation? Right.
He eased off the desk, and the 2 detectives walked past Caleb, closing the door behind them. Caleb stood there for a bit, light-headed and unable to believe his infinite good fortune. Then he looked puzzled. Why would they just let Reuben go? And why would they just give him the keys to Jonathan's house? Was this a setup? Were they right now waiting outside the office to jump him, perhaps claiming he'd stolen the keys, or was trying to escape? Caleb knew these scandalous things happened. He watched cable TV. He ever so slowly nudged the door open and peered out. The hallway was clear. The library looked normal. He saw no indication at all of a SWAT team lurking. Caleb waited another couple of minutes, but nothing happened. Unable to figure it out, he realized there was one thing he could no longer put off. He left early and drove as fast as he could to DeHaven's house. Inside the vault, he made straight for the small safe behind the picture. He wanted to see if the library's mark was in the book. He punched in the code and swung the door open. Then his organ started shutting down again. The Bay Psalm book wasn't there. When they congregated at Stone's place that night, they were joined by the newly freed Reuben. After they had all congratulated their friend, Stone wrote on a piece of paper that, "I'd rather not discuss things here." Then he jotted down a series of instructions while the others kept up a chatter of dialogue. 30 minutes later, Milton and Caleb left the cottage. 20 minutes after that, Reuben and Annabelle took their leave. An hour after dark, the lights in Stone's cottage went out, and 30 minutes after that, Stone was sliding on his belly through the high grass in the cemetery. He exited through a gap in the wrought iron fencing where it dipped down into a hollow behind a large tombstone. After a series of doglegs through some old sections of Georgetown, Stone reconvened with the others in an alley. He unlocked a wooden door that was revealed behind a dumpster and motioned them all through. He locked the door behind them and turned on a small overhead light. There were no windows in the place, so the light didn't matter. There were some rickety chairs and wooden crates, and the group collectively sat. Annabelle looked around the dank, dirty interior and joked,
"You sure know how to show a lady a good time. Is this place available for parties?"
"Let's hear your report,"
Stone said. She took a few minutes to fill everyone in on her and Caleb's discovery. She passed the glasses and book over to Stone, while Caleb remained uncharacteristically silent. Stone looked through the glasses and the book.
"You're right. It does look like a code."
Annabelle said,
"Who'd be putting codes in library books?"
Stone put the book and glasses down. Milton picked up the glasses, put them on, and started reading through the book. Reuben stroked his chin.
"Does it tie into Bean's murder? He dealt in the defense and intelligence industry. God knows there are spies all over those sectors."
Stone nodded.
"That would be a good guess, but I think it goes a bit deeper than that."
He explained what he and Milton had found out at the Federalist Club, and from their talk with Dennis Warren.
"So this Albert Trent stuck at the Intelligence Committee,"
Annabelle said.
"What does that mean?"
Reuben spoke up.
"It means he'd have access to secrets worth selling. I can tell you that. When I worked at DIA, we had briefings all the time with the Hill. The Intelligence Committee members and their staff all had to have top-secret clearances. But spies are notorious for not telling Congress everything,"
Milton said, looking up from the book.
"Would Trent really know enough of value that he could sell? Remember,"
Stone said,
"Trent was not always a staffer there. He'd once been at the CIA. So he could have contacts there. Hell, maybe there, NSA, NIC, the whole alphabet."
Reuben commented.
"He might have assembled a mini-mart for espionage."
"But how do you get from a mole like Trent to secret codes in rare books?"
Annabelle asked, as she shifted her weight on the old chair she was sitting on and rubbed her tender thigh where she'd had to tear the tape off to get the book free.
"I don't know,"
Stone admitted.
"We have to find out more about this Jewel English. If we could get her to crack, we could trace it back to the source. She must know the glasses are missing by now." "Get her to crack?"
Reuben exclaimed.
"Oliver, we can't splay her out on a rack and smack her around until she talks. But we can go to the FBI, show them the book and glasses, tell them our theories, and let them take it from there."
Stone suggested.
"Now you're talking,"
Reuben said.
"The more distance we put between us and them, whoever they are, the better."
Stone looked over at Caleb, who hadn't spoken one word and was sitting disconsolate in a corner.
"Caleb, what's wrong?"
The pudgy librarian took a quick breath, but didn't make eye contact with any of them. Annabelle, now concerned, said,
"Caleb, I'm sorry if I was tough on you today. You actually did a good job."
She bit her lip as she finished the lie. He shook his head.
"It's not that. You're right. I'm totally inept when it comes to the stuff you do. So what is it?"
Stone asked again, impatiently. He took one long breath and looked up.
"The police came to the library today. They gave me the keys to Jonathan's house. The first thing I did was check on the collection."
He paused, glanced at Annabelle, and leaned over and whispered into Stone's ear.
"The psalm book's been stolen."
Stone froze for an instant, while Milton and Reuben stared at Caleb.
"Not the book?"
Milton asked, and Caleb nodded miserably. Annabelle said,
"Hey, if 5's a crowd, I can always leave. I'm not really that into books."
"How could it have been taken?"
Stone asked, putting up a hand to stop her from departing.
"I don't know. You need passcodes to get into the vault and safe, and neither of them was forced. Who else has the codes?"
Reuben asked.
"I'm not sure. Well, certainly the lawyer, for one,"
Stone said.
"He had the keys and code to the main vault. He could have written the code down before he gave it to you and made a duplicate of the key. That's right. I hadn't thought of that. But what about the small safe? He didn't have the code to that.
Stone said,
You thought of it. He could have, too. I mean, it wasn't that hard. If the lawyer knew Jonathan well and had visited him at the reading room, it could have easily occurred to him. Or perhaps Jonathan gave him that code, but he didn't give it to you for some reason.
Caleb said,
But if he was going to steal it, why not do it before he met with me? That way I'd never even have known the book was there.
Stone looked puzzled.
That's true, although I still don't believe it's connected to the murders.
Caleb groaned.
Great, but Vincent Pearl will kill me when he finds out. This was going to be the crown jewel in his career. I bet he even accuses me of stealing it. Well, maybe he stole it,
Milton said, glancing up from the book.
How? He couldn't get in the house, and he didn't have the keys or the codes to the vault.
Caleb said.
And he well knows that the book is impossible to sell without the proper papers. He couldn't make any money off it. He'd be arrested if he tried.
They all sat silently until Reuben said,
It's bad news about the book, but let's not forget the main agenda. We go to the FBI tomorrow. At least that's something. What about Jewel English?
Milton asked. Caleb sat up straighter, probably happy to get his mind off the stolen psalm book.
If she comes back to the library, I can tell her that I'll check for her glasses in Lost and Found.
Reuben said,
Hell, if she is a spy, she's probably already out of the country. It's possible she doesn't know the glasses are missing yet.
Stone said.
She'd only use them when looking for the coded letters. That means she might not pull them out until she comes to the reading room.
Caleb said,
So if we get them back to her before she realizes they're gone, she might not get suspicious. We'll need them for the FBI, but if we explain our plan, they might let us get them back to her and they can set up surveillance.
Reuben said.
Then she gets more code, passes it on to somebody, and the FBI is there to nab them. A good plan.
Stone said.
Actually, it's not.
Milton said.
We can't take the book to the FBI.
They all looked over at him. While they'd been talking, he'd gone back and reread through the slim volume, his hands flipping through the pages faster and faster. He took the glasses off and held up the book, his hand trembling.
Why not?
Caleb asked irritably. In answer, Milton handed the glasses and book to Caleb.
See for yourself.
Caleb put on the glasses and opened the book. He turned one page, and then another, and another. Frantic, his fingers whipped through the last part of the book. He slammed it shut, his face a mix of anger and incredulity. Stone, his eyes squinty with concern, said,
What is it?
Caleb said slowly,
The highlighted marks are all gone.
Chapter 55. Stone put on the glasses and flipped through the book. He ran his finger across one of the letters he knew had been highlighted earlier. It was as dull and lifeless as the others now. He closed the book, took off the glasses, and sighed.
The highlighting chemical wash they used had a time limit built in. Then it evaporates. Like vanishing ink?
Milton said.
Somewhat more sophisticated than that.
Stone said. He added in anger.
I should have thought of that. Do you know about this sort of chemical, Oliver?
Caleb asked.
Not this process, no. But it would make sense. If you're a spy, and it's possible that the glasses might fall into the wrong hands, the book will reveal nothing if enough time passes.
He looked at Caleb.
Whoever put the chemical wash on had to know that Jewel English would have access to the book before the effect wore off. How could that be accomplished?
Caleb thought for a moment.
Someone would have to go into the vault and doctor the book there, then contact her somehow and tell her which one to ask for. She comes to the library right away and asks to see it.
Stone studied the cover of the book.
It seems that it would be quite a tedious process to mark each appropriate letter. If nothing else, it would take some time. Well, people are in and out of the vaults fairly frequently, but some of the interior vaults don't see a lot of use. However, if one of the library staff were in there for hours on end, it would be noticed, certainly.
Reuben said,
Maybe whoever did it is really good, can do it quickly, maybe using some sort of template. What about after hours?
Stone asked. Caleb looked uncertain.
In the vault? That would be limited to a very few. The Director and the Librarian of Congress are the only two I can think of. The computer is programmed to deny access to other people after hours unless special arrangements have been made. It certainly wouldn't be an everyday thing. So DeHaven would have had access to the vault after hours?
Stone said. Caleb nodded slowly.
Yes, he would. Do you think he was part of the spy ring? And that's why he was killed?
Annabelle started to protest, then seemed to think better of it.
I don't know, Caleb.
Stone rose.
What we need to do now is act. Caleb, call Jewel English and tell her you found her glasses where she dropped them in the reading room. Tell her you'll bring them by to her. Tonight? It's already 9 o'clock.
Caleb said.
You have to try. It's clear to me that we're operating on a very tight time frame now. And if she's made a run for it, we need to know.
Annabelle said.
Oliver, that might be dangerous. What if she's still around and suspects something's up?
Caleb will wear a listening device. I know that Milton has some of those gadgets at his home.
Milton nodded. Stone continued.
Milton will go with him to English's, but remain hidden outside. If something happens, he can call the police. What if the something that happens is bodily harm to me?
Caleb whined.
You described her as an elderly lady, Caleb.
Stone reminded him.
I think you should be able to handle the situation. However, I believe the more likely scenario is that you'll find she's gone. If so, try to get into her house and discover what you can.
Caleb was squeezing his hands nervously.
But what if she hasn't left? And what if she has some big thug around who attacks me when I go to see her?
Stone shrugged.
Well, of course, that would be unfortunate.
The librarian turned crimson.
Unfortunate? That's easy for you to say. Pray tell, what will you be doing while I'm risking my life? Breaking into Albert Trent's home.
He glanced at Annabelle.
Are you game?
Oh, absolutely.
Annabelle said, smiling broadly.
What about me, Oliver?
Reuben said pitifully.
I thought I was your Tonto.
Stone shook his head.
You've been arrested once, and you're still a suspect, Reuben. We can't risk it. You'll have to sit this one out, I'm afraid. Well, that's just great,
Reuben grumbled, slapping his thigh in frustration.
Some people get all the fun.
Caleb looked ready to strangle the big man. Chapter 56. Caleb pulled his Nova with the rattling tailpipe to the end of the quiet cul-de-sac and shut off the motor, glancing at Milton nervously. His friend was dressed all in black, with his long hair bunched under a knit ski cap. He'd also darkened his face.
My God, Milton, you look like a poster boy for Criminals Are Us. It's just standard-issue surveillance dress. How's the wire?
Caleb rubbed his arm under his jacket where Milton had attached the listening device. He also had a power pack stuck in the back of his waistband.
It's itching the crap out of me, and the power pack's making my pants so tight I can barely breathe. It's actually probably just nerves,
Milton commented. Caleb glared at him.
You think?
He slid out of the car.
Just make sure 911 is on your speed dial, burglar boy. Roger that,
Milton replied, as he took out a pair of night binoculars and scanned the area. He'd also brought a high-speed camera and a taser gun. Jewel English had answered Caleb's phone call and seemed delighted that he'd found her glasses. Tonight would be fine, regardless of the late hour, she'd said.
I don't sleep much,
she confided to Caleb on the phone.
But I might be in my nightgown.
she added in a girlish voice.
That's nice,
He'd answered dully. As he walked toward her home, he took note of the other houses. They were all aged, tiny brick ranchers with cookie-cutter yards and darkened interiors. A cat snuck across one lawn, startling him. He took several deep breaths and muttered,
"She's just an old lady who lost her glasses, just an old lady who lost her glasses, just an old lady who could be a spy with henchmen waiting to slit my throat."
He glanced back at the car. He couldn't see Milton, but assumed his sidekick was busily snapping photos of a suspicious-looking robin lurking on a tree branch. The lights were on in Jules' home. He could see lace curtains in the windows, and through the big living room glass, knickknacks and bric-a-brac positioned on the painted fireplace mantel. There was no car in the rusty carport. He assumed she'd either quit driving or her ride was in the repair shop. Her lawn was neatly cut, and 2 columns of rose bushes guarded the front of her house. He rang the bell and waited. No one came. He rang it again. No footsteps reached his ears. He glanced around. The street was empty, quiet. Maybe too quiet, as they say in the movies, right before you're shot, stabbed, or eaten. He'd called her a little over an hour ago. What could have happened in the interim? He'd heard the bell buzz, but maybe she couldn't hear it. He knocked on the door, hard. "Jewel?" He said her name again, louder. From somewhere, a dog started barking, and he jumped. It wasn't from inside the house, though. Probably a neighbor's mutt. He knocked again, harder, and the door swung open. He turned, poised to run. You never ever went into a house when the door just opened like that. The next sound nearly pushed his heart into defib.
"Caleb,"
he shrieked, and grabbed the handrail on the front stoop to avoid pitching over into the bushes in his fright.
"Caleb,"
the voice said again, urgently.
"What? Who? Dear God!"
He spun frantically around, trying to see who was calling his name, his feet slipping and sliding on the damp concrete. He became so dizzy he was almost sick to his stomach.
"It's me, Milton."
Caleb froze in a half-squat, his hands clamped to his thighs as he desperately tried to keep from heaving his dinner into the fragrant roses.
"Milton?" "Yes." "Where are you?"
he hissed.
"I'm still in the car. I'm speaking to you through the wire. It has communication capability as well as being a surveillance device." "Why the hell didn't you tell me that?" "I did. I guess you forgot. I know you're under pressure." "You can hear me clearly?"
Caleb said between gritted teeth.
"Oh, yes, very clear."
The language that erupted from the staid librarian would have caused the filthiest rap singer in the world to concede his lewd speech title to Mr. Caleb Shaw. There was a long pause after this explosion. Finally, a stunned Milton said,
"I can tell you're a little upset." "Yep."
Caleb took a deep breath and willed his food to remain in his belly. He slowly stood erect and stretched out his back, even as his poor heart continued to race. If he keeled over with a coronary right now, Caleb swore he'd come back and haunt the little techno-geek every second of every day.
"Okay, she's not answering. I just knocked on the door and it swung open. What would you suggest I do?" "I'd leave right now,"
Milton answered automatically.
"I was hoping you'd say that."
Caleb started to back down the steps, afraid to turn around lest something leap out at him from the house. Then he stopped. What if she was lying on the bathroom floor with a broken hip, or had suffered a heart attack? The thing was, despite the evidence, part of Caleb could not believe that the same sweet lady who was such an enthusiastic lover of books could be wrapped up in the spy business. Or if she was, maybe she was simply an innocent dupe.
"Caleb, have you left yet?" "No,"
he snapped.
"I'm thinking." "Thinking about what?" "About whether I should go in and check on her." "Do you want me to come with you?"
He hesitated. Milton did have a taser gun. If Jewel were a spy and came at them with a meat cleaver, they could take the old crone down. Hard.
No, Milton, just stay put. I'm sure it's nothing.
Caleb pushed open the door and went in. The living room was empty, as was the small kitchen. There was a frying pan on the stove with bits of onion and what looked like ground beef. This matched the aroma in the air. There was one plate, a cup and a fork in the sink, all dirty. On the way back through the living room, he picked up a heavy brass candle holder as a weapon and moved slowly down the hallway. He reached the bathroom first and looked in. The toilet seat was down, the shower curtain open, and no bloody body was lying in the tub. He didn't check the medicine cabinet primarily because he didn't want to see how absolutely terrified he looked in the mirror. The first bedroom was empty, the small closet full of towels and bedsheets. There was only one room left. He hoisted the candle holder above his head and nudged
the door open with his foot. It was dark inside, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust. His breath left him in a rush. There was a lump under the bed cover. He whispered, "There's someone in the bed. The covers are over her face." "Is she dead?" Milton asked. "I don't know, but why would she be asleep with the covers over her face? Should I call the police?" "Just hang on a sec." There was a small closet in the room, its door partially open. Caleb stood to one side, his candle holder at the ready. He again used his foot to push the door open and then jumped back. A short rack of clothes hung there without a murderer in sight. He turned back to the bed, his heart beating so fast he wondered if he should have Milton call an ambulance for him. He looked down at his shaky hands. Okay. A dead body can't hurt you." Still, he didn't want to see her, not like that. He suddenly realized something. If they had killed her, he was partly responsible for taking her glasses and exposing the old woman. This somber thought depressed, but also calmed him somewhat. "I'm sorry, Jewel, even if you were a spy," he mumbled solemnly. He gripped the top of the bed cover and jerked it down. A dead man stared up at him. It was Norman Janklow, the Hemingway lover, and Jewel English's nemesis in the rare books reading room. Chapter 57. Albert Trent lived in an old house with a broad front porch set far back from a rural road in western Fairfax County. "Must be a hike for him to get into D.C. every day from here," Stone noted as he eyeballed the place with a pair of binoculars from behind a copse of towering river birch. Annabelle, dressed in black jeans, dark tennis shoes, and a black hooded jacket, crouched next to him. Stone carried a small knapsack. "Does it look occupied?" she asked. He shook his head. "No lights that I can see from here. But the garage is closed, so we can't tell if there's a car in there." "A guy in the intelligence field probably has an alarm system." Stone nodded. "I would be stunned if he didn't. We'll disable that first, before we go inside.
You know how to do that?
As I once told Reuben when he asked me that, the library is open to everyone. There wasn't another house within their line of sight, but they still approached the rear of the house to avoid being seen. This required crawling on their bellies, then their knees, and finally crab-walking the last 20 yards down a gentle slope 20 yards from the house. They halted here, and Stone took another reconnoiter. The home had a walkout basement with a pressure-treated deck on one end. The back was as dark as the front. With no streetlights and just a dash of ambient light, Stone's night binoculars were working optimally. Through the green haze of the coated optics, he could see everything he needed to. I'm not spotting any movement, but make the call anyway, he told Annabelle. Milton had gotten Trent's home phone number off the internet, a far more dangerous threat to America's privacy than the poor National Security Agency ever thought of being. Annabelle used her cell phone to call. After 4 rings, the voicemail kicked in, and they listened to a man's voice instructing them to leave a message.
Our spy seems to be out in the cold tonight,
she said.
Are you armed?
I don't own a gun. You? She shook her head.
I'm not into that. I go for brains over bullets.
Good. Guns aren't great things to be into.
You sound like you speak from experience.
Now is not the time to swap life stories.
I know. I'm just foreshadowing for when it will be a good time.
I didn't think you'd be sticking around after this.
I didn't think I'd be sticking around for this. So you never know.
Okay. The phone box is hanging on a foundation wall underneath the deck. Let's move. Keep it nice and slow. As they crawled forward, a horse whinnied somewhere in the distance. There were small family farms scattered around here, though they were being rapidly ground under by Northern Virginia's colossal residential housing machine that randomly spit out condos, townhouses, homes and mansions with numbing speed. They'd passed several such farms on the way to Trent's place, all of which had stalls, hay bales, paddocks, and large critters nibbling grass. Fat piles of horse manure left on the streets had served as an exclamation point for the equine's presence. Stone had almost stepped in some getting out of Annabelle's rental car. They reached the phone box, and Stone spent 5 minutes evaluating the security system hardwired into it, and took another 5 minutes to disable it. After he'd rerouted the last wire, he said, "Let's try the window right here. The doors probably have deadbolts. I brought a tool to force them, but let's take the point of least resistance first." That point was not the window, which was nailed shut. They moved down the rear of the house and finally found one window that was secured with window pins. Stone cut a circle of glass out, reached in, pulled out the pins, and popped the lock. A minute later, they were roaming down the hallway toward what looked to be the kitchen, with Stone in the lead holding a flashlight.
Nice place. but he appears to be a minimalist,
Annabelle noted. Trent's taste in interior decoration did tend toward the Spartan. A chair here, a table there. The kitchen was barren. Stone said,
"He's a bachelor. He probably eats out a lot. Where do you want to start?" "Let's see if he has an office of some kind here. Most D.C. bureaucrats tend to bring their work home."
They found the office, but it was nearly as bare as the rest of the house. No papers or files. There were some photos on the credenza behind the desk. Stone pointed to one. A big, bearish man with a bluff, honest face, white hair, and thick gray eyebrows was standing next to a smaller, flabby man with a bad comb-over, but who possessed a pair of cagey brown eyes and a furtive expression. Stone said,
"The big man is Bob Bradley. Trent's next to him." "Trent looks like a little weasel."
She stiffened.
"What's that vibrating sound?" "Damn, that's my phone."
Stone unclicked his cell and looked at the screen.
"It's Caleb. I wonder what they found."
He never got a chance to hear. The heavy blow from behind knocked Stone unconscious. Annabelle let out a scream an instant before a wet cloth held by a very strong hand covered her mouth and nose. As she breathed in the chemical fumes and started to collapse, her gaze fell on a mirror hanging on a wall across the room. In the reflection, she could see two men wearing black masks. One had her, and the other was standing over Stone, and behind them she saw a third man. It was the man in the picture, Albert Trent. He smiled, not realizing she had seen his reflection. Within a few moments her eyelids started fluttering, then closed, and she became limp. In accordance with Roger Seagrave's instructions, one of the men removed the watch from Annabelle's wrist. Seagraves already had a shirt of Stone's. Although he was not killing them himself, Seagraves was orchestrating their deaths, which satisfied his collection criteria. He would especially covet the addition of a 666, a first for his collection. Seagraves intended on giving it a particularly special place of honor. Chapter 58. Annabelle regained consciousness first. As her eyes came into focus, she saw the two men working away. One stood on a ladder, while the other one was handing him things. She was lying bound hand and foot on a cold concrete floor. Directly across and facing her was Stone, his eyes closed. As she watched, his eyelids fluttered several times and then remained open. When he saw her, her gaze directed him to the two men. Their mouths weren't bound, but neither wanted to alert their captors that they were awake. As Stone took in the room, his belly tensed. They were being held in the storage room at Fire Control, Inc. He squinted to see the label on the cylinder the men were preparing overhead. It was suspended from the ceiling by chains, which was why they were using a ladder to reach it.
Carbon dioxide, 5,000 ppm,
he mouthed as Annabelle tried to understand him. The men were going to kill them the same way Jonathan DeHaven had died. Stone looked frantically around for something, anything he could use to cut through his bindings. They probably wouldn't have much time after the men had left the room before the gas would shoot out of the cylinder and devour the oxygen in the air, leaving them to suffocate. He spotted it about the time the men finished their work.
"That should do it,"
one of them said, climbing down. As the man stepped into the wash of the overhead light, Stone recognized him. It was the foreman from the team that had removed the cylinders from the library. When the men glanced over, Stone instantly closed his eyes. Acting on his cue, Annabelle did likewise.
"Okay,"
the foreman said.
"Let's not waste time. The gas release triggers in 3 minutes. We'll let it clear out and then get them out of here. Where are we dumping them?"
the other man said.
"A real out-of-the-way place. But it won't matter if they're found. The cops won't be able to tell how they died. That's what's so sweet about this setup."
They grabbed the ladder and left. The instant the two men shut and locked the door behind them, Stone sat up and slid on his butt over to the work table. He levered himself up, snatched a box cutter off the table, sat back down and propelled back over to Annabelle. He whispered,
"Quick, take this knife and cut through my ropes. Hurry, we've got less than 3 minutes.
As they lay back to back, Annabelle moved the blade up and down as quickly as she could from such an awkward position. Once she hit flesh and heard Stone grunt in pain, but he said,
"Keep going. Don't worry about that. Hurry, hurry."
His eyes were on the suspended cylinder. Facing the way he was, he could see what Annabelle couldn't. There was a timer on the cylinder, and it was counting down fast. Annabelle cut as quickly as she could, until she felt her arms would drop from her shoulders. Sweat was leaching into her eyes from the effort. Finally, Stone felt the rope start to give way. They had 1 minute left. He pulled his hands apart, giving her more room to work. She cut more, and the ropes fell completely away. Stone sat up, undid the bindings on his feet, and jumped up. He made no attempt to reach the cylinder. It was too high up, and even if he could get to it and figure out how to stop the countdown, the men would know something was wrong when they didn't hear the gas release. He grabbed the oxygen tank and face mask that he'd seen on his previous visit and raced to Annabelle's side. They had 30 seconds. He grabbed her bound hands and slid Annabelle to a far corner behind a pile of equipment. He threw a tarp over them, placed his head next to Annabelle's, strapped the large oxygen shield over both their faces, and turned on the feed line. A low hiss, and the feeling of a light breeze in their faces showed that the line was working. A moment later, they heard a sound like a small explosion, followed by the roar of a waterfall up close. For 10 long seconds it continued, the CO2 coming out so fast and furiously that it covered the entire room almost instantly. As the snow effect took place, the temperature dropped dramatically, and Stone and Annabelle began to shake uncontrollably. They sucked deeply on the life-giving oxygen. Yet, on the fringes of the air pocket provided by the O2, Stone could feel the draining clutches of an atmosphere that was far closer to the moon's than Earth's. It tore at them, trying to rip the molecules of oxygen away, but Stone kept the mask crushed to their faces, even as Annabelle gripped him with the strength of extreme panic. Despite the supply of oxygen, Stone's thoughts still became muddled. He felt as though he were in a fighter jet soaring ever higher, the G-forces pulling his face back and up, threatening to rip his head off. Stone could only imagine the horror that Jonathan DeHaven, who'd had no oxygen to draw on, had endured in his final moments of life. Finally, the roar stopped just as instantly as it had started. Annabelle moved to push the mask away, but Stone stopped her. Whispering, he said,
"The oxygen levels are still depleted. We have to wait."
Then he heard what sounded like a ventilator fan come on. Time passed, and with each tick, Stone kept his eye on the door. Finally, he moved the mask from his face, but kept it on Annabelle's. He drew a careful breath, and then another. He tossed off the blanket, lifted her up and over his shoulder, and carried Annabelle to the exact spot where she'd been. Moving as quietly as possible, Stone grabbed up the nearly empty oxygen tank and stood behind the door to the room. He didn't have long to wait. A minute later, the door opened and the first man came through. Stone waited. When the second man appeared, Stone swung the cylinder and caught him dead on the skull, crushing it. He dropped as though pole-axed. The other man turned in alarm, ripping at the gun on his belt. The tank hit him flush in the face, driving him back against the work table and into the hard metal of the vise attached there. He screamed in pain and clutched wildly at his injured back as the blood slicked his face. Stone slung the tank once more, catching the guy square on the temple. As the man fell to the floor, Stone dropped the tank, raced to Annabelle, and untied her. She rose on shaky legs and looked down at the two battered men.
"Remind me never to piss you off,"
she said, her face very pale.
"Let's go before somebody else shows up."
They raced out the door, scaled the fence, and ran down the street. 3 minutes later, they had to pull up, breathing hard, sweat running down the dirty creases of their skin. They sucked in delicious air, and then jogged another quarter-mile until their legs were dead. They slumped down against the brick wall of what looked to be a warehouse.
"They took my phone,"
Stone said, gasping for extra oxygen.
"And by the way, I'm way too old for this shit. I seriously mean it." "Mine too. And me too,"
She answered in halting breaths.
Oliver, I saw Trent in the house. His reflection in the mirror.
You sure? She nodded.
It was definitely him.
Stone glanced around.
We have to get in touch with Caleb or Milton. After what happened to us, do you think they're okay?
I don't know, he said shakily. He lurched to his feet, held out a hand and pulled her up. As they started walking fast down the street, she slowed and said quietly,
Is that how Jonathan died?
He stopped and turned to her.
Yes. I'm sorry.
She shrugged non-committally, but wiped a tear from her eye.
My God.
Her voice shook.
Yes. My God.
Stone agreed.
Look, Susan, I never should have let you get involved in this. First of all, my name's not Susan.
Okay.
Second of all, tell me your real name and I'll tell you mine.
Stone hesitated just for a second.
Franklin. But my friends call me Frank. You? Eleanor. My friends call me Ellie.
Franklin and Eleanor? He said, looking bemused.
You started it.
She smiled, even as her eyes filled with tears and her body began to shake.
Oh, Jonathan.
Stone reached out and gripped her shoulder, steadying the woman.
I can't believe this,
she said.
I haven't even seen the man in over 15 years.
It's okay if you still care about him.
I wasn't sure I did until right now.
There's no law against it.
I'll be okay. Believe me. I've been through far worse.
As soon as Annabelle said that, she started to sob uncontrollably. Stone pulled her close as her legs failed. They both sank to the cement, and Stone kept holding her as her fingers dug into him, her tears dampening his shirt and his skin. 5 minutes later, she stopped, except for a couple of last heaves. Pushing away from him, Annabelle rubbed her swollen eyes and her runny nose with her sleeve. She said,
I'm sorry, I never, and I mean never, lose control like that.
Crying because you lost someone you love isn't exactly unusual.
It's just not, I mean, you never...
Stone put his hand against her mouth and said quietly,
My real name is John. John Carr.
Annabelle tensed for an instant and then relaxed.
I'm Annabelle Conroy. It's nice to meet you, John.
She exhaled a deep breath.
Whoa. That's not something I do very often.
Use your real name. I can sympathize. The last person I told tried to kill me.
He stood and helped her up. As he turned, she kept a hold of his hand.
Thank you, John, for everything.
He was clearly embarrassed by her gratitude, but she came to the rescue.
Let's go and see if Milton and Caleb need saving, okay?
Annabelle said. A moment later, they were jogging down the road. Chapter 59. Annabelle and Stone made a phone call from a service station, reaching Caleb. He had not yet fully recovered from finding Norman Janklow's body, but was able to relay some of what had happened. Stone called Reuben, and all arranged to meet back at Stone's safe house. An hour later they were reassembled, and Stone and Annabelle reported their experience first.
"Damn,"
Reuben said.
"Good thing you thought of the oxygen, Oliver."
Caleb and Milton told their story next. Caleb added,
"We called the police from a payphone. Only took about an hour to find one in our cell-happy world. Thank goodness I remembered to take the candle holder. It has my fingerprints on it." "Did you touch anything else?"
Stone asked. Caleb looked worried.
"I grabbed the handrail on the outside stoop."
He glared at Milton.
"Because Gadget Boy here decided to scare the crap out of me, and I might have touched something else inside the house. I don't remember. I've actually tried to block it out of my memory." "Your prints are in the federal database?"
Stone said.
"Of course."
Caleb gave a resigned sigh.
"Well, it won't be the first time the coppers have come for me, and I doubt it'll be the last." "What connection could this Norman Janklow have to all this?"
Reuben asked. Stone answered.
"Janklow could have been a spy, like English. That means the books he looked at could have been secretly coded, too. They must have only pretended to dislike each other,"
Caleb said,
"to help maintain their cover." "Okay, but why kill Janklow?"
Reuben persisted.
If he was a spy, once we exposed English, maybe the whole thing started to unravel, and they had to start tying up loose ends.
Annabelle ventured.
They might have gotten English out of the way and left Janklow there dead to confuse things.
"I'd say they accomplished their goal, then,"
Caleb pointed out.
"We should go to the police now."
Milton said anxiously.
"And tell them what?"
Stone argued.
"The marks in the book have disappeared, and if we explain that we were almost killed tonight, we'd have to admit to having broken into Albert Trent's home. I'm sure he's already called the police to report the burglary."
He glanced at Annabelle.
"And even though you saw him, it's your word against his. And I didn't call the police about what happened at Fire Control, Inc., because I felt sure by the time they got there, the 2 men I attacked would have disappeared."
He looked at Caleb.
"And since Caleb was at Jewel English's home, and his prints might be found there, if we go to the police, he'll instantly become a suspect. Couple that with the fact that the authorities already have Caleb and Reuben on their radar, it's all far too complicated for the police to believe." "Well, hell,"
was Reuben's sole comment to that analysis. Annabelle said,
"So what do we do? Wait for them to come after us again?"
Stone shook his head.
"No. Caleb will go to work tomorrow as if nothing's happened. The library will be in an uproar, having lost a director and a patron in such a short time. Caleb, find out what you can. The news will give us some hint as to what the police think, and if they've killed English too, the body might turn up."
Milton said,
"I'll keep my eye peeled on the net for any of that. That's where it'll break first."
Stone continued.
"Bob Bradley, Jonathan DeHaven, Cornelius Bean, and now Norman Janklow have been murdered. I believe Bradley died because he was forcing Albert Trent to leave the Intelligence Committee staff. Trent couldn't do that, because if I'm right, Trent was using that position to pass secrets. DeHaven was killed either because he was involved in the reading room, being used to convey these stolen secrets, or he stumbled on the scheme and had to be silenced. That might be the same for Norman Janklow. Or else he was also a spy like English. Bean was killed because he figured out that one of his company's equipment was used to murder DeHaven, and would no doubt have investigated further. Trent had a mole at Fire Control who probably tipped him off about Bean's suspicions, and he had to be eliminated."
Caleb said,
"But how could Jonathan, Jewel English, or Norman Janklow become involved in a spy ring? Who would think to use the rare book's reading room to communicate stolen secrets through coded letters in the first place?"
Stone said,
"Well, because one wouldn't logically think of it makes it a good plan. And remember, most spies are captured because they're placed under surveillance for some reason, and then they're observed making the drop of information, usually in a public place. Instead, we have coded letters in rare books. There's no surveillance possible. Old people read old books and go home. No one would even consider them remotely suspicious.
Caleb said,
But you still have to get the secrets Trent was presumably stealing to the library somehow. It wasn't Albert Trent highlighting those letters in the books, and Jonathan couldn't have done it in the beetle we took from the library. He was dead by then. Agreed, and that's the part we still have to figure out. In fact, that's the most important part, because it's our main hope of solving this case. If Janklow, English, or DeHaven were spies, there has to be some evidence of that.
Milton said,
We've already searched DeHaven's house and found nothing. And I looked through Jules.
Caleb said,
and only found a dead body.
Stone nodded.
Perhaps Norman Janklow's home may yield some results.
Reuben interjected.
The only problem with that is the police will be crawling all over it now. Same with English's place.
Stone said,
Things are getting very dangerous now, and we all have to be extremely careful. I suggest that we double up from now on. Milton and Caleb, you two can stay at Milton's house. It has a very good security system. Reuben, you and I can stay at your place, since certain people already know where I live.
He looked at Annabelle.
You can stay with us, too.
Reuben looked hopeful.
My shack's not much to look at, but I've got plenty of beer, chips, and a widescreen plasma, and I do a mean chili. On the protection side, I've got one nasty pit bull named Delta Dawn, who'll take a bite out of anyone I tell her to.
I think I'll stick to my hotel, but I'll watch out for myself. Don't worry.
Are you sure?
Stone said.
I'm sure, but thanks for the offer. I'm really more of a loner, actually. That's how I prefer it.
She added, averting her gaze from Stone. As the meeting broke up, Stone stopped Annabelle on the way out.
Are you okay?
He asked.
I'm fine. Why shouldn't I be? Just another day in the life.
Almost being killed isn't such a normal thing.
Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't.
Okay. Are you game for another run at Albert Trent?
She hesitated.
I don't mean breaking into his house again. I mean tailing him.
You think he's still around?
She said. Stone nodded.
They have no idea, really, what we know or don't know. My guess is they'll maintain the status quo until conditions dictate otherwise. If he skips town now, it's all over. If this is a spy ring, they might want to see if things can be salvaged. These people have obviously worked hard to put it together.
These people don't play around, do they?
Neither do I,
Stone replied. Roger Seagraves was a very unhappy man. While Janklow had been sacrificed to muddy the waters and silence a potential witness, English was in a secure place far away from D.C. Yet, because she'd allowed her glasses to be taken and their operation blown, Seagraves didn't see her remaining alive for long. That was the good news. The bad news was Oliver Stone and the woman had escaped, costing him 2 men in the process. The 666 had somehow managed to beat the death chamber and smash their skulls in. That was impressive, especially for a guy who must be 60 by now. Seagraves chastised himself for not killing the man when he had the chance. He had cleaned up the bodies at fire control, but the police were all over Jewel English's place. Fortunately, she had kept nothing incriminating at her home, and the same for Janklow. However, Seagraves' perfect scheme was ruined. Now he only had one goal, to go right to the source and end it once and for all. From the small table next to him, he picked up Stone's old shirt and the watch taken from Annabelle. Seagraves promised himself that these items would still become part of his collection. Chapter 60. He woke, stretched, turned over, and gazed out the window. The weather today was just like it had been yesterday, sunny and beautiful, with an ocean breeze apparently designed solely to inspire contentment in all it touched. He got up, wrapped a sheet around his waist, and strolled to the window. Situated on several acres of land that included a sandy beach pounded by the ocean, the villa was his, at least for a year, the length of the lease, but he was thinking about buying it outright. The isolated estate boasted a saltwater infinity swimming pool, a wine cellar, a tennis court, and a cabana with a daybed that was useful for more than drying out after a dip, for he seldom swam alone or with a bathing suit on. In the two-car garage sat a Maserati coupe and a Ducati for his driving pleasure. A cook, maid, and gardener came with the place for less money than he'd paid in condo fees back in L.A. He drew a deep breath and knew he could spend the rest of his life here. He hadn't exactly followed Annabelle's instructions about not flashing the cash, but this place had been immediately available for someone with the money. And once he had leased the house, he had to have the toys that went with it. He wasn't worried about Bagger finding him. The guy had never even seen him, and there were lots of rich young people around this part of the world. He was cool. In fact, he was great. Tony heard her coming up the stone stairs and retreated back to his bed, letting the sheet fall away. When she opened the door, he saw that she carried a tray with his breakfast only. It was funny. She'd slept with him after the second night, but wouldn't eat breakfast with him. It probably had to do with her being the maid. "Dos huevos, jugo de naranja, tostar y café con leche," she said. Her Spanish accent was pleasantly lyrical.
"And you?"
He smiled, pulling her to him after she had set the tray down on the table next to the bed. She kissed him on the lips and let him slip off her strapless nightie, which was all she happened to be wearing. He traced the finely developed muscles in her long brown neck, stroked her large breasts, moved his hand down her flat belly, and then went lower still.
"Tú no tienes hambre?"
she cooed, rubbing her bare leg against his and nuzzling his neck with her lips.
"Hambre for you,"
he said, nibbling her ear. He scooted around and let her fall back on the bed. He took one of her shapely legs in each of his arms and stood poised between her thighs. She licked her fingers and then squeezed her breasts.
"Damn, you drive me loco, Carmela,"
he said. She lunged forward, grabbed him by the shoulders, and pulled him down on her. The door smashing back against the wall made the couple forget about screwing before breakfast. 4 big men came in, trailed by a smaller, broad-shouldered fellow wearing a two-piece suit and open-collared shirt and sporting a devilish look of triumph. Jerry Bagger said,
"Hey, Tony, nice place you got here. I really like it. It's amazing what you can buy with someone else's money, ain't it?"
He sat down on the bed as the terrified Carmela tried to cover herself with a sheet.
"Hey, honey, you don't have to do that,"
Bagger said.
"You're really pretty. How do you say? Bonita. That's right. Muy bonita, bitch."
He motioned to one of his men. This gent picked up Carmela, carried her over to the open window, and tossed the lady out. They all listened to one long scream, and then a thud. Bagger picked up the glass of orange juice on the tray and drank it down in one long gulp. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said,
"I drink orange juice every day. You know why? It's got a ton of calcium. I'm 66, but do I look it? Hell no. Feel this muscle, Tony. Go ahead and feel it."
Bagger flexed his right biceps. Tony, however, seemed paralyzed. Bagger feigned surprise.
"Why so upset? Oh, because of the bitch going out the window? Don't worry about that."
He looked at the man who'd done the tossing.
"Hey, Mike, you aim for the swimming pool, right? Like in that James Bond movie. Which one was that again?" "Diamonds are forever, Mr. Bagger,"
Mike said promptly. Bagger smiled.
"That's right. Diamonds are forever. Damn, I love that James Bond shit." That's the one with what's-her-name and the teeny bikini where you can see her butt crack. Stephanie Powers? Jill St. John, Mr. Bagger.
Mike corrected politely.
Right. I always get those two broads mixed up. Bitches look just alike when they ain't got nothing on. Go figure. I didn't quite make the pool with the lady, Mr. Bagger.
Mike admitted.
But you tried, Mike. You tried. That's the important thing.
He turned back to Tony.
That's the most important thing, right, Tony?
Tony was obviously too horrified to speak.
Besides, it's better this way, because the two old folks downstairs, you're not gonna believe this. They just keeled over and died when we walked in. And there's no way a pretty little thing like that Bonita bitch could have kept up a big place like this all by herself. I look at it as a favor, what we did. Don't you, Tony?
Tony nodded with great difficulty.
Now, feel my muscle. I want you to feel the strength I got in this body.
Not waiting for Tony to take the initiative, Bagger grabbed his hand and pulled it over to his flexed biceps.
You feel how hard that is, Tony? Do you understand how strong I am now? You got a real good sense of that?
Tony wailed.
Please don't kill me, Mr. Bagger. Please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bagger gave Tony's fingers a crushing grip and let them go.
Come on. Don't do that. Apologies make a man look weak. Besides, it was a great scam. Really, first rate. Everybody in the whole gambling world knows that you guys put one over on my ass to the tune of 40 mil.
Bagger looked away and drew a deep, calming breath, apparently trying hard to keep from dismembering the young man with his bare hands, at least for a few more minutes.
But first, let's get one important thing squared away. I want you to ask me how I found you. I want you to know how smart I am and how fucking dumb you are. So ask me, Tony, how did I track you down? With all the places you could have gone in the whole freaking world after ripping me off.
Bagger grabbed a hold of Tony's slender neck and jerked him close.
Ask me, you little prick.
A vein throbbed in Bagger's temple. Tony said haltingly,
How did you find me, Mr. Bagger?
Bagger slammed a forearm into Tony's shallow chest, knocking him back against the bed. Then the casino chief stood and paced.
I'm glad you asked me that. See, the bitch who ran the scam, she had you watching me that first night to make it look like I was under surveillance. Now, the only way to look into my office is to get a room on the 23rd floor at a hotel across from my casino. So I go over there and make some inquiries about who occupied any rooms on that floor on that day that looked out onto my place. And I checked out every single person on that list.
He stopped pacing and grinned at Tony.
Until I found you. You were smart not to use your own name at the hotel, but you made a slip that the bitch and her sidekick didn't. That's why I couldn't track them down. 'Cause they left nothing behind.
Bagger wagged a finger at him.
But you went and got a massage. 'Cause I checked on that, and you hit on the chick that gave you the rub-down, looking for a little action on the side. But you didn't last too long with the lady, and then ran into the bathroom to puke your guts out. While you were in there, the bitch rolled your wallet and took some cash to add to the lousy C-note you gave her for popping early. And that's where she saw the driver's license with your real name. It was pretty dumb to keep it in there, Tony. So while you thought the BJ only cost you $100, you can see the price tag really turned out to be a whole lot more. And the lowlife told me everything I needed to know for a lousy grand. Don't ever trust the bitches, Tony. They'll screw you every time, and don't I know it.
He sat back down next to Tony, who was now quietly sobbing.
You got a rep, young man. Gadget boy. Do anything with a computer. Like putting spy shit on my bank wiring system and stealing $40 million of my money. I mean, that's talent. So anyway, I greased a lot of palms, checked your friends, your family, traced some calls you made back home, killed a few uncooperative people, and now I find myself sitting here with you on the sunny coast of Spain or fucking Portugal or wherever the hell we are.
He slapped Tony's bare leg.
Okay, good. Now I got that off my chest. We can move on.
He motioned to one of his men, who pulled a compact pistol out of his jacket holster, spun a suppressor on the muzzle, chambered around, and handed it to Bagger.
No, please, no,
Tony whimpered, before Bagger silenced him by jamming the pistol in the young man's mouth, breaking his 2 front teeth in the process. Bagger wedged a forearm against Tony's windpipe, holding him down on the bed and sliding his finger near the trigger.
Okay, Tony boy, here's the drill. You get one chance at this. One chance.
He repeated slowly.
And it's only because I feel generous. Why? I don't know. Maybe I'm mellowing in my old age.
He paused, licked his lips, and said,
The bitch. I want a name and everything else you know about her. You tell me that, you get to live.
He looked around the cavernous bedroom.
Not here, not on my dime, but you get to live. You don't tell me, well...
Bagger abruptly slid the pistol out of Tony's mouth, its muzzle covered in his blood and bits of teeth.
Oh, you thought I was just gonna shoot you?
Bagger laughed.
No, that's not how this works. That's way too fast.
He gave the gun to another man and held out his hand. Mike slapped a serrated knife into his palm.
We do this stuff slow, and we have lots of practice.
Bagger held out his other hand, and another of his men slipped a plastic glove on it. Bagger continued.
You didn't used to have to do this glove stuff except because of fingerprints. But now, with all the diseases and crap everywhere, you can't take chances. I mean, like the Bonita bitch. How do you know she wasn't bonking every muchacho in town before you started banging her ripe ass? I hope you were at least wearing a rubber.
Bagger reached his gloved hand down, grabbed Tony's crotch, and pulled hard. Tony screamed in agony, but the other men held him down. Bagger studied Tony's private parts and said,
Frankly, I don't understand what Bonita saw in you.
He raised the knife up.
Okay, the bitch's name, where my money is, and everything else. Then you get to live. Otherwise, I start with your balls, and then it gets really painful after that. What's it gonna be, Tony? You got 5 seconds, and once I start cutting, I don't stop for nothing.
Tony made a sound.
What was that? I didn't quite get it. And... Speak the hell up, you little asshole. My hearing's not that great. Annabelle!
He screamed.
Annabelle? Annabelle who?
Bagger yelled so hard, spit flew out of his mouth.
Annabelle Conroy. Patty Conroy's daughter.
At the sound of this last name, Bagger slowly lowered the knife and let go of Tony's privates. He handed the blade to one of his men and stripped off the glove. Jerry Bagger stood and walked over to the window and looked out. His gaze didn't even linger for a second on the dead Carmela, who'd landed flush on an ornate stone lion positioned next to the back door. Instead, he stared out at the ocean. Annabelle Conroy? He'd never even known Patty had a kid. Yet now it started to make sense. Patty Conroy's little girl had been in his casino, in his office, played him like a fool, and screwed him out of far more than her old man ever had. Okay, Annabelle, I did your mama. Now it's your turn. He cracked his knuckles, turned back around, and looked at bloody-mouthed Tony lying there on the bed, weeping, a hand over his privates.
What else?
He said.
Everything. and you get to keep breathing.
And Tony told him, finishing up with Annabelle's instructions on keeping a low profile and not spending his money all in one place. Bagger said,
"Well, you should have listened to the woman."
He snapped his fingers.
"Okay, guys, get to it. We don't have all day."
One of the men opened a black case he'd brought with him. Inside were 4 baseball bats. He handed 3 to the other men and kept 1 for himself. As they raised the bats overhead, Tony shrieked.
"But you said if I told you, you'd let me live. You said so."
Bagger shrugged.
"That's right. And after the boys finish with you, you'll still be alive. Barely. Jerry Bagger is a man of his word."
As he walked out, he heard the first blow land, breaking Tony's right knee. Bagger started whistling, closed the door to muffle the screams, and went downstairs for a cup of coffee. Chapter 61. The next morning, the library was in an uproar. Norman Janclo's murder, so soon after DeHaven's death, had sent shockwaves the length and breadth of the Jefferson Building. When Caleb arrived for work, the police and FBI were already interrogating everyone. Caleb did his best to answer the questions with short answers. It didn't help that the same 2 homicide detectives who'd given him back the keys to DeHaven's house were also there. He sensed that they were keeping a very close eye on him. Had someone spotted him at Jewel's house? Had they found his prints there? And Reuben had been released in time to commit the murder? Did they suspect him as well? There was no way to tell. Next, his thoughts turned to the beetle that Annabelle had taken. He had brought it with him today. It had been relatively easy, though Caleb was still a nervous wreck. The guards didn't check bags going in, only coming out, and only visitors had their bags run through the X-ray machine. Still, the presence of the police only added to his tension. He breathed a sigh of relief after he'd safely run the gauntlet of authority and put the book away in his desk. When a conservator showed up with some repaired books to be returned to the vault, Caleb volunteered to do it. This would give him the perfect opportunity to reshelve the beetle. He put the dime novel in the stack with the others and went into the vault. He put away the repaired tomes and then headed to the section where the beetles were kept. However, when he started to slide the book onto the shelf, he noticed that the tape Annabelle had used to secure it to her thigh had torn a corner of the cover when she pulled it off.
"Great. You'd have thought she could have been a little more careful considering she stole the damn book in the first place,"
he muttered to himself. He'd have to take the beetle to conservation. He left the vault, filled out the necessary paperwork, and had the conservation request inputted on the computer system. Then he walked through the tunnels to the Madison Building, barely glancing at the room where the gas cylinder that had killed Jonathan DeHaven once lurked. Reaching the conservation department, he presented the book to Rachel Jeffries, a woman who did very thorough work and performed it promptly. After chatting briefly with her about the latest awful news, Caleb returned to the reading room and sat at his desk. He looked around the space, so beautiful, so perfect for contemplation, so very empty right now after the deaths of 2 men associated with it. He jerked when the door opened and Kevin Phillips came in, looking gaunt and stricken. The 2 men spoke for a few minutes. Phillips told Caleb he was thinking of resigning.
"It's too much for my nerves," he explained. "I've lost 10 pounds since Jonathan died. And with his neighbor being murdered and now with Janclo's death, the police don't think Jonathan's death was innocent. Well, they could be right. What do you think is going on, Caleb? I mean, this is a library. This stuff isn't supposed to happen to us. I wish I could tell you, Kevin."
Later, Caleb spoke with Milton, who'd been keeping his eyes and ears glued to the media outlets. He reported that there was much speculation about Janclo's death, but no official cause had been reported. Jewel English's home had been rented by her 2 years earlier. The only connection between the woman and the dead man was their regular visits to the reading room. English was now missing. Inquiries into her background had come to a dead end. She apparently wasn't who she appeared to be. Perhaps Janklow wasn't either. Big surprise there, Caleb thought, as he hung up with Milton. Every time the door to the reading room opened, Caleb would tense. The place, so long a haven of peace and genteelness, was now like a recurrent nightmare. He just wanted to get out of its suffocating depths. Suffocating. God, that was an unfortunate choice of words. Yet he stayed because it was his job. And while he was often weak and impulsive in other aspects of his life, he was serious about his work. There were, not surprisingly, no patrons in the reading room today. At least, this would give Caleb time to catch up on some tasks. However, that was not to be. Suddenly realizing that he was famished, Caleb decided to run out and get a sandwich.
"Mr. Foxworth?"
Caleb said, as the tall, good-looking man approached him out on the street in front of the Jefferson Building. Seagraves nodded and smiled.
"Please, Bill, remember? I was coming by to see you today."
Actually, Seagraves had been waiting for Caleb to come outside.
"I'm just going to get a sandwich. I'm sure someone else can help you find a book in the reading room." "Well, I was actually wondering if you'd like to see my books." "What?" "My collection. It's in my office. It's only a few blocks from here. I'm a lobbyist, specializing in the oil industry. It pays to be close to Capitol Hill in my business." "I'm sure it does. Do you think you could spare a few minutes? I know it's a lot to ask." "All right. Mind if I get a sandwich on the way? I haven't had lunch." "Not at all. I also wanted to tell you that I have on a 5-day inspection period works by Anne Radcliffe and Henry Fielding." "Excellent. Which books?" "Radcliffe's The Romance of the Forest, and Fielding's The History of the Adventures of Joseph Andrews." "Very good choices, Bill. Radcliffe was a genius at Gothic mystery. People think horror writers today are on the edge. They should try reading Radcliffe. Her stuff will still scare the pants off you. Joseph Andrews is a fine parody of Richardson's Pamela. Fielding's ironic in that he was a true poet at heart whose greatest fame was as a novelist and playwright. It's said that his most popular play, Tom Thumb, made Jonathan Swift laugh for only the second time in his life."
Caleb chuckled.
"I'm not sure what the first was, though I have a few theories." "Fascinating,"
Seagraves said as they walked down the street.
"The thing is, the dealer in Philly, where I got the books, says that they're first editions, and his letter makes the usual claims about typical points and other indicia, but I really need an expert opinion. These books aren't cheap." "I would imagine not. Well, I'll take a look at them, and if I can't tell, which, without blowing my own horn too loudly, is doubtful, I can certainly put you in touch with someone who can. Mr. Shaw, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. Please, call me Caleb."
Caleb grabbed a sandwich at a deli on Independence Avenue, a block down from the Madison Building, and then followed Seagraves to his office building. It was located in a brownstone, Seagraves said, but they'd have to enter from the alley.
"They're doing repairs on the lobby, and it's a mess. But there's an elevator we can ride from the basement right to my office."
As they walked down the alley, Seagraves kept a running conversation going about old books and his hopes of building an adequate collection.
"It takes time,"
Caleb said.
"I have a part ownership interest in a rare bookshop in Old Town Alexandria. You should drop by sometime." "I'll certainly do that."
Seagraves stopped at a door in the alley, unlocked it, and ushered Caleb inside. He closed the door behind him.
"The elevator's just around the corner. Fine. I think—"
Caleb didn't finish what he was thinking as he slumped to the floor unconscious. Seagraves stood over him, holding the blackjack he'd earlier hidden in a crevice of the interior wall. He hadn't lied. The brownstone's lobby was being renovated. The entire building was, in fact, and had been recently shut down so construction work could begin in a week. Seagraves tied and gagged Caleb, and then placed him in a box that sat open against one wall after taking off a ring from Caleb's right middle finger. He nailed the lid of the box shut and made a call. 5 minutes later, a van pulled into the alley. With the driver's help, Seagraves lifted the box into the van. The men climbed in, and the van pulled off. Chapter 62. Annabelle had picked Stone up before the crack of dawn, and they'd driven out to Trent's home and settled themselves down where they could see his driveway. They'd left Annabelle's rental car for Reuben to use and taken his battered pickup truck for the surveillance. It fit in a lot better in horse country than her Chrysler LeBaron had the night before. Because she and Stone had been kidnapped, that car was still parked on a dirt road about 500 yards from where they were. Annabelle had rented another car the previous night at Dulles Airport. Stone was looking through a pair of binoculars. It was dark, chilly, and damp, and with the truck's engine off, the interior quickly became very cold. Annabelle snuggled down in her coat. Stone seemed oblivious to the elements. They had only seen one other car pass by, its headlights cutting through the fog that hovered a few feet above the ground. Stone and Annabelle had ducked down in the truck's cab until it had gone by. The sleepy driver was on his cell phone, gulping coffee and reading snatches of a newspaper draped across the steering wheel. An hour later, just as dawn was breaking, Stone tensed.
Okay, something's coming.
A car had pulled out from Trent's driveway. As it slowed to make the turn onto the road, Stone focused his binoculars on the driver's side.
It's Trent.
Annabelle looked around at the deserted area.
It might be a little obvious if we start tailing him.
We're going to have to chance it.
Luckily, another car pulled past them. A station wagon with a mom driving and 3 small kids in the back seat. Trent pulled ahead of the station wagon. Stone said,
Okay, that car's our buffer. If he checks the mirror, he'll see a family, nothing more. Hit it.
Annabelle put the truck in gear and pulled into line behind the second car. They made it to Route 7 20 minutes later through a series of back roads. As they did so, a few other cars joined the procession, but Annabelle managed to keep behind the station wagon, which in turn was right behind Trent. When they reached Route 7, a main artery into Tyson's Corner, Virginia, and Washington, D.C., the traffic picked up considerably. D.C. was an early-to-work sort of place, and major roads were routinely jammed as early as 5:30.
Don't lose him,
Stone said urgently.
I've got it covered.
She expertly maneuvered the truck through traffic, keeping Trent's sedan within sight. It helped that it was getting light now. Stone glanced at her.
You seem to have tailed people before.
Just like I told Milton when he asked me a similar question. Beginner's luck. So where do you think Trent's headed?
I hope to work.
40 minutes later, Stone was proved correct, as Trent led them to Capitol Hill. As he turned into a restricted area, they had to break off surveillance, but they watched as an automatic security barrier lowered into the ground, and a guard waved him in. Annabelle said,
If only that guard knew the guy's a spy and a murderer.
Well, we have to prove that he is. Otherwise, he's not. That's the way it works in a democracy.
Almost makes you wish we were fascists in this country, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't,
Stone said firmly.
So what now?
Now, we wait and watch.
Even before 9/11, undertaking surveillance near the Capitol was not easy going. Now it was nearly impossible, unless one was nimble and tenacious. Annabelle continually had to move the truck, until they'd found a place close enough to see the exit Trent would have to come out of, and far enough away that the cops would not hassle them. Twice, Stone had dashed across the street and bought them coffee and food. They listened to the radio and swapped a little bit more of their personal histories, along with large doses of conjecture on what their next move should be. Milton had phoned Stone on a cell phone he'd loaned his friend. He had little to report. The police were being very tight-lipped about things, and consequently the media kept running the same information over and over. Stone put the phone away and settled back in his seat, took a sip of coffee, and glanced at his partner.
I'm surprised you're not complaining about the monotony. Stakeouts aren't easy.
The gold always comes to patient people.
Stone looked around.
I'm assuming Trent will be working a full day, but we can't chance that.
Isn't the Library of Congress around here somewhere?
Stone pointed up ahead.
A block that way is the Jefferson Building, where Caleb works. I wonder how he's getting on. I'm sure the police were there today.
Why don't you call him?
She suggested. Stone phoned his friend's cell, but Caleb didn't answer. He called the reading room next. A woman picked up, and Stone asked for Caleb.
He left a while ago to get some lunch.
Did he say how long he'd be gone?
The woman said,
Can I ask what this is in reference to?
Stone clicked off and sat back.
Anything wrong?
Annabelle asked.
I don't think so. Caleb just went off to get some lunch.
Stone's phone rang. He recognized the number on the screen.
It's Caleb.
He put the phone up to his ear.
Caleb, where are you?
Stone stiffened. A minute later, he put the phone down.
What's up?
Annabelle asked.
What did Caleb say?
It wasn't Caleb. It was the people who are holding Caleb.
What?
He's been kidnapped.
My God. What do they want? And why are they calling you?
They got the number from Milton. They want to meet to discuss things. Any sign of the police, they kill him.
What do they mean they want to meet?
They want you, me, Milton, and Reuben to come.
So they can kill us?
Yes, so they can kill us. But if we don't go, they'll kill Caleb.
How do we know he's not already dead?
At 10 o'clock tonight, they said they'd call and let him talk to us. That's when they'll tell us where and when the meeting is.
Annabelle drummed her fingers on the worn steering wheel.
So what do we do?
Stone studied the Capitol dome in the distance.
You play poker?
I don't like to gamble,
she answered with a straight face.
Well, Caleb's their full house. So we need at least that or better to be able to play this hand. And I know where to get the cards we need.
However, Stone knew that his plan would test the limits of friendship to the max. Yet he had no choice. He punched in the number, which he knew by heart.
Alex, this is Oliver. I need your help. Badly.
Alex Ford sat forward in his chair at the Secret Service's Washington field office.
What's going on, Oliver? It's a long story, but you need to hear it all.
When Stone finished, Ford sat back and let out a long breath.
Damn. Can you help us? I'll do my best. I've got a plan. I hope you do. It sounds like we don't have much time to pull this together.
Albert Trent left Capitol Hill that evening and drove home. Leaving Route 7, he followed the meandering back roads to his isolated neighborhood. He slowed as he approached the last turn before his driveway. A pickup truck had run off the road and hit something. An ambulance and a utility truck were there along with a police car. A uniformed cop was standing in the middle of the road. Trent drove cautiously ahead until the policeman stepped forward with his hand up. Trent rolled down his window, and the cop leaned in.
I'm going to have to ask you to turn around, sir. That truck skidded off the road and hit an above-ground natural gas pressure regulator and caused a major surge in the pipes. Damn lucky he didn't blow himself and the neighborhood sky high. But I live right around the bend, and I don't have gas in my house. Okay, I'll need to see some ID with your address on it.
Trent dug into his jacket pocket and handed the officer his driver's license. The cop hit it with his flashlight and then handed it back.
All right, Mr. Trent. How soon will they fix it? That's a question for the gas company. Oh, one more thing.
He reached his other hand in the window and sprayed something from a small canister directly into Trent's face. The man coughed once and slumped over in his seat. On cue, out of the ambulance stepped Stone, Milton, and Reuben. With the cops' help, Reuben lifted Trent out of the car and into another car that pulled forward, Annabelle at the wheel. Alex Ford emerged from the ambulance and handed Stone a leather canvas knapsack.
You need me to show you again how to use it?
Stone shook his head.
I've got it, Alex. I know this is a stretch for you, and I really appreciate it. I didn't know where else to turn. Oliver, we'll get Caleb back. And if this is the spy ring that people have been whispering about and we can bust it, you guys all deserve medals. When you get the call, let us know the details. I've got multi-agency support on this. Just so you know, I didn't have to beg for volunteers on this one because a lot of guys are itching to nail these bastards.
Stone climbed into the car with the others.
And now we play the hand,
Annabelle said.
Now we play the hand.
Stone affirmed. Chapter 63. The call came at precisely 10 o'clock. Stone and the rest of the group were in a downtown hotel suite. The man on the other end started to dictate the time and place to meet, but Stone cut him off.
We're not going to do that. We have Albert Trent. You want him back? Then we'll do an exchange on our terms. That is not acceptable,
the voice said.
Fine. Then we turn your buddy over to the CIA, and they can coax the truth out of him, including naming names, and believe me, what I've seen of Trent, it won't take long. You won't even have time to pack a bag before the FBI knocks down your door. Do you want your friend to die?
The man snapped.
I'm telling you how they both can live, and you can avoid going to prison for the rest of your life. How do we know this isn't a trick? How do I know you're not planning to put a bullet into me when I show up? Simple. We have to trust each other.
There was a long pause.
Where?
Stone told him where and when.
Do you realize what tomorrow will be like down there? That's why I picked it. We'll see you at noon. And one more thing. If you harm Caleb, I will kill you personally.
Stone clicked off and turned to the others. Milton looked fearful but determined. Reuben was examining the contents of the leather pack Alex Ford had given them. Annabelle's gaze was directly on Stone. Stone went over to Reuben.
How's it look?
He held up 2 syringes and 2 bottles of liquid.
Amazing stuff, Oliver. What will they think of next?
Stone walked into the adjoining room, where an unconscious Albert Trent was strapped to the bed. Stone stood there, fighting a strong impulse to attack the sleeping man who'd caused them all such pain. A minute later, he rejoined the others.
Tomorrow will be a long day, so we need to get some sleep. We'll run 2-hour shifts watching Trent. I'll take the first one.
Milton immediately curled up on the couch, while Reuben lay down on one of the double beds. Both men were asleep within a few minutes. Stone went back into the other room, sat down in a chair next to Trent, and stared at the floor. He jerked when Annabelle pulled up a chair beside his and handed him a cup of coffee she'd made. She was still dressed in jeans and a sweater, but her feet were bare. She curled one long leg under her as she sat down. He thanked her for the coffee and added,
"You should get some sleep."
I'm more of a night person, actually.
She glanced at Trent.
So what are the odds of everything going perfectly tomorrow?
0.
Stone answered.
It's always 0. Then you do all you can to beat that number, but sometimes it's out of your hands.
You speak from experience, don't you?
What else do you speak from?
Bullshit. Like most people. But not you.
He sipped his coffee and stared off.
Alex Ford is a good man. I'd go into battle with him any time. I have, in fact. We actually have a good shot at doing this clean.
I want to kill that little creep,
she said, watching the unconscious Trent. Stone nodded and ran his gaze over the man.
He looks like a mouse, a desk jockey, which is exactly what he is to most people. Wouldn't hurt a fly. He just gets other people to do it for him, and this cruelty has no limit. Because he doesn't have to see it or dirty his hands. Because of people like him, our country has been put at great risk.
All for money?
I've known some to claim it was about a cause, about following their beliefs, even about the excitement. But it's always really about the money.
She eyed him curiously.
You've known other traitors?
He glanced sideways at her.
Why do you find any of this interesting?
I find you interesting.
When he remained silent, she said,
We were talking about other traitors?
He shrugged.
I've known more of them than I cared to, but I didn't know them for long.
He rose and went over to the window.
In fact, most of them I only saw for a few seconds before they died.
He added, barely in a whisper.
Is that what you were? The assassin of American traitors?
Stone's shoulders tensed, and she added hurriedly,
I'm sorry, John. I shouldn't have said that.
He turned to face her.
I guess I failed to mention that John Carr is dead. So why don't you make it Oliver from now on?
He sat back down without looking at her.
I really think you need to get some sleep.
As she rose to leave, she glanced back. Stone sat rigid in the chair, seemingly staring at Albert Trent. But Annabelle didn't believe the man was looking at the handcuffed spy. His thoughts were probably far in the past, perhaps recollecting how to give a bad man a quick death. Not that far away, Roger Seagraves was marshalling his own team, trying to anticipate every move the other side would make. He hadn't been back to his house because he'd suspected something had happened to Trent. He and his partner had implemented a system whereby each would call the other by a certain time in the evening if everything was okay. He obviously hadn't gotten that call. Their capturing Trent complicated matters but didn't make things insurmountable. He had to assume that Oliver Stone and the others had gone to the authorities by now. So there were several levels of opposition he would have to bust through to get Trent clear, if the man hadn't already ratted him out. However, rather than fearing tomorrow, Seagraves was looking forward to it. It was such times that the man lived for, and it was only the best man that would survive. And Seagraves was certain he would be that man tomorrow, just as certain as he was that Oliver Stone and his friends would be dead. Chapter 64. The next day broke clear and warm. Stone and the others left the hotel, transporting Trent in a large trunk that they loaded into a van. Inside the van, Stone squatted over Albert Trent and gave him an injection in the arm using one of the syringes. He waited 10 minutes and then injected Trent with the other syringe. A minute later, the man's eyes fluttered open. As he came to, Trent looked wildly around and tried to sit up. Stone pressed a hand against his chest and then took a knife out of a sheath on his belt. Holding the blade in front of Trent's quivering face, he slid it between the man's skin and the gag, severing the cloth. Trent said in a shaky voice,
What are you doing? I'm a federal employee. You could go to jail for this. Save it, Trent. We know everything. And if you don't do anything stupid, we're going to give you up for Caleb Shaw in a nice, easy exchange. But if you don't cooperate, I'll kill you myself. Or would you rather spend the rest of your life in prison for treason? I have no idea.
Stone held the blade up.
That's not what I meant by being cooperative. We have the book and the code and the evidence that you set up Bradley to be killed. And we know about Jonathan DeHaven and Cornelius Bean. And you almost added me and her to your bag, but we decided it wasn't our time to go.
He inclined his head in Annabelle's direction. she said, smiling.
If you're going to have thugs jump people at your house and then try and murder them, you shouldn't stand in a spot where the mirror captures your reflection, Al. And if it were up to me, I'd slit your throat and toss your body in a landfill. That's where you're supposed to deposit garbage, right?
Stone unlocked the handcuffs around the man's hands and feet.
We're doing a 1-to-1 exchange. We get Caleb, you go free. How can I be sure of that? The same way Caleb can be. You just have to trust. Now get up.
Trent rose on shaky legs and looked at the others arrayed around him in the back of the van.
Are you the only ones who know? If you've called in the police, just shut up.
Stone snapped.
And I hope you have your fake passport and plane tickets ready.
Reuben opened the van doors, and they all stepped out, with Trent in the middle.
My God,
Trent said.
What the hell is going on here?
He was looking at a sea of people. Stone said,
Don't you read the papers? It's the National Book Festival on the Mall. And a march against poverty.
Milton added.
200,000 people total.
Reuben chimed in.
What a great day in the capital city. Reading books and fighting for the poor.
He gave Trent a poke in the side.
Let's get going, asswipe. We don't want to be late.
The National Mall stretched for nearly 2 miles, bracketed on the west by the Lincoln Memorial and on the east by the Capitol, and encircled by vast museums and imposing government buildings. The National Book Festival, an annual event, had grown to over 100,000 attendees. Circus-sized tents had been erected on the mall, emblazoned with banners reading fiction, history, children's literature, thrillers, and poetry, among others. In these tents, writers, illustrators, storytellers, and others held large crowds enraptured with their readings and anecdotes. On Constitution Avenue, the march against poverty was ramping up, with its destination the Capitol. After that, many of the marchers would join in the book festival, which was free and open to the public. Stone had carefully planned the exchange point with input from Alex Ford. It was near the Smithsonian Castle on Jefferson Street. With thousands of people around, it would be nearly impossible for a shooter to get off a clean shot, even at a distance. In his knapsack, Stone carried the one device that would allow him to complete this mission the right way. For once he had Caleb back safely, Stone had no intention of allowing Albert Trent and his fellow spies to escape. Reuben said,
Up ahead, 2 o'clock, by the bike rack.
Stone nodded, and his gaze caught Caleb standing on a small grass plot partially encircled by a waist-high hedge, with a large and elaborate fountain beyond that. It offered some privacy and a buffer from the throngs of people. Behind Caleb were 2 men with hoods pulled up and wearing dark sunglasses. Stone was sure they were armed, but he also knew that federal snipers were stationed on the roof of the castle, their beads no doubt already drawn on the men. Yet they would only fire if necessary. He also knew that Alex Ford was around helping to coordinate the operation. Stone eyed Caleb, trying to get his attention. But there were so many people around it was difficult. Caleb looked panicked, which was normal. But Stone detected something else in his friend's eyes that he didn't like. Hopelessness. And that's when Stone saw the thing around Caleb's neck.
My God,
he muttered.
Reuben, do you see it?
The big man looked stricken.
Those bastards.
Stone turned to Milton and Annabelle, who were following behind.
Stay back.
What?
Annabelle said.
But Oliver...
Milton protested.
Just do it.
Stone snapped. The 2 stopped. Annabelle looked particularly stung by Stone's order, and Milton seemed paralyzed. Reuben, Stone, and Trent moved on until they came face to face with Caleb and his captors. Caleb moaned over the sound of the fountain in the background and pointed to what looked like a dog collar around his neck.
Oliver. I know, Caleb, I know.
He pointed to the device and said to the hooded men,
Take that off him, now.
Both men shook their heads. One held up a small black box with 2 buttons sprouting from it.
Only when we're safely away. You think I'm letting you walk away leaving a bomb locked on my friend's neck? As soon as we're away, we'll deactivate it,
the man said.
And I'm just supposed to trust you? That's right. Then you're not leaving. And if you detonate the bomb, we all die. It's not a bomb,
the same man said. He held up the black box.
I push the red button, enough toxin to kill an elephant goes right into him. He'll be dead before I let go of the button. I push the black button, the system is disengaged, and you can take the collar off without releasing the poison. Don't try to take control from me forcibly, and if a sniper shoots, my reflex will involuntarily push the button.
He let his finger hover over the red button as he smiled at Stone's obvious dilemma.
You enjoying this, asshole?
Reuben spat out. The man kept his gaze on Stone.
We're assuming you've got cops everywhere just waiting to take us once your friend here is safe. So, excuse us for taking obvious precautions.
Stone said.
And what's to prevent you from triggering it once you're gone? And don't give me the trust answer again. It'll make me upset. My orders were not to kill him unless our escape was blocked. If you let us go, he lives. What exact point do you need to get to before you deactivate the poison? Not very far away at all. In 3 minutes we'll be gone. But if we wait too long, I push the red button.
Stone gazed at Caleb, then at the furious Reuben and back at Caleb.
Caleb, listen to me. We have to trust them. Oh, God, Oliver, please help me.
Caleb didn't appear willing to trust anyone.
I will, Caleb, I will.
In desperation, Stone said,
How many loaded darts do you have in that damn thing? What?
The man looked startled.
How many? 2. One on the left and one on the right.
Stone turned and gave his knapsack to Reuben and whispered,
If we die, don't let us die in vain.
Reuben took the knapsack and nodded, his face pale, but his manner rock steady. Stone turned back around and held up his left hand.
Let me slide my hand under the collar so the left dart will hit me instead of my friend.
The man now looked totally flustered.
But then you'll both die. That's right. We'll both die together.
Caleb stopped shaking and stared directly at Stone.
Oliver, you can't do that. Caleb, shut up.
Stone looked at the man.
Tell me where to put my hand. I don't know if this... Tell me!
Stone shouted. The man pointed to a spot, and Stone squeezed his hands in the narrow space, his skin now resting against Caleb's.
Okay,
Stone said.
When will I know it's been disarmed? When the red light on the side there turns green,
the man said, pointing to a small crimson glass bubble on the collar.
Then you can undo the clasp and it comes right off. But if you try to force it off before, it automatically engages. Understood.
He glanced at Trent.
Now, take that scum and get the hell out of here.
Albert Trent pulled away from Reuben's grasp and marched over to the hooded men. As they started walking away, Trent turned back and grinned.
Adios.
Stone kept his eyes tight on Caleb's face. He was also talking to his friend in a low voice, even as onlookers slowed and pointed at what must have seemed a very unusual scene. One man's hand jammed under a collar on another man's neck.
Deep breaths, Caleb. They're not going to kill us. They're not going to kill us. Deep breaths.
He checked his watch. 60 seconds had passed since the men had left with Trent and disappeared into the crowd.
2 more minutes and we're home free. We're good. We're in great shape.
He looked at his watch.
90 seconds. We're almost there. Hang with me. Hang with me, Caleb.
Caleb was holding Stone's arm in a death grip, his face flushed, his breath coming in mangled gasps. But he was standing firm and finally said,
I'm okay, Oliver.
Once, a suspicious park police officer started heading their way, but two men in white jumpsuits who'd been cleaning out trash cans intercepted the cop and sent him on his way. They'd already relayed the situation to the snipers, who'd stood down. Meantime, Milton and Annabelle had crept forward, and Reuben whispered to them what was going on. Tears fell down Milton's horrified face, while Annabelle put a trembling hand to her mouth and watched as the two men clung to each other.
30 seconds, Caleb. We're almost there.
Stone's gaze was now directly on the red light on the collar as he counted off the ticks.
Okay. 10 seconds and we're free.
Stone and Caleb together mouthed the final countdown. But the light didn't turn to green. Caleb couldn't see this and said,
Oliver, can you take it off now?
Even Stone's nerves began to fail now, yet he never once thought of pulling his hand free. He closed his eyes for a second, awaiting the sting of the needle and the poison right behind it.
Oliver!
This was Annabelle calling out to him.
Look!
Stone opened his eyes and stared at the beautiful little drop of green in the bubble.
Reuben, help me!
He called out. Reuben shot forward, and together they unlocked the collar and slipped it off Caleb's neck. The librarian fell to his knees as the others crowded around him. When he finally looked up, he grabbed Stone's hand. He gushed.
That was the bravest thing anyone's ever done, Oliver. Thank you.
Stone looked around at the others, and then the truth hit home. It took him barely an instant to react. He shouted,
Get down!
He grabbed the collar and threw it over the hedge, and it landed in the large fountain. 2 ticks later, the collar exploded, sending geysers of water and chunks of concrete shooting into the air. The crowds on the mall panicked and started running. When Stone and the others slowly got to their feet, Caleb said,
My God, Oliver, how did you know? It's an old tactic, Caleb, to draw us all in and let down our guard. And he told me where the poison needles were in the collar because he knew the bomb would kill us, not the poison, if there ever was any poison in it.
Stone took the knapsack from Reuben and pulled from it a small, flat object with a small screen on it. On the screen, a blob of red was moving fast.
Now, we finish this,
he said. Chapter 65.
They've gone into the Smithsonian Metro entrance,
Reuben said, eyeing the small screen Stone was holding as the group raced across the mall and pushed their way through the panicked crowds and small blocks of police.
That's why we picked that exchange spot,
Stone answered.
But the Metro will be jammed,
Milton said.
How will we find them in there? We took a page from Trent and Company. You know the chemical wash they put on the letters in the book to make them glow? Sure, so?
Milton said. Stone said,
I injected Trent with a chemical provided by Alex Ford that transmits a signal to this receiver. It's like the man's glowing for us. Using this, we can pick him out of a crowd of thousands. Alex and his men also have a receiver. We're going to pin them down. I hope it works,
Caleb said as they forced their way through the swells of people. He rubbed his neck.
I want to see them rot in jail, and no books to read, ever. That'll serve them right.
Suddenly, screams poured out of the station below.
Come on,
Stone shouted, and they dashed down the escalator. While Trent and the two men were waiting for the next train, a pair of agents disguised as maintenance workers had approached from their rear. Before they had a chance to draw their weapons, both men fell forward with gaping bullet wounds in their backs. Behind them, Roger Seagraves, wearing a cloak, replaced the silenced pistols in his twin belt holsters. The noise of the crowds had covered the suppressed shots, but when the men fell and the people saw the blood, the screams started, and panicked citizens began running in all directions. An instant before one of the agents died, he rallied, pulled his gun, and shot one of the hooded men in the head. As this man dropped, the detonator device he still carried in his hand clattered to the stone tile floor. A westbound train roared into the station and disgorged still more passengers, who ran headlong into the growing chaos. Trent and his remaining guard used this panic to jump onto one of this train's cars. Seagraves did likewise, but with the riptide of the crowd, he could only manage to scramble onto the next car down. Right before the doors closed, Stone and the others fought their way through the mass of people and clambered aboard. The train car was packed, but Stone checked his tracking device and saw that Trent was very close by. He scanned the interior and finally spotted him at the other end. Stone quickly noted that only one hooded man remained with him. The problem was that at any moment, Trent or his bodyguard could spot them. A few moments later, Alex Ford and several other agents ran through the crowd, but the train was already pulling out. He yelled at his men, and they ran back out of the station. Inside the moving train, Stone said,
"Reuben, sit down, quick!"
Reuben towered over everyone, and thus was the one most likely to be spotted. Reuben pushed some teenage boys out of the way and sat on the floor. Stone ducked down and kept his gaze on Trent. He was talking to his bodyguard and holding his hands up to his ears for some reason. Facing the way he was, Stone couldn't see Roger Seagraves in the car behind him, watching him through the glass. Seagraves had been stunned to see that Caleb and the others were still alive. He was lining up for a shot to Stone's head when the train sped into the next station and lurched to a stop. People pushed and pulled to get on and off, and Seagraves was levered away from his kill position. The train took off again and gained speed rapidly. Stone was now making his way through the crowd toward Trent. He palmed his knife, keeping the blade tucked against his forearm under his sleeve. He visualized plunging the knife up to the hilt into Trent's chest. Yet that wasn't his plan. He would kill the guard, but Stone had no intention of cheating Trent out of spending the rest of his life in prison. Stone was closing in on his target when his plans were foiled. The train rocketed into Metro Center, came to a stop, and the doors burst open. Metro Center was the busiest station in the entire subway system. Trent and his guard jumped through the open door. In the next car down, Seagraves did likewise. Stone and the others pushed their way out and into a crush of passengers rushing to and from trains arriving and departing on 2 different levels and from several different directions. Stone kept his gaze on Trent and the hooded figure next to him. From the corner of his eye, he saw 2 men in white jumpsuits heading toward Trent. What he didn't see was Roger Seagraves slide a small metal object out of his pocket, pull a pin with his teeth and let it fly, even as he turned his back and made sure his ears were plugged. Stone saw the oblong cylinder sail past him through the air and knew instantly what it was. He whirled around and screamed to Reuben and the others, "Get down and cover your ears." A couple seconds later, the flashbang went off, and dozens of people around it collapsed to the floor, holding their ears, covering their eyes, and screaming in pain. Trent and his bodyguard had been unaffected by the explosion. They'd put ear protectors on and had averted their gaze from the flash part of the flashbang. Stone, woozy despite having put his face to the floor and jammed his coat sleeves into his ears, looked up and saw shoes and feet flying in front of him. As he tried to get up, a large man fleeing the panic barreled into him, knocking him down. Stone felt the tracker fly out of his hands, and he watched with a sickening feeling as it slid across the floor, over the edge and onto the tracks under the waiting train. When the end car cleared the station, he lunged to the edge and looked down. The box had been crushed under the train. He turned back around and saw that Reuben had attacked the hooded man. Stone sprang to his friend's aid, not that the big man needed it. Reuben put the smaller man in a half-Nelson, lifted him off the floor, and slammed him headfirst into a metal pole. Then Reuben flung the man away, and he slid across the slick floor as people scrambled to get out of the way. As Reuben stormed toward him, Stone hit him from behind, knocking his friend down.
"What the hell?"
Reuben grunted as the shot fired by the man sailed by overhead. Stone had seen the gun and knocked Reuben out of the way just in time. The hooded man rose on one knee and prepared for a point-blank shot, but was dropped by the impact of 3 rounds in his chest fired by 2 federal agents who came running up, followed by uniformed police. Stone helped Reuben up and looked around for the others. Annabelle waved from a far corner, Milton and Caleb beside her.
"Where's Trent?"
Stone called out. Annabelle shook her head and held her hands up in a helpless gesture. Stone stared hopelessly around the crowded platform. They'd lost him. Suddenly, Caleb screamed.
"They're going up the escalator. That's the man who kidnapped me, Foxworth. And Trent,"
Milton added. They all looked upward. At the sound of his alias, Seagraves glanced over his shoulder, and his hood fell away, giving them all a good look at him and Albert Trent, who was beside him.
"Damn,"
Seagraves muttered. He maneuvered Trent through the crowd, and they raced out of the train station. Up on the street, Seagraves pushed Albert Trent into a cab and gave an address to the driver. He whispered to Trent,
"I'll meet you there later. I've got a private plane ready to take us out of the country. Here are your travel papers and new ID pack. We'll get your appearance altered."
He shoved a thick wad of documents and a passport into Trent's hands. Seagraves started to slam the cab door shut, and then abruptly stopped.
"Albert, give me your watch." "What?"
Seagraves didn't ask again. He ripped the watch off Trent's wrist and closed the cab door. It drove off, a panicked Trent looking back at him through the window. Seagraves planned to kill Trent later, and he had to have something belonging to him. He was very angry about having to leave his collection behind because he couldn't risk returning to his house. And Seagraves was also upset because he hadn't been able to get any items from the 2 agents he'd killed in the metro. Well, I can always start a new collection. He ran across the street to an alleyway, climbed into a van he'd parked there, and changed his clothes. Then he waited for his pursuers to appear, and this time he wouldn't miss. Chapter 66. Stone and the others rode the escalator out of the metro along with hundreds of other panicked people. While sirens filled the air and a small army of police converged on the area to investigate the rampage, they walked down the street aimlessly.
"Thank goodness Caleb's okay,"
Milton said.
"Absolutely,"
Reuben bellowed. He grabbed Caleb around the shoulders.
"What the hell would we do without you to tease?" "Caleb, how did you come to be abducted?"
Stone asked, curiously. Caleb quickly explained about the man calling himself William Foxworth.
"He said he had books for me to look at, and then the next thing I know, I'm unconscious." "Foxworth, that was the name he used?"
Stone asked.
"Yes, it was on his library card, so he would have had to show some ID to get it. Undoubtedly not his real name. At least we got a look at him."
"What do we do now?"
Annabelle asked.
"What I still don't understand is how the chemical wash was put in the books,"
Milton said.
"Albert Trent works on the Intelligence Committee staff. He gets the secrets somehow and then passes them on to whom? And how do they end up in books at the reading room where Jewel English and presumably Norman Janklow see and write them down using their special glasses?"
While they were all mulling those questions, Stone used his cell phone to check in with Alex Ford. They were still looking for Trent, but Ford advised Stone and the others to pull back from the chase.
"No sense in putting yourselves in more danger,"
he said.
"You've done enough."
After Stone had told them that, Caleb said,
"So where do we go? Home?"
Stone shook his head.
"The Library of Congress is near here. I want to go there."
Caleb wanted to know why.
"Because that's where this all started, and a library is always a good place to get answers."
Caleb was able to get them into the library, but not the reading room, because it was closed on Saturday. Wandering the halls, Stone said to the others,
"What confuses me most of all is the timing of events."
He paused, marshalling his thoughts.
Jewel English came to the reading room 2 days ago, and the highlights were in the Beetle book. Later that night, when we had the book, the highlights vanished. That is a very tight time frame.
Caleb said,
"It is amazing, really, because most books in the vault sit unread for years, even decades. The highlighting would have to go on the letters, and Jewel would have to be contacted to come in with the name of the book to ask for. Then, like you said, that very same day the highlights disappear."
Stone stopped walking and leaned against a marble banister.
Yet how could they be so sure the timing would work? You wouldn't want the wash to remain on the pages very long in case the police got their hands on them. Indeed, if we'd acted a little sooner, we might have gotten the book to the FBI before the chemical evaporated. So logically, the highlighting had to have taken place close to the time English came in.
Caleb said,
"I'd been in and out of the vaults before Jewel came in that day. I didn't see anyone in there other than some of the staff, and none stayed longer than 10 or 15 minutes. That wouldn't have been nearly long enough to highlight all those letters, and they couldn't have done it anywhere else, because that would require them taking the book home."
He jerked.
"Wait a minute. If any of the staff had taken it home, I can check that. They'd have to fill out the 4-part call slip. Come on, the reading room's closed, but I can check from another place."
He led them to the library's main reference desk, talked to the woman there for a few moments, and then stepped behind the counter, logged on the computer, and started typing. A minute later, he looked disappointed.
"No beetles have been checked out. In fact, no books at all have been checked out by library personnel in over 4 months.
While they all were standing there, Rachel Jeffries walked by. She was the conservator Caleb had brought the Beetle dime novel containing the highlights to for repair. She said,
"Oh, hello, Caleb. I didn't think you came in on weekends anymore."
"Hi, Rachel. Just doing some research."
"I'm just trying to catch up on some backlog at conservation. I popped over here to meet with someone on a project I'm doing. Oh, while I have you, I wanted to let you know that the Beetle you gave me to work on had just recently been returned to the vault after repairs."
"What?"
Caleb said, stunned.
"It had some back cover damage and a few loose pages. When I looked up its conservation history, I was really surprised because, like I said, it had just been brought back to the vault. Any idea how it was damaged again?"
"When exactly had it been brought back to the vault?"
Caleb asked, ignoring her question.
"Why, the day before you gave it to me."
"Rachel, hang on a minute."
Caleb started tapping on the computer keyboard again. He was looking for how many beetles had been sent to conservation in the recent past. His answer came back quickly as the software churned through the data.
36 beetles repaired over the last 2 years,
he said to the others. Next, he checked the records for books Jewel English and Norman Janklow had requested, together with all books that had gone to the conservation department over the last 6 months. He found that Jewel English had requested 70% of the beetles that had been repaired in the last 6 months, and she'd requested them on the exact day they had come back from conservation. He found a similar pattern for Norman Janklow. He told the others the results of his search.
"The beetles require a lot of preservation work because they were so cheaply made."
Stone, whose mind had raced ahead of the others, looked at Rachel Jeffries.
"Can you tell us which conservator repaired that particular beetle?"
"Oh, sure. It was Monty Chambers."
Stone and the others started running down the long corridor. Caleb called back over his shoulder,
"Rachel, I love you."
She immediately blushed, but managed to say,
"Caleb, you know I'm married. But maybe we can have a drink sometime."
"Do you know where Chambers lives?"
Stone asked Caleb as they ran out onto the street. Caleb nodded.
"It's actually not too far from here."
They hailed 2 cabs and sped off. 15 minutes later, the cabs slowed as they turned onto a quiet residential street, lined with old row houses that were in good repair. Each had a small square of front yard enclosed by 2-foot-high wrought iron railings.
"This area looks familiar for some reason,"
Stone said.
"There are a lot of neighborhoods just like this one around here,"
Caleb explained. They climbed out of the cabs, and Caleb led them up to one of the homes. The brick was painted blue, and the shutters were coal black. Flowers sat in pots on the windowsill.
"You've been here before, obviously,"
Stone said, and Caleb nodded.
"Monty has a workshop at home where he repairs books freelance. I've referred several people to him. He's even repaired a couple of my books. I can't believe he'd be mixed up in something like this. He's the best conservator LOC has. Been there for decades." "Everyone has their price, and a conservator would be the perfect person to doctor the books,"
Stone remarked, looking cautiously at the front of the house.
"I doubt that he's hanging around here, but you never know. Reuben and I will knock on the door while you all stay back."
The knock prompted no response. Stone glanced around. There was no one on the street.
"Give me some cover, Reuben,"
he said. Reuben turned around and placed his wide body between Stone and the street. A minute later, the lock clicked open. Stone went in first, followed by Reuben. The main floor revealed nothing of interest. The furniture was old, but hardly antique. The pictures on the walls were prints. The refrigerator had some old takeout in it. The dishwasher was empty. The 2 bedrooms upstairs yielded little of interest. Some slacks, shirts, and jackets hung in one closet. Underwear and socks in the small bureau. The bathroom held the usual items, though Stone picked up a couple objects with a puzzled look. The medicine cabinet held the typical assortment of prescriptions and toiletries. They found nothing that might indicate where Chambers had gone. When they got back downstairs, the others were standing in the foyer.
"Anything?"
Caleb asked anxiously. Stone answered,
"You mentioned a workshop? Lower level."
They trooped down and searched through Chambers' workspace. It had all the things one would expect to see in a book conservator's arsenal, and nothing else.
"Dead end,"
Reuben proclaimed. The lower level was a walkout, and Stone glanced out the window.
"Opens into an alleyway with a row of buildings on the other side." "So?"
Reuben said irritably.
"I doubt a fleeing traitor would be lurking in an alley waiting for the feds to show up."
Stone opened the door, stepped out, and looked up and down the alley.
"Wait here."
He ran down the alley, turned the corner, and disappeared from view. When he returned a few minutes later, his eyes were gleaming. Reuben was watching his friend closely.
"You remembered why this place looks familiar. You've been here before?" "We've all been here before, Reuben."
Chapter 67. Stone led them around the corner and down the street along the front of the row houses that backed to the alley opposite Chambers' home. Stone stopped in the middle of the block and motioned the others to stay put as he stared upward at something on the building they were in front of.
"Good Lord,"
Caleb said, looking around and realizing where he was.
"I didn't recognize it in the daytime." "Caleb, ring the bell,"
Stone instructed. Caleb did so, and a deep voice said,
"Yes, who is it?"
Stone motioned to Caleb.
"Oh, it's me, Mr. Pearl, Caleb Shaw. I wanted to talk to you about the Psalm book." "I am not open. My hours are clearly posted on the sign." "It's very urgent,"
Caleb said.
"Please, it won't take long."
A long moment passed, and then they heard a click. Caleb pulled the door open, and they all went inside. When Vincent Pearl appeared a moment later, he was not dressed in long robes, but in black pants, white shirt, and a green work apron. His long hair was disheveled, and his beard untidy. He appeared startled to see the others with Caleb, and said angrily,
"I'm very busy right now, Shaw. I cannot drop everything simply because you show up unannounced.
Stone stepped forward.
Where's Albert Trent? In the back room?
Pearl gaped at him.
Excuse me. Who?
Stone pushed past him, kicked open the door to the back room, and went in. He came out a minute later.
Upstairs, then? What the hell are you doing?
Pearl screamed.
I'll call the police.
Stone darted past him for the spiral stairs and motioned for Reuben to follow him upstairs.
Watch out, Foxworth might be with him.
The pair disappeared upstairs, and a minute later the others heard screams and a struggle. Then the noise abruptly stopped, and Stone and Reuben marched downstairs, holding firmly to Albert Trent. They threw the man in a chair, and Reuben stood next to him. The Intelligence Committee staffer looked thoroughly beaten, but Reuben still growled,
Just give me an excuse to snap your scrawny neck.
Stone turned to face Pearl, who, unlike Trent, had lost none of his composure.
I have no idea what you think you're doing,
Pearl said as he lifted the apron over his shoulders.
This man is a friend of mine, and he's here at my invitation. Where's Chambers?
Caleb blurted out.
Is he here at your invitation, too? Who?
Pearl said. Caleb looked exasperated.
Monty Chambers. He's right here, Caleb,
Stone said. He reached over and tugged hard on Pearl's beard. It had started to come off. With his other hand, Stone moved to grab a chunk of the bushy hair, but Pearl stopped him.
Please, allow me.
He pulled first the beard and then the wig off, revealing a smooth, bald head. Stone said,
To really hide your identity, don't leave a hairbrush and shampoo in the bathroom. Bald men rarely need those items.
Pearl sat down heavily in a chair and ran his hand along the fake hair.
I'd wash this and my beard in the sink and then brush them out. It was a pain, but there you are. Much of life is a pain.
Caleb was still staring at Vincent Pearl, who was now Monty Chambers.
I can't believe I never saw that you two were one and the same man. The disguise was very effective, Caleb,
Stone said.
Hair and a beard, different type of glasses, the added weight, unusual clothes. It all adds up to a very unique look. And by your own admission, you'd seen Pearl privately here at the shop only twice before, and only at night, and the lighting is not that good.
Caleb nodded.
And you spoke very little at the library, and when you did, your voice was high and squeaky. So which came first?
He demanded.
Vincent Pearl or Monty Chambers?
Pearl smiled weakly.
Monty Chambers is my real name. Vincent Pearl was simply my alter ego. Why have one at all?
Stone asked. At first, Chambers appeared reluctant to answer, but finally he shrugged and said,
I suppose it doesn't matter now. I used to be an actor in my youth. I loved dressing up, playing the role, but my talent outstripped my opportunities, I guess you could say. My other passion was books. As a young man, I apprenticed with an excellent conservator and learned the trade. I was hired by the library and had the beginnings of a good career, but I also wanted to collect books, and the salary at the library didn't allow for that. So I became a rare book dealer. I certainly had the knowledge and experience, but who would engage a humble conservator at the library for that? Not the rich, which was the clientele I was aiming for. So I invented someone they would pursue with vigor. Vincent Pearl. Theatrical, mysterious, infallible. And whose shop was only open at night to accommodate his day job.
Stone added.
I bought this shop because it was across the alley from my home. I could put on my disguise and walk out the door and into my shop a new man. It worked very well. Over the years, my reputation as a dealer flourished. How do you go from book dealer to spy?
Caleb asked, his voice trembling.
How do you go from book conservator to someone who kills people?
Trent spoke up.
Don't say anything. They have nothing on us. We have the codes,
Milton said.
No, you don't,
Trent sneered.
If you'd had them, you'd have gone to the police. EWHFWSPJEMRTIZ. Shall I go on?
Milton asked politely. They all looked at him, dumbfounded. Caleb said,
Milton, why didn't you tell us before? I didn't think it mattered, because we didn't have the proof in the book. But I read the highlighted letters before they vanished, and once I see something, I never forget it.
He said helpfully to the stunned Trent.
Anyway, it just occurred to me that since I remembered all the letters, the authorities could try and decrypt it once I told them.
Chambers looked at Trent and shrugged.
Albert's father and I were friends, meaning friends with me as Monty Chambers. When he passed away, I became a father figure to Albert, I guess, or at least a mentor. This was years ago. Albert came back to Washington after he finished school and joined the CIA. He and I had talks over the years about the spy world. Then he moved to the Hill, and we had more discussions. By this time, I'd let him in on my secret. He didn't like books all that much, a character flaw that I, unfortunately, never held against him. The spying?
Stone prompted. Trent screamed at Chambers.
You old fool, shut up! Okay, that's it. Bedtime, Junior.
Reuben slugged Trent flush in the jaw, knocking him out. He straightened up and said encouragingly to the book dealer,
Go right ahead.
Chambers eyed the unconscious Trent.
Yes, I wonder that I am an old fool. Little by little, Albert told me how there was money to be made in selling what he called minor secrets. He explained that it wasn't so much spying as just the normal course of business. He said in his position on the committee staff, he'd met a man who had contacts in all the intelligence agencies and who was very interested in doing business with him. It turned out later that this man was very dangerous. But Albert said lots of people sold secrets, on both sides. It was almost expected. And you believed that?
Stone said.
A part of me didn't. A part of me wanted to because book collecting is an expensive passion, and the money could come in handy. I see clearly now that it was wrong. But back then it didn't seem that bad. Albert said the problem was that all spies eventually got caught when they did a drop. He said he'd figured a way around that depended on me. Your skill as a conservator with rare books. You had expertise and access to the library,
Caleb said.
Yes, and Albert and I were old friends. So there was nothing suspicious about him bringing me a book. That was my specialty, after all. Inside the books, certain letters were marked with a tiny dot. I'd take the coded letters he'd given me and put them in the library books using the chemical stain. With incunabula works, I always loved the beautifully highlighted letters that the craftsmen created during the cradle of printing and beyond. To me, they were really paintings in miniature, hundreds of years old, and with proper care, they can look as vibrant today as the day they were first done. In my own way, I'd been experimenting with materials like that for years, just as a hobby. There's no market for that sort of thing anymore. It actually wasn't too difficult to come up with a chemical to make the letters react under the right type of lenses, which I also constructed. Along with old books, chemistry and the power and manipulability of light have always fascinated me. I do so enjoy my work at the library.
He paused.
Well, at least I did enjoy it, as my career is now, of course, over.
He sighed heavily.
On the other end, Albert and his people arranged for people to come to the reading room with these special glasses. I understand they came in on a regular basis, not always simply to get the coded messages, so as not to raise suspicion. Little old ladies and men coming in and reading rare books would never incite suspicion anyway.
Stone added.
They could take the secrets, put them in an old-fashioned letter to a relative living out of the country, And not even the mighty NSA, with all its supercomputers and satellites, would ever know. It really was a perfect plan. I would tell Albert which book was ready to go, and he would place little phrases on certain internet sites that would tell them when to come in and what book to ask for. I'd deliver that book on the morning of their visit. I had an endless supply of volumes in for repair that were freely circulated in the reading room, so that was no problem. They came in, copied down the highlighted letters, and went on their way. Some hours after that, the chemical wash evaporated, and the evidence with it.
And you get paid very well, with the money sent to a foreign account.
Annabelle said.
Something like that,
He admitted.
But like he said, Vincent Pearl was a big success. Why not go with that identity full-time?
Stone asked.
As I said, I loved the work I did at the library, and it was fun fooling everyone. I guess I wanted the best of both worlds.
Caleb spoke up.
Spying is bad enough, but murder? Bob Bradley, Cornelius Bean, Norman Janklow, probably Jewel English? And Jonathan? You had Jonathan killed. I didn't have any of them killed.
Chambers protested fiercely. He pointed at Trent.
He did that. He and whoever he's working with. Mr. Foxworth.
Stone said slowly.
But why Jonathan?
Caleb asked bitterly.
Why him?
Chambers nervously rubbed his hands together.
He came into the conservation room unexpectedly after hours one night and saw me doctoring a book. I was just applying the chemicals to the pages. I tried to explain it away, but I'm not sure he believed me. I immediately told Albert what had happened, and the next thing I know, Jonathan was dead. Albert told me later that because the reading room was our base of exchange, they had to make the death seem natural. If we lost the reading room, we'd be out of business. But you knew what had happened, and yet you still didn't come forward?
Caleb said accusingly. Chambers exclaimed.
How could I? I'd rot in jail. Which you will now,
Stone said firmly.
And him,
he added, looking at the slumped-over Trent. A voice said,
or maybe not.
They all whirled around and watched as Roger Seagraves stepped toward them, a pistol in each hand.
Mr. Foxworth?
Caleb said.
Shut up,
Seagraves said impatiently. His gaze settled on Trent, who was just coming around. When he saw Seagraves, he said,
Thank God, Roger.
Seagraves smiled.
Wrong deity, Albert.
He fired, hitting Trent in the chest. The man gasped and slipped off the chair onto the floor. Seagraves aimed his other pistol at Stone and Reuben, who'd made a move toward him.
I don't think so.
He leveled his other pistol at Chambers.
Your services are no longer needed either.
As Chambers braced for the impact of the bullet, Stone stepped between him and Seagraves.
I've already called the police. They're on their way. If you're planning to escape, now would be an excellent time. That's really touching. 1-666 looking out for another?
Stone stiffened slightly. Seagraves smiled.
So, it's true. Then you know the first rule of our business. Never leave any witnesses. But I am curious. How did you end up working in a cemetery? That's a long fall for somebody like you. I actually considered it a promotion.
Seagraves shook his head.
I would have saved myself a lot of trouble by just killing you when I had the chance. You destroyed a great operation. But I've got enough cash to live very well.
Annabelle said.
If you get away.
Oh, I'll get away. I wouldn't be too sure,
Stone said, as he started to ease his right hand toward his jacket pocket.
The Secret Service and the FBI are involved now. Whoa, that really scares me. And at the very least, I need to collect a few items from my collection.
Seagraves said.
Hold it,
he cried out, and Stone's hand froze where it was, his fingertips near his jacket pocket.
"Hands up, old man." "What?"
Stone said, appearing bewildered.
"Hands up, 666, where I can see them. Now."
Stone jerked both hands straight up in the air. Seagraves gasped and staggered forward. Dropping his pistols, he attempted to pull the knife out of his throat, but the blade Stone had tossed while throwing his hands up had severed the man's carotid artery. The blood was pouring out so fast, Seagraves was already crumbling to his knees. Then he was on his belly. He slowly rolled over on his back. As the others watched, horrified, Stone calmly walked over to Seagraves and pulled the knife free. The last person he'd killed with the underhanded knife toss had been just like this man. He'd more than deserved it. Milton looked away while Caleb turned pale and seemed wobbly on his feet. Annabelle's and Reuben's gazes were locked on the mortally wounded man. Stone looked down at the dying man without a trace of pity.
"If you're going to kill someone, kill him. Don't have a conversation with him."
As Roger Seagraves quietly expired, they heard sirens in the distance.
"I called Alex Ford when I realized the Chambers house backed up to the bookshop,"
Stone explained.
"That's why I did this, you know,"
Chambers said, finally pulling his gaze away from the now dead Seagraves.
"For books, to acquire them, keep them safe for the next generation. With the money I earned, I've purchased some amazing specimens. I really have."
He looked up to see them all staring at him in disgust. Chambers slowly rose.
"I have something to give you, Caleb."
A suspicious Stone followed him over to the counter. When he reached in a drawer, Stone grabbed his hand.
"I'll do that. It's not a weapon,"
Chambers protested.
"We'll see, won't we?"
Stone pulled out a small box, opened it, glanced inside, and closed it. He handed it over to Caleb. Inside was the first edition Bay Psalm book.
"Thank you, God!"
Caleb screamed in relief. Then he looked at Chambers in amazement.
"How did you get this? You didn't have the code, a key to the vault?" "You recall that I felt ill as we were about to leave the vault, and you offered to fetch me a glass of water from the bathroom down there? As soon as you left, I opened the small safe. I'd watched you unlock it and saw what the code was, the number of the reading room. I took the book and put it in my jacket. When you came back with the water, you closed up the vault, and we left."
Reuben groaned.
"You dork! You left him in the vault all by himself?"
Caleb snapped.
"Well, I didn't expect him to steal the damn thing."
Chambers stared down at his hands.
"It was just an impulse on my part. Once I'd taken it, I was both terrified and thrilled. I'd never done anything like that before. I'm scrupulously honest with my clients. But that book, to even hold it—"
His eyes gleamed for an instant, and then dulled just as fast.
"At least I can say I had it, if only for a little while. I kept pushing you to get the book evaluated because I thought that would throw suspicion away from me when the loss was discovered."
Annabelle looked in the box.
"Oh, that book. So he did keep it."
Caleb stared at her in disbelief.
"What? You know about this?"
he demanded.
"Oh, it's a long story,"
she said, hastily. Chapter 68. Alex Ford and an army of agents arrived a minute later. Surprisingly, Albert Trent was still alive, though badly wounded. His bundle of travel documents inside his jacket pocket had partially blocked the bullet. He was taken away in an ambulance. Chambers gave a detailed statement to the police, recounting all that he had already told the others. As Chambers was being led away, he said to Caleb,
"Please take care of the psalm book."
Caleb's reply surprised everyone, maybe himself most of all.
"It's just a damn book, Monty or Vincent or whoever the hell you really are. I'd much prefer to have Jonathan alive and well, over this lump of old paper.
He held up the priceless psalm book before dropping it unceremoniously in the box. As the story unfolded over time, most of the deductions made by Stone and the others proved correct. Bradley was killed because he was about to force Trent to leave the committee staff, making it impossible for him and Seagraves to continue their seemingly innocent relationship. And Bean was murdered because he'd uncovered that Jonathan had been killed using the CO2 stolen from his company. They also learned from Chambers' account that one of Trent's men, who had gotten a job at Fire Control, Inc., had gone into the reading room vault and placed a small camera in the air duct under the pretense of adjusting the gas nozzle located there. Annabelle and Caleb hadn't seen this on the tape they'd reviewed because it occurred on a Saturday when the room was closed and the tape machine wasn't turned on. Yet they, of course, had seen something even more critical, Jewel English's sleight of hand with the glasses, which had ultimately led them to the truth. A man had been posted in the basement Halon storage room waiting for DeHaven to draw into the kill zone. On the second day, he unfortunately had, and his life ended before he told anyone what he'd seen. Chambers had admitted to having gone into the vault later and retrieving the camera. Milton had given the coded letters to representatives from the NSA, and they had already decrypted it. From the little Stone and the others learned, the code was based on a centuries-old encryption formula. It was easily breakable by modern-day decryption techniques with their massive computing power, but Seagraves had no doubt assumed that no one would ever suspect Monty Chambers, Norman Janklow, and Jewel English of being spies. And modern-day ciphertexts were all electronically generated, requiring keys consisting of massively long numbers to remain secure against brute force assaults and other attacks by computers, which would have been impossible to replicate in an old book. Trent had recovered from his wounds and was busily talking, especially when he learned that the government was trying mightily to pin the death penalty on him. This information included Roger Seagraves' prominent role as the head of the spy ring. Now that they knew of Seagraves' involvement, the FBI was investigating everyone remotely connected to him. Other arrests seemed imminent. They'd also searched Seagraves' house and found his collection room. While they hadn't quite figured out what these items represented yet, when they eventually did, things would really get complicated, since many of them belonged to victims killed by Seagraves as part of his past CIA duties. Stone had met at length with Ford, members of the FBI, and the same two D.C. detectives who'd confronted Caleb at the library. An FBI agent said,
"We knew there was a spy ring operating in the city, but we could never run it down to its source. We certainly never figured the Library of Congress to be involved."
Stone said,
"Well, we had an asset you didn't."
The agent looked surprised.
"What was that?"
Alex Ford answered,
"A highly skilled librarian named Caleb Shaw. That's who."
One of the D.C. detective's eyes twinkled.
"Right, Shaw. Good, is he? He struck me as a little, nervous."
Stone replied,
"Let's just say his lack of personal courage is more than outweighed by his—"
The detective cut in.
"Dumb luck? Attention to detail."
They'd thanked Stone for his help and left the door open for future cooperation.
"You ever need any help, just let us know,"
one of the FBI agents had said, handing Stone a card with a phone number on it. Stone put the card in his pocket thinking, "I hope to God I never need help that badly." After things had calmed somewhat, they all met at Stone's cottage. And that's when Caleb had held up the psalm book and demanded that Annabelle tell him the truth. She took a deep breath and started explaining.
"I knew how much Jonathan loved books, and one day I asked him that if he could have any book in the world, which one would it be? He said the Bay Psalm book. Well, I read up on it and found that all of them were in institutions, but one seemed the best choice to hit."
"Let me guess. Old South Church in Boston?"
Caleb prompted.
"How'd you know?"
Easier to crack than the Library of Congress or Yale, at least I hope.
Anyway, I went up there with a friend of mine and told them we were college students doing a paper on famous books.
And they let you look at it?
Caleb said.
Yes, and take pictures of it, all that. Then I had another friend who was really good at making good at making things.
So he forged a base psalm book?
Caleb exclaimed.
It was great. You couldn't tell them apart.
Annabelle's excitement faded when she saw the furious look on his face.
Well, anyway, we went back up there and did a little switcheroo.
You did a little switcheroo?
Caleb said, his face turning very red.
With one of the rarest books in the history of this country, you did a little switcheroo. Why didn't you just give DeHaven the excellent copy?
Stone asked.
Give a fake book to the man I loved? I don't think so.
Caleb collapsed into a chair.
I don't believe what I'm hearing.
Before he got more wound up, she hurried on with her story.
When I gave him the book, Jonathan was stunned. But of course I told him it was just a copy I'd had made for him. I don't know if he believed that or not. I think he might have called around to different places to check. And I believe he'd concluded that what I did for a living wasn't exactly on the up and up.
Really? What a stunner that must have been,
Caleb snapped. She ignored him.
But since the church didn't know their book was a fake, and no psalm books were missing, I guess Jonathan finally assumed I was telling the truth. It made him so happy. And it was just an old book.
Just an old book.
Caleb was really about to erupt when Stone put a hand on his shoulder.
Let's not beat a dead horse, Caleb. A dead horse?
Caleb sputtered.
I'll put it back,
Annabelle offered.
Excuse me,
Caleb said.
I'll take the book back and do another switcheroo.
You can't be serious.
I'm completely serious. I switched it once. I can switch it again.
What if they catch you?
She looked at Caleb with pity.
I'm a lot better now than I was back then.
She looked over at Milton.
Want to help me do it?
Sure,
Milton exclaimed enthusiastically. Caleb looked apoplectic.
I absolutely forbid your participation in a felony.
Milton exclaimed.
Will you loosen up, Caleb? And it's not a felony if we're putting the real book back now, is it?
Caleb started to say something and then rapidly calmed.
No, I guess it isn't.
I'll take care of the details,
Annabelle said.
I'll just need the book from you, Caleb.
She reached out for it. He immediately clutched it to his chest.
Can't I keep it until you really need it?
He asked, his hand lightly running over the cover.
You told Monty Chambers it was just a dumb book,
Reuben reminded him. Caleb looked miserable.
I know. I haven't slept a wink since I said it. I think the book fairies have cursed me,
he added glumly.
Okay,
she said.
You can keep it for now.
Reuben looked at Annabelle hopefully.
Okay, now that all the fun's over, would you like to go out with me sometime? Like, maybe tonight?
She smiled.
Can I take a rain check, Reuben? But I appreciate the offer.
It won't be the last one, madam.
He kissed her hand. After the others had left, Annabelle joined Stone, who'd gone to work in the cemetery. As he washed off a tombstone, she gathered weeds in a plastic bag.
You don't have to stay and help me,
he said.
Working in a cemetery isn't exactly the life I'd picture for someone like you.
She put her hands on her hips.
So what do you picture for someone like me?
Husband, kids, nice house in the suburbs, PTO board, maybe a dog.
You're kidding, right?
I'm kidding. So what now?
Well, I have to return the book so Caleb will get off my back.
And after that?
She shrugged.
I'm not one who looks that far ahead.
She grabbed another sponge, knelt down and started helping Stone clean off the grave marker. Later, after they'd eaten a dinner that Annabelle prepared, they sat on the porch and talked.
I'm glad I came back,
she said, glancing at Stone. Stone said,
I am too, Annabelle.
She smiled at his use of her real name.
That Seagraves guy. He called you a 666. What's that about?
That was about 30 years ago,
Stone said.
Fair enough. We all have secrets. So you ever think about going someplace other than here?
She asked him. He shook his head.
Here tends to grow on you,
he said simply. Maybe it will, Annabelle thought. They sat in silence, staring up at the full moon. A 4-hour drive north, Jerry Bagger stood looking out his window at the same moon overhead. He'd called in every favor he'd ever earned, threatened and beaten up more people than he could remember, loving every minute of it. The result was he was closing in as her defenses and covers started falling away. Very soon, it would be his turn, and what he'd done to Tony Wallace would pale next to what he had planned for the lady. The image of her slow destruction at his hands never failed to curl his lips into a smile. He was back in control. Bagger puffed contentedly on his cigar and sipped a finger of his bourbon. Get ready, Annabelle Conroy. Here comes Big Bad Jerry.